Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have a coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have a coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie.
Oh, look, I can't see. Oh, I can see me. Good morning. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in, Firefly.
Hello, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good. I can't complain today.
Good.
Welcome in, Butterfly. Thank you, Carrie, as always. Carrie says, I'll be driving. Have to take the little one to school. Cool. I used to love to drive and listen to streams, but it sucks when you can't look at the screen when you're driving, right? I'd have to pull over and like comment. Like, I'm going to forget my comment if I don't get to a red light soon.
Yeah.
That's so frustrating, girl. I used to do that shit. I'd be like at a stop sign. People are like, be careful while you're driving. I'm like, I'm at a freaking stop sign or, a red light. I'm not texting and driving, I promise. And then I'll try to remind myself I need to go back and look at that live later because they were presenting something on screen I wanted to see, and then I forget. So, yeah, it was a whole thing. So I'm hearing we got a half a day of court, and I'm like, I'm so confused.
I don't know. I saw that. I saw
Did you see that?
a couple lawyers showing that there's going to be testimony. So I don't know if that's
Yeah.
testimony during the hearing.
Well,
or
they're
actual
talking.
testimony.
They're actually, from what I'm gathering, is a half a day of testimony.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
Yeah, and
I
then
thought she
they
said
go.
that the jury was off all day.
I did too.
Well,
I
we'll
thought
find
that's
out.
the last thing we heard on Thursday, because they were off Friday, right?
Yeah.
Was it Friday? So that was the last thing I thought as well.
Mhm.
But then this morning I was hearing different things, and I was like, okay,
Guess we'll find out. It's kind of confusing.
yeah, a little confusing. So I don't. Now the hearing is not supposed to start till around noon. I don't
Oh,
think.
okay.
Yeah, but I pulled up. I know NBC Boston is carrying the hearing, and of course our usual Law and Crime will be carrying it as well too. I got a couple of things too we can look at. Like, we had watched a Microdots that I showed you guys. Microdots is a YouTube channel, and they did recreations on this case. I watched a couple of those. Okay, so I gave in, and I was that juror who wasn't supposed to look at stuff, but I did because I was
Mhm.
curious.
Yeah.
You and Miss Shorty had said a couple things. I was like, So curiosity killed the cat as usual.
I don't know how you can't not look into stuff. I'm
Well,
too obsessed.
you
Yeah.
know me. You know me. I'll deep dive a case in a heartbeat. But this
Sure.
one was just like,
You just want to be presented all the facts and not just all the
yeah,
fluff.
I didn't want to look
Yeah.
at one side or
Yeah.
feel
I
like
get
I
that.
was
That makes
getting one
sense.
side. Because when it started spiraling, I was deep in Delphi, right? There was so much happening there, and I just couldn't keep up with both. So I was kind of like, you know what? Ugh. But yeah, here we are. So I did, I looked at a couple of things, and it's very interesting how this shit's going to play out. I'll just have to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Right, Butterfly? When we're listening and driving and don't know what the hell we have to take notes, and then you can't take a note and drive. Jesus, you'll get pulled over by a Karen like I did one time. Like, I got pulled over for my tail light being out.
Oh
This
yeah.
This Karen was all beside. I mean, she was all sorts of beside herself, playing community cop that day. We were at a red light.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't an officer; it was a person.
No, it was a person.
Mhm.
A
How screw
Karen.
you get.
Like, my only experience with a Karen was that day.
Oh
And
my
we
god.
were at a red light, right? So I look in my rear view, and I noticed this lady behind me is holding up a note for me to
Huh.
read. through my rearview mirror. Of course, I'm like struggling, like, what the hell? And she's pointing for me to pull over and shit. And I'm like, oh, lady,
Lord.
you ain't pointing at me to pull over. I ain't done nothing, but okay, here we go. So I pull over once the light turns green. I'm like, can I help you? And she is flipping her shit to let me know I got a tail light out and we are over here messing around in South Santa Rosa and these cops. I'm like, lady, I'm born and raised. I know these cops. Give them a reason, they're going to pull you over. But what do you want me to do? I didn't know the tail light was out. Karen, go have a
I was
nice
gonna
day.
say, you don't know.
I mean, she was flipping out, girl. My tail light was out. She just had to stop me and tell me. I mean, I appreciated
Mm.
it,
Hmm.
but goodness, old girl got a little too excited about that taillight situation. She was more concerned about it than I was. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
it's the kind of thing you don't know till somebody tells you, and then
Right? You
you gotta
couldn't
get it.
just roll the window down and yell, hey, your tail light's out, No, she got to write this note and start pointing and pulling. And I mean, it was like something bad was wrong with my car. I'm like, am I on fire? What's happening here?
Yeah, wow.
I thought I thought something was really wrong. Like when she said your tail light, I know my face had to be like, what in the hell are you talking about, crazy lady? Um,
So what time is court gonna start? Like, is it starting at
should
9,
be
even the
should be.
hearing? Or
I'm
no?
hearing 8 a.m. on the. I'm about to check long crime right now while we're just sitting here
Oh,
bullshitting, waiting on everybody to come in, um, see what they got going for today, day 5. Okay, because we like to use them. They're showing the outside of the courtroom because they weren't showing me their stream link earlier. Let me save this because we always watch through Law and Crime. We've had good luck with them so far, and we're just going to stick with it until they show us
yeah,
otherwise.
yeah.
Court TV feed, we have occasional problems with. So I'm like, I haven't even fooled, I didn't fool with them during re, Lori Vallow either.
Well, they have the
Um,
OnlyFans showing, so if that's anything.
well, let's see.
The fan showing, so that must mean something's happening.
Well, Law and Crime has got us outside the courtroom. That's what are you watching on Law and Crime?
Oh yeah, long crime. No, long crime. It's got the fan.
They're outside the courthouse.
Really? Are you sure you're on the right one? The live
No,
one?
I'm not. Hold on. Hold on.
Because
Firefly.
mine, because
Oh,
mine
no,
says
you're right.
live.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no. Firefly's right. Ignore me. Okay, wait. So hold on. This is why I have a co-host. Day 5, not day 1. Okay, she's right. We got the OnlyFans. Shit. Hold on, guys.
I'm like,
I'll
mine
get
says
it.
live.
I'm only on my second cup of coffee. Just bear with me.
uh,
Okay. So yeah, we are getting a live shot of the OnlyFans. OnlyFan.
yeah, wait till you get to all the juicy stuff on this case. I'm telling you, it hasn't even started. Just
Well, yeah, and you know what? One of the biggest things, even like with all the cases we've covered together, and uh, even like Lori Vallow, there was a lot of different players, right? Moving parts and things of
Mhm.
that nature, and familiarizing myself because I kind of knew who players were in the past, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know all of them. I didn't know all this. I just didn't look into it all that deep. But so I'm learning what the connections are to these individual people. And I don't like seeing liars on the witness stand. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
No,
If
we're
they
fine.
want me to get to KarenRead murdered somebody, they got a long way to go to get me there. And if they try to convince me it was a car that hit him, they're still not going to convince me this was a murder situation.
And
Yeah,
I don't like that. Like Carrie Roberts on the stand, and she's describing the situation as they pulled up, and Karen was just going crazy, just like, well, what do you
yeah,
expect? Her boyfriend was missing. They just found him lying in the snow. How do you expect him to act? And then all of a sudden she
exactly.
starts crying. Oh, I started brushing this. So it's okay for you to be upset, but it's not okay for
Yeah,
Karen.
it's
The
okay for
same
Miss
thing with her
Crush
mom.
Girl. Let's just Miss Crush, the man she had a crush on in the hots for.
Yeah,
But you can be upset about
but
your friend,
Karen
but
getting being
Karen cannot.
frantic. What? Oh no, she was frantic. Something's wrong
I
with her.
still can't get how that lady got from Karen's questioning us, could this have been an accident, to you murdered my friend. Where'd
I
that shit
know.
where'd that shit even come from? And I heard somebody
Jennifer
reiterate,
McCabe.
oh, I know where it was. Coffindoffer had to go on Twitter
Oh
and
well, yeah.
reiterate how horrible those texts were and how toxic Karen Read was. And I thought, are you a lady? are you? What are we doing here? This isn't about defending either
Sound like a
side.
toxic relationship to me, not
Yeah,
just
it was
her.
coming from both sides, right? It wasn't a
Yeah.
one-sided,
Mhm.
because it felt like she was the one conceding and doing things to make things work.
Yeah.
Like, let me get through the plumber. I'll be over. I'll stop buying the kids shit. We need to stop seeing each other with the kids.
They're like,
So
"Oh, she
she,
hired a plumber. Oh my gosh. How
so
dare
what?
she?" I know,
Well,
it's like,
how dare he tell
lady.
her not to worry about it on the weekend? And then what about him saying, I hope your plumber's hot? What the fuck is that? If you're
I
my
know, yeah.
man, I'm sorry. I am
Yeah.
sorry. I
It
don't
goes
like
both ways.
that.
No,
Exactly. If I
yeah.
got a plumber coming to my house because something broke and my man is saying, well, I hope your plumber's hot. What are we, fucking two? I
Yeah,
don't deal with it. That is why I am single. Shit like that.
yeah, I know. I can't deal with it either.
I
I'm like, "I'm done."
cannot do it, girl. I'm like,
I know.
bitch, let me pack your bags. Yeah, maybe I do like the hot plumber. Shit.
Yeah,
I mean, good Lord, look at what you're doing. Of course, I'm going to want the hot plumber over your ass.
right, maybe
I mean,
somebody will treat her nicely instead of being a dick to her, you know?
right? Maybe this plumber will appreciate my kindness.
Yeah, and not just use me to yeah, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
and I know you don't like to talk about his mother, but the only thing I have to say is like,
Oh, you're good. You're good.
why is she so defensive too? Like she's like, oh, Karen, she was in the hospital, and Karen came up to her and was like, "Is he dead? How is he? Is he okay?"
Okay, well, let me
And then
ask
she's
you
like, and
this.
I asked the nurse, What's she doing here?" And it's like, well, it's her boyfriend. I mean, what do you
Okay,
mean?
but
What's
that
she
made me
doing there?
wonder, is there something already with between those two?
I mean,
Right? The
possible.
world
Yeah.
tried to look
Doesn't like her? Yeah.
when social to me,
Or is that afterwards that she's disliked her? I don't know. Yeah,
I
who
have
knows?
no clue. I don't know. Was she being fed, Karen Read murdered your son and she
That's
just
how I
believed it?
feel.
I don't
I don't
know.
know for a fact, but yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
what makes me think. Like
Yeah, I mean,
she's been on that side and they've been feeding her, oh, Karen did this intentionally and da 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 da. So yeah, I
well,
mean,
people say
I'd
that
be
that
mad
same
then.
thing has happened with Steve Gonzalez. That's why I don't generally I have no I don't know what the woman has said and done, but I know that if there's people in her ear constantly, she's going to believe what they tell her,
Sure.
including the cops. So
Yeah.
that's why I don't like. I don't know. Like that's just yeah. I don't know. I don't know why the woman would be defensive. If unless you think this woman mowed your son down in cold blood. But I don't understand where you got that from
Why?
either.
Why would she though? Like,
Exactly. And especially what's curious to me is this other vehicle that pulls up behind her. And there are three people in this truck. And what's her name comes out of the house for a good full 5 minutes, and they all see Karen Read sitting there, but none of them ever see John O'Keefe,
yeah, I don't
not
buy that.
standing near the
Not
car, not lying over in the snow. He
They're
wasn't
trying to make
covered
it
in
sound like
snow
he
at
was
that
covered in
point.
snow. Yeah,
Not at that point.
they're trying to make it sound like he was because they
They can
made
try to
sure
make it. Well,
because Carrie's like, "Oh, I had to brush all the snow off of him to get to his face." Yeah, she's trying to make it sound like he was buried deep in the snow.
well,
Well, which
Carrie's not an
maybe yeah, by
expert.
6 a.m. he
Yeah,
was.
well, I'm sorry, man, but you are just a friend of the family who
Yeah,
helps with the children. You're not an expert. Get off the stand with your bullshit. Um, I'm not listening to you once you start telling me what time this man was placed in the snow because you're just some random lady that knew the guy. You are not an expert. Uh, you can't tell me he was already buried in snow when they pull up behind her. Why would she hit the man and then just sit there? So she hadn't hit him yet.
hmm
So there's no man laying in the snow that these people saw. So I don't know where the jury, I don't know how they got there, you know? So it's going to be interesting to watch that kind of stuff come out this time around. Um, and you guys are seeing a little bit of newer stuff, right? That you didn't get presented before. Is that correct? I'm seeing that there might be a few things here and there. I don't know for sure,
I don't know.
is what all, but okay, so Carrie Roberts, for instance, she was not cross examined in the first trial.
Apparently, yeah.
Why would the defense not do that? Why would the defense not cross examine her? At least to get, I mean, did they buy her deposition in the beginning? Like,
Guess
why
so.
would you? I don't know why they, unless they, things began to come to light to them afterwards.
Maybe things have come to light that she was influenced by other
Yeah.
people, and that's
Well,
what
it appears she heavily was.
her testimony was influenced highly, like,
Yeah.
right.
It appears that way. When I have a problem anytime grand jury testimony changes, because the grand jury literally is closer to the date of the occurrence than you are right now.
Yeah. Well, shoot, even Brennan had that Freudian slip where he's like, when you were influenced by law enforcement, I mean, when you were interviewed by law enforcement, it's like, oh, yeah, yeah, exactly, buddy. Like, that says it all right there.
Yeah, need some Z's, right? I mean, we've seen the footage. It was snowy, and I don't live in the snowy parts of the country, but it didn't look um, massive to me to the point where he was like buried in a snow mound, right? It's ridiculous.
I remember them in the first trial discussing like how many inches of snow would you say there was, and I
Well,
don't
can't we
know.
get a weather report?
Yeah,
It's
I think
that's
it was like
fucking
3 or
easy.
4 inches
Mr.
or something.
Steve from True Crime Web will tell you that is one of the 101 things. What were the weather conditions during your event?
Right.
The time, the weather conditions, the moonlight, all matters. All of it.
Of
So
course.
if we can go back in the archives and pull up the weather reports that night, I watched Microdots do it. Um, then I mean, come on, we can't be smarter than the fucking attorneys. In some cases, we are. We're like, why aren't y'all trying this? Why aren't you trying that? Like we know something.
I agree with no need some Z's. The defense team never thought she would be found guilty or even hung because
Yeah,
once ARCA testifies, it's like, okay, he clearly
done
was not
deal.
even hit by a car. He
Right.
was not even hit by a car, so that means she's not guilty of all charges. Like, just acquit her and we'll call it a day here. But no.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm never going to get to, even if they can't convince me, Chloe and a man is what injured John O'Keefe, right? Say they can't, just pretend they can't get
Mhm.
me there. And I am convinced he was hit by her car. You're still not going to tell me that woman mowed him down in cold blood and just drove away. I don't see anything that led up to that night. And in fact, when I watched Microdots last night, the Microdots does say, and we'll show that here eventually. I want to show you guys. It was based off some of Turtle Boy's reporting, right? And
Mhm.
facts from the first trial. They were just, way they set their video up is excellent. So we'll look at that in a little while. Um, they'll probably have a break, knowing Bev, between whatever's happening this morning and this afternoon's court hearing. I feel like she'll take a lunch, change the Depends, whatever, get that fresh cup of coffee with a little shot of Jack in it.
Yep, yep, yep.
um, so did we didn't have anything new come down in the Koberger situation over the
I
week.
looked last night and I didn't see anything. Not that anything would be on the weekend, so.
Well, no, we're still waiting on one more order though.
Oh.
The one to preclude the alternate suspects or whatever it was. Now I can't even name the document correctly. Purported suspects. So I forgot the exact name of the document. It doesn't look like no, it has not come down yet, but we are waiting on a ruling on one more. And it's about how I think they have until, I think Dolphin and I were thinking they had until almost the next hearing to prepare for that, whatever that one was. Yeah, that would have been the, what did I say it was? It's the one, I'm just looking through the list here. So I think we're going to plan a series around the motions in limine or motions in lemonade, however you want to say it.
Mhm.
Because I've been wanting to go through each of those motions by themselves, right? Because there was so much information packed into the motions themselves, the responses, the replies, all the things. And I want to group those together and then
Yeah.
go through the document that way, not read like 15 at one time. Just break it down into each motion because there's so much information in them that we haven't had the time to sit down and map out yet. Do you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
I want to do that. I spent the weekend researching for another show I got coming up, so I'm gonna try to work on that some this week, to getting that stuff ready, Carrie. Carrie says, we still need to find out if the dog was aggressive or fear reactive. It can look the same, but they're definitely, my dog is fear reactive. Mine was aggressive if you came, we had a pit bull. So if you came at me or the kids, she was going to do her job and she was going to become aggressive. That's just the way it was. But here's the thing. Our dog was people friendly. She was very dog aggressive, but there would be that one or two guys that my husband would have over in the yard or
They
whatever.
just sense something. Yeah,
They
they don't
did
like
not
people.
like, right?
Mhm.
So there was literally this one guy that would come with another guy, and I'm like, that dude, I don't even want him in the
The
house.
bad guy, yeah.
My dog is not down with this dude.
Mhm.
My husband had to literally pick that dog
And
up.
I trust their instincts. Whatever it
Exactly.
is, like,
Go for it.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't wanna
Now,
be
I'm not
around this
saying
guy.
that dog attacked him because he was in there
No, no,
showing his
no.
ass. I
But
think
if
if
he
they
was
started a fight, the
Yeah.
dog was gonna
And he was
interfere.
angry, if he came
Yeah.
out and he was angry and had aggression, even if
Mhm.
it's not towards the dog might have sensed it or
Well,
something, who knows?
if the dog senses the owner's being threatened or the owner becomes aggressive and starts to hit someone, that
Well,
dog
here's
is
the
probably
thing.
gonna jump in and go help
Not
him
not
out.
even just the owner, like, say the owner came out and
Yeah.
Higgins was out there too, and
Oh
they were
god.
having words and they were having angry words, how do I know the dog didn't get upset and jump and right bite his arm, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
then he fell over or something happened. I don't
yeah.
know.
We
Something
have
happened.
a clip, Needs Some Z's, from one of the neighbors who says that Karen Read is absolutely innocent and that he knows for a fact, because he knows the people, that Chloe has bitten in the past. So
Yes, I was
that
gonna
makes
say
me believe
'cause
she's more of an aggressive by nature dog to
and
keep.
then since the murder or since John O'Keefe died, didn't she bite somebody too, like another
I
neighbor or
couldn't
something?
remember if I think they said that's
And
why
that's
they.
why they rehomed her.
Mm,
That's what they're saying. I don't know if that's true or not, but
yeah, my dog was so bad I couldn't let the boys roughhouse in the house. Like, when my ex and I split up, she stayed at his house for a little while. I was getting settled into my new place, and so I could get her and bring her to me because the dog was my dog, and she just was flipping out without me in that house. Well,
mhm.
about a year he kept her, I think. Well, he moved his new girlfriend in, and she had a little boy the same age as our little boy, and they would roughhouse and play. And he calls me. He's like, "Look, I don't know what to do with this dog." I'm like, "What are you talking about? What's wrong with my dog?" And he's like, "'Cause I was taking care of my grandfather at the time at his home, and he had a dog there, and I really couldn't bring her there. So anyway, I had to work it out. I moved, and I just got my dog back because it was not cool. She would flip out when the boys got aggressive and not know what to do, and she just wanted them to stop, right? And we didn't want her to bite one of them by accident, thinking that they were being aggressive toward each other when they were just playing. So I had to get her and
Hmm,
bring her to my house, and I had her for
yeah.
14 years. I miss my dog.
Oh, something's happening in the trial.
Uh-oh, let me get the
It
screen up,
moved
guys.
it
I took
moved from
it
the
down.
fan.
Oh shit. We done moved from the fan to what the
Now
light
now we're
fixture.
looking at the mini blinds.
Oh gosh.
Somebody's bald head. Oh, that must be the guy.
We should all like take up a donation and go decorate the courtroom for them. Be like, Miss Bev, there's your courtroom's not cool.
Uh,
We don't like your only fan or your stupid light
Whatever that
or
court
anything for
officer,
that
I
matter.
forget your name,
We don't
just
like
talking.
anything. We hate everything.
All right. Good morning,
Let me
council.
get
Good
this
morning,
pretty
Ms.
big
Reed.
for
Good morning,
everybody here.
jurors. Good morning.
There we go.
I do have to ask you those same three questions. Were you
Oh,
all,
so the
oh,
jury's
actually, I
there.
guess, were you all able to
I guess
follow
they
the
will get that half
instructions
a
and
day
refrain
in.
from discussing
I
this
know
case
when you
with
sit
anyone
your ass
since we
down, you better
were
mic up,
last
lady.
here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow
And
the
those of you who
instructions and
are
refrain
new
from
to
doing
my
any
channel, I do say some
independent
cuss
research
words.
or
Sorry.
investigation into this
It
case?
is what it is.
Everyone said yes and
I
nodded
hear it
affirmatively.
offends
Did
some people,
anyone
but I think
happen to
most people who
see,
know me
hear,
know
or
I'm gonna
read
cuss.
anything about this case since we left
Hey,
on
Bluebird,
Friday?
welcome in.
And were you all careful? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Were you all careful with your social media
Yep, they ripped
etiquette?
out their entire basement
Thank you very much.
and then got rid of the whole ass
All right,
house, needs some
Mr.
Z's.
Brennan.
What's up with that shit?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
1,000 below what it was
Ian Murphy.
worth.
Okay.
Good Lord, who does that? Who takes that kind of a
All
loss,
right, just
right?
come on up.
We got a shitty neighborhood, shitty house. What's going on? Are we already at sidebar?
Oh my.
Oh God, Lord, Bev ain't. Is that old Higgins
There's
dude?
old Paul. That is Higgins next to
You
Paul.
know
Yeah.
how I know that? Because I watched him on that fucking Microdots video
Oh,
last night. I saw how you were acting at that bar, you fool. I
does
saw
that mean
you.
he's going to testify soon or no? I don't know.
The dude in the video called it peacocking. What Brian and Brian were doing in the bar to each other. You know, like
Yes.
that little
Yes, like
roughhousing.
puffing their chests, you know,
Like,
and
look,
like
y'all
yep,
are
yep.
all a bunch of short dudes with some beer guts. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you're a bunch of
Oh,
short dudes with beer
my
guts. Not
goodness.
exactly the kind of guy I was always going after, but whatever.
I know who the lady in the white sweater is. I don't know, I've never seen her.
She appears to know the O'Keefe's mom.
Yeah, maybe she's cousin or
Maybe
something.
she's like a niece or her granddaughter.
Yeah, somewhere in the family.
Yeah, that's not Higgins. Who was that, Z's? It looked like him. Sitting
Yeah,
next
it
to
looked like
O'Keefe's brother,
Higgins. I
just
think
with a
that
shaved
was.
face.
Yeah, if it's not him, it sure looks a lot like him.
He got a twin brother. Fuck, they got a fake dude. They got a fake guy in the courthouse, Z's.
Karen's
Now
parents.
we got one of them crisis actors. Is that what they call them?
Mhm.
Next, we'll hear they're all crisis actors. Nothing really going on here but a fake court proceeding. Y'all are all stupid. Like, what the fuck? We have been told that in criminal cases before. Y'all are all stupid. It's all fake.
Oh yeah.
We got an AI courtroom here. I don't like that AI.
There's still people that say that about the Idaho case. It's like, come on now.
Oh my God.
It's nuts.
People say some odd things.
I do.
They really do. People believe bizarre things, and I don't know what to tell them. I don't know. They probably believe the sky is purple. Sometimes it is.
Oh, it's not Higgins. Maybe it's not.
It
Yeah,
does look like him, though,
He
don't he?
he might be a little more gray than Higgins, but yeah, it does. He does resemble
Yeah,
him. I think.
but then again, I haven't seen Higgins recently to know did all this shit make him age a little quick.
True. Yeah.
You know, he got all his hair done turned gray instead of salt and pepper. It was getting there in that video that I watched. If that's not him, he sure kind of looks a lot like that dude. That's funny.
hmm
Was that called a doppelganger or whatever? They whispering to one another though.
They're colluding.
They're canoodling. They're in cahoots
Canoodling.
right now.
They're in cahoots.
Yeah. Today, Ian Whiffen is testifying this morning, and ARCCA. Yeah, the ARCCA is.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
All right, I'm going to mute out while they get started.
Yeah.
We believe you, girl. We believe you. I don't know enough about these people like y'all do.
Court and jury in the case now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I did.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffen. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding product manager for Cellbrite.
You just mentioned Cellbrite. Is that where you work?
It is, yes.
And you're a forensic examiner.
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Cellbrite, where you work?
Yes, Cellbrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
Where would you find a digital system? Is that resigned to a phone, or is it all systems?
Typically, Cellbrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also integrate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on the phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device, such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that Cellbrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator that would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
How long have you been involved in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the 2000s. In 2009, emigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the digital forensics team in 2013. Pursued several qualifications related to digital forensics and just continued in that role until 2019, 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for Cellbrite.
While you were working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data, were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensics examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of devices. And then there's industry qualifications that can be sought as well, where you can focus on particular types of device or particular types of data.
Does software in this field continually change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change. And from a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
As you've progressed through the field, do you continue to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined Cellbrite and did the basic foundational courses that Cellbrite offer, but prior to that I was doing courses across the industry.
Do you teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever write papers about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I publish my research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer-reviewed and distributed in more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer-reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then they would agree that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to Cellbrite. When you began working at Cellbrite, what did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst. My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner, what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager, where I can manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do research?
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within Cellbrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with Cellbrite, but I do program as well, and I have several tools which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015, tools that I wrote to do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer. And I continue to maintain those tools as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
Mr. Whiffen, have you ever testified in courts regarding forensic examination of data?
I have, yes.
And can you share a little bit about that?
I've been qualified as an expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to the Celebrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like Celebrite software?
Yes, so fundamentally, when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, all manner of different structured data. The software that we create knows where these files exist, knows how to read these files and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example, if you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Our software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view so that as a user you can read the data, you can see who sent what message, what time it was sent. We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible.
Is there other software available in addition to Celebrite?
There's multiple vendor-supplied tools and multiple tools available that are maintained by users in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data, but I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure that the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge or a jury, can understand what that data actually means rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report and looks into the data itself?
The examiner can and should go beyond what the program provides.
Let's turn now to your involvement in this case. Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at Celebrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically, there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time which is attributed to an artifact. So it should intentionally be when something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
When I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yes.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at an artifact, a phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do, to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available. You can see if there's any information that's been deleted that can be recovered. You can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Did you look into the question, the query that was made?
In response to Richard Green, at that time, I didn't. I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later, but it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here, and that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
So after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard Green, offering to speak to him about this issue and clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search, and the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
Putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to Cellbright's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it a similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was, as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
Okay. And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a binder that you take a look in. Do you know or do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to Jen's phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You know, with the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to be able to use his computer to walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffen.
Okay.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury, what the question was and how you resolved it.
Of course. Okay. The query revolved around a database called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS 14 has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device, or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And hopefully by that point it will be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
Could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown, hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address, and the title of the page. And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put this in context?
Yes.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever search engine you're going to use, does it create a tab?
It doesn't create a tab just by opening the application, but there may be tabs already open in the background when you start the application, and then you can tell it to create further tabs.
So if I have a phone, can I have a number of different tabs on my phone at the same time if I've searched for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever or can you close them?
They stay open until you close them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. Can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where a particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Could you explain this demonstration as it relates to tabs on these internet searches? What are we actually trying to learn?
So as I showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp. It's actually called last viewed timestamp. I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one or many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up, what I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. Is that what's looked at?
That's correct. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
So if I have a tab open and I use it continuously, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the timestamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in the top of the device there, we can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website. At that time, a row is created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com. A minute later, excuse me, I now use the same tab to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1, because no new rows are being created. We're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1, we still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp, and we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr. Whiffen, so in the URL column, there are 3 different searches?
Yes, this is 3 different pages that have been visited within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool, all I would see is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database immediately. So I've tried to show here that we have some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable for timestamp URL and title are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tabs table, and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB? What does that mean? What does that tell us?
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases, depending on what applications are installed on the device. Each database typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Can information, like information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari search, can it leave data on different databases, or does it always go to one database?
It can leave on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
So again, to continue this example, if I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database, and it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is whatever was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. And we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still would only show me this timestamp and this URL information, because this is the only information that was ever committed to the database. Okay. Moving on from that, there was multiple databases or multiple data sources on Jen McCabe's phone that could be used to see what actually happened on the device at this time of day that was of interest. So the analysis I did looked at the browser state database that we've just described, the history database, which is what is tracking the navigational events. So every time you visit a website and the website fully loads, it gets written to the history database to say this URL was visited at this time. And that's the information that, as a user, you can see. When you look at the internet history in your device, it will list all of the web pages that have been visited. com.apple-mobile-safari.plist is a property list file, so essentially a list of values and information, keys and values that would describe various settings on the device typically. But it also stores information such as the last searches that were conducted using the Safari search feature. And then finally here we've got knowledgec.db, which is a massive database at the heart of iOS that stores lots of types of information. It can tell you what web page was actually on the screen at any given time. It can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery level, lots of different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device. At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockomock Sports, Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time that the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred. But essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockomock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31, there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January. This is evidenced in browser state and in knowledgec. Around a second later, that tab gets closed, and that record gets written to the database with a time of 2:27:31, because that's the time the tab was brought back into focus. It gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal. At 2:27:33, another tab is brought into focus from the background. This one related to Eastern Bank. Again, the last visited timestamp would be updated because this tab has now been brought into focus, causing the timestamp to change. We know that this particular website was visited at 8:02 on the 27th of January, and there's no new navigational events at this time. So we know it's just brought into focus and visible on screen according to Knowledge C and browser state databases. That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This again is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here and the timestamp at the top is showing incorrectly. But essentially it's closed around this time and the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 2:27:33 timestamp. At 2:27:35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in Knowledge C. There's no new navigational event for it, but there's also no timestamp in the browser state database at this point. This is because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time, and when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp that would have been written at this point. Sounds convoluted, but essentially if you imagine that the in-memory timestamp here would have said 2:27:35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 2:27:36.
Mr. Whiffen, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 2:27:36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes. The time that the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view, it makes it full screen, that would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
So if someone had an open tab that had a timestamp, and then they put it in the background to look at a different tab, but then went back to an earlier tab and opened it, would it create a new timestamp?
It would update the timestamp.
If somebody had an open tab and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open, would that create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
Thank you.
Okay. So at 2:27:36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Canton Girls, Basketball to Important Win at Mansfield is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 2:27:36 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point, the timestamp that had been written there gets overwritten again with 2:27:38, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 2:27:39, that tab gets closed and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 2:27:38 when the tab took focus, and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 2:27:40, which was the time of interest, and we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 2:27:40. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 2:27:40 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser state database timestamp. At 2:27:42, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded, and now the user is loading the web page hockomocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when, and it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffen, in the slide before 227:40, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the PowerPoint follow that one specific tab?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 2:27:47, there's another web navigation event as the web page hockomocksports.com/schedules is loaded. Again, this is evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the web page that was viewable on screen. At 2:27:53, there's a further web navigation event where we're now now loading the page hockomocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey. Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen. At 2:27:58, there's a further navigation event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab.
Correct.
Are these
Sustained as to form.
Are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 2:27:40, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
At 2:28:06, Safari is minimized, so it's removed from focus so that something else could be viewed, or the phone is locked.
Is removed from focus different than closing?
Correct. If you remove it from focus, it's essentially going into the background, but it's still open. It's in its current state, just in the background, versus if you close it completely and have to reload it later on. So in this particular state, the timestamp doesn't get changed. The timestamp remains 2:27:40 as it was earlier. Safari is then not used again until 6:23:37, when it's opened from the background using the icon in the app library. At this point, when it loads up, the same page that was open when Safari was minimized is shown. So we still see hockomocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey/Franklin/2021-2022. There's no navigational event at this point, so we know that it wasn't completely reloaded. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and it's evidenced in the Knowledge C database. At 6:23:49, there's a cache file created. The cache file is related to how long to digest food. Now, these particular cache files show up as suggestions in Safari. So as you're typing in a query or a word or a URL, for example, Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari if you were to do this search. If you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of this screen with an image of somebody eating a plate of food. And this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
What does cache mean?
Essentially, downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
So is it stored information from prior events that's available in case the device thinks you're looking for it?
Yes, so at this point in time, at 6:23:49, when it downloaded it, that's the first time that it's downloaded this image, and it stores it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time, it wouldn't need to re-download the image because it's already got it in cache. So this, the creation time of this image shows that this is the first time that this cache file was downloaded. A few seconds later, at 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term "How long tid I in CIKD?" CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search "How long tid I in CIKD?" IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. This is different to if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google. It wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing the blue button at the bottom. We know that that search was conducted at 6:23:51 according to the information in mobile-safari.plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that the navigation actually occurred to this website. Several reasons why that might happen. One could be if the device was in private browsing mode. However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either. So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted at some point after the fact. That would leave a gap in the numbering. Every time a record is written, it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to delete a number would leave a gap there, so you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device. The third reason, and the one that I believe is the reason why it wasn't recorded in the database, is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. At 6:24:18, there's a second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar, this time searching for host long to die in cold. This is evidenced in the mobile Safari.plist. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded. At 6:24:24, Safari is minimized again. It gets reopened at 10:33:33 a.m., again loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search host long to die in cold. This is evidence in Knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier, but it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for host long to die in the cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for how long to die in the KICTI, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, it kind of ties back to the fact that it's not written in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Mr. Whiffen, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search, or could it show an earlier search?
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
Thank you.
To overview again the data sources used here, com.applemobilesafari.plist is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from. We know that it's good to show the time that a search was conducted and what search was conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows how long to die in the KICTI is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows how long to die in the cold is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your Internet History list, so you can't delete it. And then Knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen when the browser is in use. Again, we know that this is a good timestamp, and we see the only times that web pages related to these web searches were open is at 6:23 and at 10:33. There were multiple deleted records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for how long to die in the cold.
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yes, so from a forensic examiner point of view, and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 2:27. So at 2:27:36, 2:27:38, 2:27:40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockamock Sports, the YouTube video, How Long to Die in the Cold. And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you want to add a new record, or when you want to delete a record, or when you want to update a record, it has to create an entirely new page, or an entirely new version of that page. So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752. It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead, like it won't be used for anything. And a regular database tool would only refer to the most recent version of that page, so frame 194. Forensically, I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records, being able to go backwards and see these previous pages, you can see the records that have been changed or deleted. So as we're moving along all of these pages, each of these refer to a time when a new record was added. Every time a new record is added, a new frame is created, it duplicates the page from before, and it adds the new record. I've highlighted record 4028 in green across these 3 frames because this is the Host Long to Die in Cold record that is of interest. Moving forward again, we continue to see records being added, but particularly here at frame 430, record 4029 is deleted. 4029, if I go back a few slides, we can see 4029 is the cantonma.org Families Index webpage. As far as I know, no relevance to anything related to this case. It just so happens this is the first record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was deleted based on other records in this frame. So for example, we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted on frame 468. Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted at some point after 8:35 on the 31st of January. We can continue to go along and continue to see that records being added, edited, and deleted. But the record of interest, 4028, still exists, even on frame 650. And in fact, it doesn't get deleted until frame 732. By the time the record related to Host Long Die in the Cold is deleted, record 4037 already exists. Record 4037 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the Host Long to Die in the Cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. Taking all of those deleted records, those 5 deleted records, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29 and 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history, but if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have, and we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as the result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Wethen, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hockomock Sports.
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab open for Hockomock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Does your opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like Celebrite?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Was your opinion limited to analysis of reports generated by companies like Celebrite or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time as opposed to 2:27:40, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone?
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
Now, I want to take you back to your first opinion, where you opined that the how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so, in looking at the data, coming to that opinion, what caused the confusion with the software where it could be misunderstood the time those searches were actually made?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example, will always have a message body. It will always have a sender, a receiver, a time, that kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at Cellbrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct ultimately? There are times that that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab, again, you're going to get bad timestamp information. So ultimately, from Cellbright's point of view, we removed the timestamp from that data to avoid confusion in the future.
You shared with us that the URL for the 623 and 624 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Sustained.
Okay.
As to form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted ultimately for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
To say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
Okay.
You told us that you looked at two phones. The second one was a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe.
Correct.
When you looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe?
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
Before we show any presentation, I want to get a little understanding of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called location services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth. Calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The different sources of data that are generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yes, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. Versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information, you just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger data, location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple actually specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in the phone?
How do you mean, sorry?
Is there high
Oh.
level, middle, low?
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool, so you can plot a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the level of accuracy in location information that is generated by using Waze?
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically not. It may do for a short time, as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more sporadic. It's typically background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyzed John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data, did you also look into data known as health care data?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how that works?
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the steps taken, so it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
What if I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's two locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. Now, it could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, are we talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple, is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
In your studies, what elevation change would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone and it would register healthcare data as steps? Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
Again, it's just a 3 meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's steps or stairs, is there any other information about healthcare data that is important in your analysis of this case?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? I'm
Sure.
just trying to think.
The healthcare data you shared tells us there's movement,
Yes.
and it may come in the term steps. You also shared that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
That's midnight on January
On
29,
29th.
2022 till about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
And did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cool downs to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in, bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase, putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter, so putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to, and the temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those three areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open, or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever the device receives a phone call, or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports were provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study, did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, do you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence?
I do.
And does that help capture the movement or non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a binder, sir. Could you look at it? Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, this is the presentation that I created regarding John's phone.
And does it include some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
39.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Mr. Whiffen, referring to Exhibit 39, I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
Thank you. So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find its location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I've tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffen, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle, and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone,
Correct.
but location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot?
Yes.
Okay. And
In
then
this
below
case, approximate.
and below it's obviously the date.
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
Okay. There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop. Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12/19/33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy,
Yes,
and that's in meters?
that's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in Waze that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typically, yes. That would be the goal.
You also mentioned the average speed. Where do you learn the speed from? Where does that data come from?
The database, the cache SQLite database also calculates the average speed between two data points, and also the bearing or the direction of travel between those 2 points. So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that are shown on this map at the time. And each of these map points has a directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information generated because of the usage of Waze, and you can see both the accuracy and the speed, with the Waze information at its most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yeah, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate? In this case, 5 meters, so yes. Does it make sense? Like, it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road. So again, it kind of makes sense. It fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are, what you would expect for this road, like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the left side, on the right side at Dedham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is, because the location, or the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5 meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points, 5 meter accurate, they all conform to the road. The cadence is good, and again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest, but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and make sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes. The next few slides replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road. Accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters and heading south. 24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes and 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022, and you said at 12:24:38 it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house,
Yes.
does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading.
Did this car, or the phone that was in the car, ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
You have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of that accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the chalk on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12, 25, 30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle, based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle?
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't, no. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data, ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
Done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8-meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes 29 seconds, only showing records of 25-meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was this circle, did it include low-frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high-frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going on.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would
this?
be a fine time, Your Honor.
All right. Folks, why don't we take our morning break, 15, 20 minutes? We're going to see you back there for 15.
Thank you.
Judge, please leave the notice for on the seat.
Oh my God.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay.
Mm,
Fire.
yeah, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, come on, right? All you guys are like feeling like we are, I think, as watching comments as they go by. But I loved how accurate his data was on the drive over. Because
Yeah.
they initiated, I'm driving, follow me where I'm going. So
Hmm.
it really honed in on you. But the minute y'all get there and start parking and hanging out in the yard and whatever you're doing, all of a sudden accuracy dropped.
It's
I'm like,
amazing how that works.
all of a fucking sudden, because y'all are telling me she never parked in front of that driveway, never stopped in front of that house. But I saw that McCabe lady, didn't she testify that she saw Karen right outside the damn door, straight in line with the house?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Dude, Joe, and I'm with you on his thoughts. Why is this guy deciding on what he tests, what he looks like, how some of those tests we can do ourselves. I can put a phone in a fucking freezer and warm it back up to see. You and I conducted time tests on the murders in Idaho long before we heard about it in court documents, didn't we? We're like, well,
Of
yeah,
course.
come on. Yeah, it's like, damn, we as smart as the damn investigators, but are they as smart as us? Y'all, that's the question. So I like how they were. It's kind of, see, it's one of those things, will it backfire in their face? You want to show me all these specific times and tell me how accurate your data is, but at the key elements of the key times. And I took a screenshot of that map he had up, by the way.
Yeah, good.
I saw some interesting dots. I'm like, excuse me, it's also showing the phone way over here on the opposite side of the little trees. It's showing it also right dead in front of the house. What's happening here? I get it. I get the inaccuracies because I've always known they can only go within so many feet or meters of a dead ass accuracy anyway.
Right. Yeah.
That's not lost on me. I've always known that. But he didn't do a good job convincing me of anything
No.
about where this car. And I saw what was your comments about? Yeah, they didn't show anything about John's movements in the home. Will that come on cross, or is that a whole other examiner that?
Well, because they're trying to say he never made it to the house. That's why.
Yeah, that because the
Commonwealth.
state's not going to present that because they're like, that's not what happened.
That's convenient.
But
So all the
right.
all the dots that were in the house, because even
But-
if you're inaccurate, you're saying there were no dots. They're not even showing any dots in the house.
Well, the door was opened for the defense to bring that right in because they
Mhm.
discussed the inclines on the movements already. He's
Yeah.
already established, okay, we're going to be discussing about inclines and shit here at some point, but let me put in my 2 cents before we do that, right?
Yep.
And that's what I felt like he was doing there. And so what they were doing just now is trying to establish that Karen never parked in front of the home. There was never another car behind her. I mean, especially if she hit John and just left him there all night. But yeah, they're just establishing that she didn't park in front of that house. She parked way down there by the flagpole. And then John never moved, just got out of the car and stood there and took it like a man and got ran over. No.
Crazy. And then wait, do they even know anything about the 227, the jury? I mean, do they even have a clue what's going on right now?
I don't know, but he didn't. Okay, so here's my issue with that damn phone, house loan to die and the cold thing.
Yeah.
You want me to believe that search was not originated at 2:30 in the morning?
Not buying it.
I heard your little song and dance about how you think this happened. But where would the phone get the idea of that type of search coming up in a few hours at 2-something in the morning? Don't tell me it's the same
No,
tab
I
open.
know.
That's what you're trying to tell me, and I'm not buying what you're selling.
Nope.
Why would she go back to an old tab on purpose that she had open? I don't even know. I don't even think about opening tabs half the time on my phone. It's not something I think about. Oh, I better save that. I better save. I'm not that person. I'm like, oh shit, where'd that go? I looked up the other day and I gotta do it again. I never think about tabs until I accidentally realize I got 100 open. Then I'm telling my phone to close them all or whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm not. He
No.
didn't convince me of
Yeah,
anything.
I just looked at my phone just to see because I have an iPhone and I had
Yeah.
157 tabs open. So I
Oh my
understand what
god.
he's saying. I understand what he's saying. You can go in and do a search. And you can either hit the plus and open a new tab and
Right.
do a search, or you could just go on the tab that's already there and
But that's not
open.
gonna change and open a new
But
time.
he even
Yeah.
said that
He
once you
did it.
go into that old
Yeah.
tab that's open and do a search, it's going to restamp it. So then
Yeah.
how is he
He,
saying that?
he actually did say that.
Yeah, yeah.
In
So
the very
what
beginning of his testimony. I wrote down the key things that he was saying. And Joe, I noticed that one phrase he said GPS location may be interfered with such things like being in a basement. And I was like, a what?
a basement. Yep, exactly.
All of a
Well,
sudden now we got it might be interfered with if in a basement. How convenient. How convenient. Because we might be talking about that basement later, right?
oh yeah, for sure.
Fuck. What's happening here, y'all?
Yeah,
What?
I'm not convinced by this guy at all. No, no, not at all.
I mean, it's Celebrate guy. He's going to do what he does. This is part.
Sure,
This is not. They always testify in cases. Like we got the
sure.
Cyray versus the Nick Balance bullshit coming up in Idaho, but
Yep.
so we have to get used to PowerPoint presentations. We've heard so much about that over there in Idaho.
Yeah, but why doesn't he have the actual data? You know what I mean? Like,
Here's
why
the
can't he
thing.
show us
Well,
the download?
okay, well, he can show you the download, right?
Mhm.
But what you see isn't going to be a description of what you're looking at. You're going to see a bunch of fucking numbers and a bunch of this and a bunch of data that
Yeah,
we can't decipher, right? It's got to be plugged in to the Celebrite system that they use and then read and downloaded and read. And that's how they do all of these digital evidence. They download the stuff. It goes to USB, thumb drives, whatever, however they decide to store their stuff. Then it's plugged into a Cyray and his Nexus
Mhm.
operating systems. They plug the cast people. They plug it in. Maori plugged it into the fucking computer system. They all do it.
Yeah.
Some use similar systems. Some use Cyray's stuff. Some use whatever. But that's just how it is. And when they do their reports and write everything up, it comes out in PowerPoint presentations. Defense uses them as well as prosecutions. That to me, that stuff is like whatever. I get why I'm not looking at the original data. I'm getting his interpretation of data. I'm getting a systems interpretation. They're all going to be different. That's why Cyray versus FBI is going to be different. It's my system versus yours. And I created mine getting sneak peeks at your shit to start with. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. These cell phone guys crack me up. I remembered the first case I ever watched where like all this was new and starting to come into court cases. It was like a lady here in Florida. She had harmed her child in the woods, but they had her down. It was like one of the first times they could pinpoint someone down to a 10-mile radius.
Mhm.
With that said, this lady absolutely did what she did to her child. That 10-mile radius always bothered me as a defense attorney coming into the picture. You know what I mean? I wasn't thinking about her killing her child in the woods anymore. I'm thinking about a 10-mile accuracy. Damn. Can we do better? Because we might need to for cases like this, right? Not this one, but the one that I was reviewing that night or watching on TV that night. It would have been better if we could have really pinpointed her a little closer to that 10 mile. You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant. So I want to see accuracies get better, but don't tell me how accurate you are all the way to the house and then boom, all of a sudden, because I'm not requesting my phone be accurate no more. Now it sucks. Like what? That's crazy. I don't bookmark anything, Firefly. I don't I don't
Oh, you
even
don't?
remember, or Butterfly, I'm sorry. I don't even remember. And then if I do, I forgot I bookmark it. You know what I'm bad about doing? I have a Twitter account. It's not an alternate Twitter account. It's an old Web3 NFT account that I have. So I'll send myself links in DM to like recipes or something stupid, and then forget that I've done it. And then I'll go back later. I'm like, oh shit, I really wanted to try that. Joe says that interpretation of the data by both sides expert is key. Yeah, which is why the big deal when Lori's expert. Look, it's a problem when either side can't present a defense. I don't care who the defendant is, whether you're the actual
Of
defendant.
course, that's not fair.
It's not fair. We didn't get to see the defense expert on the ballistic.
That's not
test.
right. How is that? How is that not
Very biased and one-sided.
Yeah, how is
Well,
that not? That's an
one-
immediate appeal, I
Yeah.
would think.
Girl, you think immediate appeal? We got the cell phone expert in fucking Delphi Googling shit during the trial. Dude, we can all Google shit.
Right.
I don't need an expert to Google a probability because you want to go and discredit what the defense just told us. What tiny little bit they got to tell us. You're going to go do a Google search now as an expert to dispute that? Fucking give me a break. Yeah. Both sides need their experts.
Sure, of course.
We want fair trials.
Well, that just shows you the data can be interpreted different ways.
Exactly.
So who do you think is the most accurate? Because
right. And if you paid attention to like one of the hearings where it was earlier on the Maori stuff with Idaho 4, it came down to Cy even said he didn't discredit or disbelieve Nick Balance's report. He questioned Maori's interpretation of what he was seeing, right? Like, is he thoroughly trained and all this bullshit? So we'll see if it's really a conspiracy theory or not going on over there when the judge called it a conspiracy theory. Like, judge,
there's plenty of shady shit going on there too.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to
well,
think.
harsh to the judge, though. I have to say, I will admit that I thought that was a little damn kind of moment when the judge calls one of the experts a conspiracy theory. I'm like, damn, all of y'all watching the YouTube.
Well, I mean,
they sound like us.
Sorry, but you got to back up your claims. You can't make a claim like that without backing up, showing some data.
Joe, finding money like that is always fun. I found money like that once, and my son had $140 in his pocket. He sold something out in the yard. He's always finding fucking whatever. He's a boy. So anyway, he's like his dad. They tinker with shit, and he's gonna have to sell it. He can't help it. So I guess he sold something that day, probably a lawnmower, and I guess he stuck the money in his pocket. He forgot. So he's at work, and I realized he had washed clothes that morning, so I go put them in the dryer for him. I'm like, all this money. I was like, damn, son, that nice tip. So I get it all out, and I got it on the counter. I get it all drying. And so that night at supper, we're sitting there eating with me, him, my grandson. And I'm like, hey, so, how's y'all's day and all the bullshit. So then I'm like, you're missing something, son? He's like, oh, no, everything's good. And he's eating like my son eats. He eats like he's not had a dinner ever. And so he's just shoveling food in. I'm like, are you sure? Everything, he like all of a sudden he stopped and looked at me because I kept questioning him. Did you lose something? Everything good? You missing anything? And he looked at me and he's like, what? What did I do? I said, you didn't do anything. He never remembered he didn't have that $140.
Oh my God.
No. I finally had to tell him, like, dude, you're missing money. And that's when he looked at me and he got from the table, and I guess he went and checked where he would normally put it. He's like, is it in my pants? I was like, no, it's on the counter. It's all dry. Where's my tip? Yeah, it's always fun to find money.
Yeah,
I need
it
to
is.
for some money. Shit.
One time I was going into some restaurant and there was like $20 just sitting there. Like,
right? That's always
somebody must have just like reached into their wallet or purse or something and just wow.
Oh yeah, it happens. I have found
Mhm.
I found money like that before. I found $20 at in a mud puddle at Universal Studios. Just walking along, uh,
Yeah.
going to get something to eat. And I look down. There's $20 floating in the mud puddle. I'm like, okay, that'll cover the kids a drink. And
Exactly, right? It's like,
right? I
okay,
got three
yay.
kids trailing behind me. I'm fucking Universal Studios. They're ripping me off already, but
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, geez,
We're
yeah.
having a blast. But hell yeah, I'll take that $20 out of the mud puddle. But I walked out of a store one night. There was a kid that walked out, and I was walking in, and I recognized him, and I knew a little something something about him. So I was like, oh, I think I know who that boy is. So I
Mm-mm.
go get to checkout. I get my business, and I leave. It's late. We're like literally the only ones there. As I walked out and looked down, there was a wad of cash laying there. Old boy was gone. I know what I just found. I'm like, oh hell! So I scooped it on up, went on my merry ass way.
Yep, yep, yep. That's
It
how
was
it is.
over $100. I know how he got it.
How long is this break? Did she say? I didn't even really. I stopped listening.
It's she said 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her usual 15. Go. Oh, well, I don't want to keep being mean and saying she's got to go check her pins, but I think that's the problem. I think she's got the weak bladder. I'm not shaming women that do, but women that do know what to do. Bev,
Mhm.
we need to give her some advice, ladies. I don't have to do that yet, so I probably shouldn't make fun of her because karma's a bitch. I'll wake up tomorrow needing fucking Depends. Watch. I promise I won't tell y'all if I end up needing those.
That's TMI for sure.
Nuh-uh, we might can bond over shit like that.
Well, true, but I think most women who have had a child have
Yeah,
that
Joe,
problem to some degree.
oh yeah, right. That's it. That
Yes.
that
The
bladder.
stress incontinence, Yeah.
It's one thing to have a baby kick you in the bladder and you about piss yourself. Oh my God. Joe, I know if they give me back too much money, was a manager for so long at restaurants and having to count girls, registers up at the end of the day. Money was always, you don't want your money missing or messed with. You
Oh,
cannot have
yeah.
that. It's on
I was a
you as the
teller.
manager, right? So I always, yeah, I give it back to them if they give me
I
back.
was a teller for
But
a
hey, if
few
y'all are
years.
absent-minded and dropping your money all over town, that's your problem. It's all the coffee. I was told I had to drop the R over there at Shorty's the other night. I was like trying to
R?
do I was trying to do the New England accent with my
Oh,
son.
that's just it. They put R's where they don't belong and they take
And
R's out.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Chalk and Hara. I know that's one.
Butterfly.
I remember Jennifer McCabe on. She was in Chalk and Hara at
What
the
the hell is
whole.
that? Yeah, like y'all don't even.
Chalk
I know
and
people
Hara.
think I talk funny, but damn.
I know it is.
What is that
I
one
don't.
guy we used to watch his shorts on YouTube? The funny guy from New England. He would do KarenRead skits and
Oh,
Burger.
boundless millennial.
Yes, his accent was so
He
strong,
must
wasn't
be.
it?
He must be from there. I think he lives
Oh
in
my
Florida now.
God. Yeah,
But
I don't
he
know where
hates
he is.
Karen Reed. He thinks she's guilty as hell for sure.
His shit was funny, but I mean, I'm not,
Yeah.
I don't see him around anymore, but
Yeah, he's still around.
is he?
Mhm.
He was funny though, I have to
Yeah,
admit.
oh yeah, he's funny, but I'm like
My favorite
I
one
don't
is still
agree
the
with him.
Koberger one. Oh, I don't agree with him, but
Yeah.
his shit
Oh,
was
the ones where they move the
night
mouths
with the
and stuff.
sheet.
Oh shit.
No, the one he did where Koberger's driving by in the car and the sheath jumps out. And
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
he's like, "No, come back!
Oh, he's
Don't
definitely
go!"
right.
Yeah, when the sheath just flew out the window and flew into the house all by itself. That one was funny, I have to say. I laughed for a long
Oh yeah,
time.
he's got
I'll
some good
probably go to
ones.
hell for laughing at some of his shit, but it is what it is.
But all his thumbnails have like Karen Reed looking like a psycho. Like the last one, I think from 15 hours ago, it shows her in the car looking out her back rear view mirror and John
Right.
standing
Yeah.
there like she's gonna
People
mow
do
him
that.
down.
People try to grab the grossest pictures. You know what I do? I post like the most appealing one I can find of the defendants.
Yeah.
I don't, if it's a subconscious, I don't know. Occasionally, I would, like when I was doing my series on pretrial detainees with Richard Allen, I would show the actual pictures of what he looked like. But when I do Brian Koberger, I've used the mugshot from Ada County a few times. Usually, I show him in a suit and tie in the courtroom. Lately, I've been showing the thumbs up picture because he's got a little shirt on. He's not like disgusting. I mean, he may be to some, but I don't seek the scariest looking photos of them. You know what I mean? I just don't. I'm not a drama chick. Sometimes I wish I was, but I'm just not.
Yeah.
I don't know if that adds to my thumbnails. Is that supposed to make mine better the crazier the picture I can throw down? I just don't get it.
I
Is
just
that
show.
what like I need to do like a community poll, like what kind of thumbnails draw you guys in? Is it the crazy pictured ones? Is it the headlight?
I
What is
just shared a couple with you, like from Boundless Millennial. This is the kind
Oh,
of
that's
stuff
you
he
coming
does.
in. Okay, that's from you coming. I
Like
see it now.
he's yeah. They're
Yeah.
very aggressive.
Oh shit, he coming in hot.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord, we may take a look at those. I feel like they'll do a lunch break before that hearing, if we ever get to it today.
Probably what, it's 11:30 already?
I think
Or
they said.
maybe
Oh well, I thought one of those news agencies this morning said 1 o'clock was the hearing, but don't quote me on that.
I don't think they have enough time for cross-examination of this guy, so they have to bring him back if they don't get to it.
After lunch, yeah. Well, is she gonna sidebar all the way to lunch? You know she's good about doing that. I've seen her do that a couple times.
Maybe.
As soon as they come back from their little congregational meeting over there, she'll say, "Let's just go ahead and break for the day and have some lunch."
I know. Oh, it's already 12. Oh, it's
Give me
time.
my glass of wine, a shot of whiskey, whatever the freak.
Yeah. Oh my
It's getting.
gosh.
I think they all drinkers.
Yep.
I know there's a
So-
bunch of dudes with some beer guts in that town. Jesus Christ. I like a tall dude that's not got a, I don't even look like that. Every guy I see in this town looks like that.
Yeah. At this age,
Not girl, right? At
none
this
of them
age,
are real attractive
you went
anymore.
there.
Like,
Thank
no.
you. Look,
I
look.
mean, I'm
my
sure
fa-
I've probably
I've
looked
only
the same
been married
for them.
one time, and he was my age.
Mhm.
My second relationship, we were never married. We were together for 10 years. We have a beautiful child together. He was younger than me, and I own it. It is what it is. I don't see I haven't seen a good looking guy girl in so long. Not like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean? Not to make me go look twice.
Right.
That's rare for me to look twice.
Yep.
Or to even have a thought in my mind. You know what I mean? Like, you just get away from me. 6 feet, dudes. 6 feet.
I mean, it's not even just looks, it's like their general attitude is just like,
Yeah, I know you can't smile at one. You can't say hello because now they think you want to date them. And it's not like that at all. I'm not looking for a date. If I was, it'd be easy to find. I
yeah.
am so not looking for a date. So I just don't even talk to most of them. I'm like, hi. I see them at the store all the time, like, hi, as we walk in and out. But that's about as far as it goes. Because I hate to tell you, bro, you can take me fishing, but you can't take me home. Let's put it that way.
Is Judge Barisky the one for
Oh,
what's her
good.
name?
Joe,
Lori?
Joe, maybe you should do like the rest of us do and sit at home and watch these bitches and run your mouth into breaks. Get up here with us. You know where the link's at. Get up here, Joe Schmo. Talk some shit with us. Yeah, Joe, we have to remind Joe to take food. Butterfly and I are always like, take some protein, dude. Because Joe had a bad habit of not taking care of Joe at Delphi, so Butterfly and I had to get on his ass. So when he went to go cover Lori, we made sure that Joe remembered his snacks. Guys, we weren't going to let him fall out on us. We needed those updates, those sneak peeks into the future. Uh-oh, am I extra today? I'm extra. I am a little bit. Is it a full fucking moon or something? Or is it a new moon? I don't even know what moon phase I'm in. That's rare. Oh, Mercury's not in retrograde, is it?
I think
That's
it's a
my
new moon. I could be wrong. I think it's a new moon.
When does Mercury take her ass retro again? That's my ruling planet. What's up with my feed here. Let me take this down, guys, and refresh and bring it back up. I didn't stream yesterday, so I took Sunday off, and I'm used to being here with you guys, so maybe I'm extra because I missed you
No.
guys.
No, it's a waxing crescent now. But it must be
Guys,
barely anything there.
that was that
Oh.
Lori Vallow interview I want to show you guys later. Not Lori Vallow's interview. I'll get struck for playing it. But that juror that I liked spoke to Nate Eaton that I wanted to look at later. God, there was something I was about to tell you, and I interrupted my own thought process. Y'all know I'm bad about doing shit like that. Okay, Tosh, stop talking. Hello, Mr. Joe Schmo. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
I'm muted. No.
Not the damn mute button.
Ah, that was default set. Like I didn't intentionally mute myself, but sometimes that's the better option. You
I
should
bought
come
a
in.
lighter a few months ago, and my lighter said, "You're on mute." And it had a little microphone with a little crossed out symbol. And every time I looked down at my lighter, I'd look at to see if I was on mute or not. I'm like, oh shit. So it looks like they are still on break.
So Joe, you're not convinced by this guy, huh?
Yeah, Joe.
Oh, no way. He was all over the place. So he had some very specific, very scientific evidence, but there were times when he was like, oh, well, this is just kind of an estimate, and I'm not sure about the level of accuracy here or the level of accuracy there. So I'm like, no, dude, if I'm on that jury, I'm not buying it. Nope.
Right.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was so funny that his accuracy was so great all the way up to them arriving. And then all of a sudden it's no longer accurate because John's phone stopped asking it to be as accurate. And I don't buy it because my kids got Life 360. And I'm telling y'all, that shit is improved over the 10 years that we've had it to the point where it now it would maybe tell me he was 2 houses down from where he actually was. Even at his dad's, that's how I know for certain. My kid's literally 2 houses down from where it's telling me. And it would do that at his friends. Now it shows me the exact house at all of his friends, his girlfriend's house, his dad's house, his school. I get alerts when he leaves to go to school and he gets to school, all these things. And if I look and I double check, my son is always exactly where he tells me. So if Life 360 can develop a technique to be able to do that, you can't tell me these operating systems on these phones and these GPSs aren't as accurate, right? If not better. So you got a really accurate phone all the way till it gets there because he stopped asking the phone to be as accurate. Did he activate maps on the way to the Alberts that would prompt the phone to be more accurate? Or just
Did he need it? Had he been to 34 Fairview before? Did he need directions how to get there?
I don't think so. Yeah,
no.
I don't think he had.
From what we're understanding, he didn't know where he was going. They even passed the street or whatever, past the house. Jen McCabe claims that she was watching for them because she knew they didn't know where they were going. So I'm like, and I know the guy's talking about the Waze app and all this shit. So is he telling me that John activated something on his phone to be more accurate because he's needing driving directions, or that just because it became accurate as he got into a vehicle and started moving? And then all of a sudden when it arrives where it's going, now it's no longer accurate because now you say because it's not asked to be so accurate. So why was it asked to be so accurate to begin with? Because of the Waze app?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he testified. Yes. It's because when you activate the Waze app, it refines your accuracy. Your geolocation accuracy becomes better.
The phone had to be told to do that, though. It didn't just automatically become accurate, then stop being accurate.
Right. But he even said all of those location points are within a certain radius of what we're seeing on here. So it could be at the center of that radius. He could be out by the street, or he could be in the house.
Exactly. And I've always known that with cell phones because that case I was talking about earlier. Once that case happened in Florida and I saw the big deal that cell phone made in that case, this was years ago, That's when I started really paying attention to cell phone evidence. It fascinates me because it's got to be accurate. If you want me to believe, you know what I'm saying? I've always known they're not going to be able to pinpoint an exact location on that phone.
Right.
Even if they use like 360 or something, still it could maybe off a degree or two. But you got all these 5-meter accuracies because the phone was told to be accurate. And then all of a sudden you arrive where you're going. Did he close the app, which prompted it to stop being as accurate over here? Let me close my maps. I'm not
Well,
buying. It's
even
not a hard sell.
5-meter accuracy. We've had 5-meter accuracy on our phones for
Right.
at least a decade and
Right.
probably like 15 years. So 5 meters. Think about this, people. 5 meters is 15 feet. That's plus or minus. So that could be 15 feet to the left or 15 feet to the right. So that's 30 feet of uncertainty of where this person actually was at any given time. 30 feet. That's huge in a case like this.
Oh,
When
yeah.
his body ends up 30 feet off of the road by the flagpole, it's huge.
And the way he was trying to describe, now going back to when the expert was testifying and he was trying to describe the incline change, he even wanted to make up an excuse for that. And we all heard him say, like going into a basement would affect.
Yeah.
Right? Joe, I saw your comment. I was like, Joe, I had just literally wrote
Ironic that you say
I
that.
know. Yeah. We were like, yeah. So now all of a sudden, y'all's data health cares on your little smart and fancy iPhones is bullshit, because now it gets confused when you're inside of a home or a basement. So if you're in your basement working out, don't count on that health data fancy ass motherfucker you're wearing to tell you an accurate depiction of what you just did. Huh. Damn. iPhone Apple hates me right now. Like, that's not a good plug.
That was important in Delphi because they had the Apple Health data. After the geolocation went quiet at the south end of the bridge, they knew that they took something like, 15 or 25 steps. They didn't know in what direction, but they took like 15 to 25 steps. And I'm telling you, 15 to 25 steps does not get you to the Deer Creek. It'll get you down to Brad Weber's gravel drive, but it will
get you
not
down to the drive. Yeah. But that's about it. We're right in a location where a car could be sitting. Damn it, dude. Don't send me down a Delphi rabbit hole. I was literally in one all weekend.
Oh my gosh.
I've come up. I had research purposes going down. I had to take one for the team. I had to do shit I didn't like to do. I had to review shit I didn't like to review. But I did, because I got to know the truth. And I found out the truth. So,
well, you're gonna have to share that with everybody then.
Well, I'm planning a show this week one night. I should have a special guest coming on. We're working out the details. Really trying to go by this schedule here, Karen, to sneak it in. It'll be a nighttime show for sure, or maybe an afternoon if we get an early day. We haven't decided yet, so I will let you guys know soon.
Close the session. Be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
All right, let's go.
Oh, Hank, bring it, Hank.
Mr. Whiffen, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
There's no such thing as scientific certainty.
Apple Health data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you about it earlier on, but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet connection?
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survives on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before Mr. O'Keefe's phone began approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and looked at the health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
The different points when you tracked Apple Health data, is that helpful even if you're only trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly? If it was,
it can determine whether it's working properly. It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
if a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data, and then they stop moving, and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement, would the Apple Health data resume movement even if somebody else picks up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Does it identify the owner in order to register movement?
question.
It doesn't, no.
Okay. Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did?
Yes.
Please.
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information's aggregated, so you see chunks of time and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C .SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular, so we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the HealthDB Secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3 individual flight climb events with individual timestamps. Typically, that source is not used because the data is not stored there for very long. The information I found on John's phone was essentially these 5 records. So between 11 minutes and 9 seconds and 21 minutes and 5 seconds, there were 170 steps recorded by the device.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to stop at each one and ask you some questions. At the time period between 12/11/09, 12/21/05, you don't have any independent information where John O'Keefe or his cell phone were, do you?
The location data that I showed to begin with on Washington Street was around 12 minutes after midnight. So the presumption is that's where the location was at that time. And then 21 minutes and 5 seconds, the device had already started using Waze. It was already driving along Denham Street or had turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffen, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time, and my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12/31/56 to 12/32/16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
Okay. At 12/31/56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12/32/16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps.
Correct.
Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could
line.
it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question, sustained.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike on.
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Okay. Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12/22/14.
Correct.
To 12/24/37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line, and again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you.
Sorry, I'll go back.
Continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb. The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred, and within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffen, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
It appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12:24:37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12:24:37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone walking upstairs or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you. You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone. Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current power log databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays power log data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the power log records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have 2 tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S Block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds once you account for the UTC -5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27. What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table. So now we have a value of 1643.8687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to 18 minutes and 25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So all this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between the monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned that flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury so you understand whether it's accurate or not?
It would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time, and they both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Okay. Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start the slides?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
But apparently not like that. There we go.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50, and then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m. when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then, as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they locked the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened, and at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen, and at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage, and at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use, and at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night?
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
In 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning?
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of a pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 seconds where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffen, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. Phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, "See you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "Your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whiffen, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time near 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, that the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, an increased reduction in...
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24, 33,
So
until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
the
my opinion.
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Leslie?
May we reapproach, Your Honor, please?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Are we sidebarring again?
Can we approach? He said. Let me turn my
That
headphones.
sounds like a sidebar.
Okay. Can we approach, Your Honor? Like, can we get down and really cross-examine this dude, or you let us time.
Joe said he's going to need some help with bail money because he said reasonable degree of scientific certainty. He said it more than 3 times. He said it
Joe
many,
get
many
all worked
times.
up. Me and Pokemon, we tried to encourage you, Joe, earlier. No,
Are you sure that's not a thing? I've heard that a lot.
Reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable degree of stop insulting my intelligence with your accuracy. All of a sudden inaccuracies, and here's why.
Because I've heard it with medical certainty too.
Explain your broken ass clocks to me. I don't like clocks to start with. They're enemies to me.
Like they're going to say that medical examiner. They're going to say that to the medical examiner too, with a reasonable degree of medical.
Y'all get used to these terms. If you're going to be watching trials, you have to
Okay,
use
so reasonable.
It is not a standard scientific term. So yeah, you're
Exactly.
right.
Reasonable is a subjective term. That's not scientific.
I understand the definition, but apparently it's allowed in court.
It's opinionated. Yeah, for sure.
All
Well, as an
experts
expert, what's your opinion, right?
Exactly. All opinion based. Every fucking bit of it. Whoops. I don't mean to be so cussy and whatever, but it's whatever. Button pressing phrases are ain't specialty, Joe.
What degree of certainty, if any? That would be.
I have a degree of certainty you might not be so accurate there, sir. That's my degree. Let's declare it now. I think Joe's like the first one in line to scream it. At least he's not up there Googling shit, Joe. And taking break. Well, he might be taking breaks to do so. He ain't about to eat candy, is he? Okay. That's kind of should have done that before.
This guy looks like he's fixing to nerd
He's
out.
like, let me get my candy.
He's gonna tear you up, buddy. Go.
He just got a gummy in his mouth. Y'all don't let him fool y'all. He's ready to go. He's like, bring it on.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative
You may.
matters? May I?
Damn right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go for it, buddy.
Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffen. The first one.
So, yes, they can come into evidence.
Right.
They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So we can mark it as the next exhibit.
If we could, that's page 29 for the next exhibit.
You want them marked separately?
Separately, please.
Exhibit 40.
The next exhibit will be pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Okay.
That guy's already looking uncomfortable, y'all. It's like, oh shit. My early reports now have changed. You know,
As he should. He should feel.
The
well,
third and
you know,
last
that cell phone
is
battery
page 43
software improved
and
Firefly over time. Right now, I'm gonna go
page 44.
42.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's get it on.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffen. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
what I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan, and rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference, and with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to start with page 70, which we have as 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffen, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438, and it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
We could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival, we have device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here? With 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right 12:20:49, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry when it was read by John that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 12:25:09, and it says device locked with lock button.
Yes.
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely, device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location, latitude, longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing, so it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffen, is straightforward in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that timeline?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733. And that's 12/27/33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if the John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So, just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point, at 12/27/33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John, or the phone, is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Lesser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is, they're trying to find out, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolk. This is 12/27/45, device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 12/27/48. It says read message, which it says here, and is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question?
Yes. You did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe, is
Correct.
it?
Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above there's read messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44, and that you state is an incoming call from Jen McCabe, so there you do indicate the name, and you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolk 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact of Jen McCabe, says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is Deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It is health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right, so the correct parlance is health data,
yes.
Correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps, is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry, 12:31:56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately 84 feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about 84
I would accept
feet.
approximately 3 times 25.
Right.
So,
So, in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
yes.
So, again, your conclusion from your analysis is, with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Next entry. 123203. Pocket state cleared. Correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 123204, device unlocked with Face ID. Correct?
Correct.
And then at 123205, it states application focus messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 123206, and it states red message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 1231:47, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 123209, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 123216, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet. Correct?
Correct.
So, in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Leslie. Folks, we'll stop. Turn on lights, please.
You like up what's happening.
Lead you back to the morning. Jurors, we're going to recess for the day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use, all right? We'll see you tomorrow morning.
President, jury, right this way. Leave your notebooks on the chairs.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Of course you will. Man, I don't like them breaking his testimony up. Like, can we just wrap it up at the end of the, the prosecution's case? Or
Yeah, that's
whatever.
lame.
Right, and then they come back in the morning fresh and go at him all fucking day. Because guys got some explaining to do.
Oh yeah.
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
Right? He does, because I wrote down a lot of times, okay? I made some pretty good notes. I'm still going to find the transcript later and get that as well. But, yeah, you got some shits to explain to me, dude, if I'm on that jury. And I'm waiting to hear it. That's why you need a defense attorney. You're going to get those questions asked you need, right? I do. I already know what the state's case is going to be 9 times out of 10 if I've followed it even somewhat. So I'm always focused on what defense attorneys tell me. They're
It
going to
seems
make
like it seems like unless he was just getting started and getting ready to ask his good questions.
That's okay.
like,
Well,
stop.
that's all right. He can regroup.
Yeah, I
and
guess so.
He can see where he
Gives him
ended.
time to restructure and make sure he gets it really good.
He's going to assess the situation. He done took you back through the timeline and shown some discrepancies there.
Yeah.
And now he's going to drive it all home. And, you know, like the fact that he's filling in the gap for the jurors as to who was texting this to John O'Keefe. What they
And
were
why is this expert leaving out who texts are coming in from? Like he just
Right.
asked. So that message came from Jen McCabe, right? Why didn't he put that in his report?
Because listen, he was really, because he's not an investigator, right? So his job is to tell them what all the phone is doing. Now, that's why the prosecution didn't ask him who the fucking texts were from. They didn't care. But the defense is like, hold up a minute. Who are these texts from again? Then it came in. The expert's not going to get up there and tell anything that they're not asked 9 times out of 10. That's what I'm just being I'm telling you what they're going to tell you.
Right. No, of course. Yeah. But
True, but I don't like that he conveniently he said he only put the red dots that were the highest accuracy. Well, how ironic those happen to be around the flagpole. I want to see all the dots, regardless of the accuracy. Just label them with the accuracy.
Yeah. With that said, remember how he honed in on how accurate it was on the way to the home. Then when they got there, it was not accurate, but the movements around the flagpole are accurate. Don't think I didn't catch that as a juror.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention because I'm going into this blind. Unlike a lot of you, I have no preconceived notion or really formed opinion yet.
So it was sus to you too, huh?
Of course. I love a good expert. Well, what do we think trials are for in America?
Yeah.
I mean, we got to get it on. You got to present me 2 experts, be fair, one for each side. I know they're going to get up there and give me their best bullshit spill. I already know that. I'm not an idiot. But which one am I going to believe the most? Who's going to show me more scientifically what they're telling me is the most accurate?
What makes the most sense?
Right. Yeah. And don't get up there and try to fool me with your big words and stuff. I can see right past all that bullshit.
Okay, so here's the thing about my profession. So I'm believe it or not, I'm not a professional true crime content creator. it's my hobby.
Is that a real job?
Do I act like it's a real job for me, guys?
No, I'm not saying that. Okay, this is where I'm going. This is where I'm going.
No, I'm just randomly went somewhere in my brain. I don't know where I was
Right.
going.
No. So where I'm going with it though is in my real job, in my profession, I am not allowed to be subjective in my opinion. Like I have to evaluate a project and I have to tell exactly what my uncertainties are in the results of my findings. Like that is a legal obligation for me. Attorneys can be a little bit different. You know, attorneys can take a side. Attorneys can say, okay, I'm representing for the defense. I'm representing for the state, for the Commonwealth. But an expert like this guy, he should be objectively reporting his findings without any favorability to any side. And if he does anything short of that, like he should be subject to some type of repercussions for that, because that's not right. Like, you need to be objective in your scientific findings.
Well, honey, welcome to experts who come in to testify. We got a fucking conspiracy theorist over here about the testify in Idaho. Joe, what are you talking about?
I
Right.
mean, he's not showing things he says is not highly accurate. Well, show me what the degree of
First of
accuracy
all, he
is. Like,
doesn't get
let us judge.
he doesn't get to like
Yeah.
I said, he's not an investigator. So who turns over cell phone to a company and says, "Take a guess at what I need to look at"? What do you think's the most important thing? No, 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 no. A good attorney is going to have someone on their team to tell them what to go look for.
Mm.
I mean,
Sure.
you got to spell it out like we're fucking 2-year-olds. So,
Miss Shorty has a good comment. Miss Shorty says they have to take a side. The whole point of the law is that it's an adversarial system. I get that with
right.
attorneys, but not with the experts. And I'm not allowed to actually take a side. My side in my profession takes the side of factual
You're
evidence.
not a
Like
juror expert. All
right.
right. We need to, I look at juror expert witnesses, not juror expert juror witness. I look at experts who testify in trials all the time. I love to get their names, go look them up. How many times they testified in other places? What other kind of cases? What's going on here? What's their background? What's their history? They're all subjective. They're all going to get up there and say it, but it's up to the attorneys to ask those questions and pick it apart. That's when your good defense attorney is going to walk in there and do just that. Otherwise, you're going to have this story they're going to tell you, and it's all going to be cute and glorious. But then no one's going to point out discrepancies except for the defense attorney. That's why having a good defense attorney is a really important thing. And I don't hate on defense attorneys, you know what I mean? That's why when it comes down to trial, I pay more attention to even if I think the person's guilty of sin, I need to pay more attention to what that defense attorney is going to bring out during this case that may not have come out before. And I got to watch how they perfect their questioning of a witness, expert witness, matters to me. All the drama set aside in this case and all the noise, those expert opinions, and I said opinions because I clearly understand that's what they are. Those are what matters the most to me. That they're all that matters. They're the only ones that can get up there and testify as to the evidence.
And I guess that's where my profession may be like a unicorn, because we're not allowed to pick a side and we're not allowed to be adversarial. And I actually have testified as an expert witness in a civil matter regarding my profession. And when I made that testimony and when I testified as an expert witness, I did it completely objectively based on the facts of the matter and let the court sort it out after that. So I guess that it's probably rare that we see that where people are actually completely objective and don't offer any subjective opinions. And that's actually a temptation that we're warned by our attorneys and by our legal representatives. Don't do that. Don't get subjective.
It's also up to that defense attorney to stand up and call him out on his opinionated testimony. He just sat there and gave his scientific. So I got to hold the defense responsible for some of that as well. And that's in any case I go into, not just because if people assume I'm being specific to KarenRead, I might get come after later. I don't know. I've seen too much, especially this weekend. I have a heart. My trust meter is fucking broken. All right. So I need to make it clear when I'm speaking about some of these things, I'm talking in general about court cases. I just think that, jurors, I hope, are smarter than what we give them credit for being. The ones in Delphi were duped. I can't explain nothing that went on there. I don't even want to try because I don't understand what the fuck happened in Delphi. So Delphi's off the table. It's that anomaly out there all by itself. It's the lone wolf of true crime that nobody wants to really look at because it's so disgusting. It doesn't quite come with the drama of a pretty girl with sexy hair. Maybe I need to get off the Delphi shit for a minute. My rabbit hole was too deep this week.
So I didn't realize. So Whiffen is the one who created this app that's doing all this stuff. So then,
so Miss Shorty, okay, wait a second. Is that what we're learning?
That's what.
Because remember when I was talking about earlier, I don't know. I just don't know what are you replying to a comment? Okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Shorty says you're also a person of integrity. Whiffen is not. Clearly, last time he really did this. So he has an app he created, kind of like Cyray's stuff. I was
Bullshit.
about,
Yeah, I already did.
I was, you knew what I was fixing to do. My friend
Yeah.
knows me. She knew I was about to call him a name. Well, I didn't call him the name. The judge did, conspiracy
Oh yeah.
theorist.
Yep.
But I don't. Yeah, his app, this sucks, Miss Shorty. It's all accurate until the time he arrives at the location. Then suddenly it's not. Then suddenly it is again when the body's just lying in the snow. Yeah.
Turtle
Okay.
Boy got swatted. What?
Oh my goodness. I heard he's been throwing down some shit for y'all to read lately. I haven't read
Bet
it
you
yet.
Jennifer McCabe's at the root of that. She does not like him.
She got the balls to swat Turtle Boy.
Yes.
Turtle Boy might have a woman in his corner. She best watch out. Might not be one of them I don't take no shit Bostonians. Yeah, Rachel, give us where can we maybe if we trolled the Twitter. So what time is this damn hearing gonna be? Do we know?
I don't
Let me
know.
look it up. Let me go see what we got here.
Did they say they're just doing lunch? The jury's done for the day, but
She sent the jurors home, and she did not elaborate on anything beyond that. They went to fucking camera. Let me go back to the feed. I'm going back to the feed to see if it's showing us anything. And why is this not working? Long Crime done took their shit straight on. It says live. Oh,
on crime. They were looking at photos.
they're
of him
talking about
backing
stuff.
up. Well, it's got what's her name?
Showing Karen's car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'll put the screen up, and we can keep an eye on it while we bullshit for a minute. I'm going to try to find out. Uh-oh.
Anjanette Levy. Yeah, she's on the screen.
Is it Anjanette Levy's show? Or is she just the one up there right now? Okay.
She's just up there right now interviewing somebody.
She's so funny. Oh, wait. Then we're looking at different things.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
More
No,
cozy with ARCCA than they are
and
letting
she
on.
is so funny.
Oh, yeah,
on
that's
this
it.
channel.
It's very possible, you know,
Do you ever
in
watch her
our
on her
profession,
YouTube
you know,
channel?
Oh, yeah.
attorneys and prosecutors or criminal defense
She's
attorneys
so
and
funny.
prosecutors, we tend to know the same witnesses. If you have, for example, an accident reconstruction expert that's a witness, they're used all the time. They're used, you know, from state to state, depending on their qualifications. They can be used as prosecution witnesses. They can also be used as defense witnesses. And just because an individual that's an expert is a witness for, say, the prosecution, doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing for the defense. And it doesn't mean that they ultimately can't be used as a defense witness later down the line. Again, this is a retrial, and it seems that now ARCCA is acting as a defense witness. Be interesting to see what the prosecution tries to get out of this witness.
Okay, so now I just heard her say now ARCCA's acting as a defense witness. Were they once the prosecution's witness?
No.
Why am I still confused over these ARCCA motherfuckers? Dude.
Not in this trial.
That's what I just said. She just said this time they're defense experts. So that's why I'm asking, whose were they the first time? Defense experts or prosecution? What's happening here? Okay, they were always defense then?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's this ARCCA crap's confusing to me.
Yeah.
I didn't pay close enough attention, I'll just be honest. So I'm trying to figure it out.
And why they would not call him or
I don't like to
whoever
be
the individual
uninformed.
is. Why would they not
Gotta
call
know.
the individual as their own witness like they did in the first trial? So things to think about, and we'll certainly see that by the end of the day today or tomorrow, I expect.
Yeah, this could be this is a crucial and critical hearing for the defense in this case, and we could find out that the judge is going to say no, you're not allowed to testify. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but these experts have been ordered to bring all communications, whether they are emails, whether they are text messages, encrypted messages, everything. They've been ordered to bring all communications. The defense says, we don't have these 100 text messages that you're referring to. The judge says, well, you were required to keep that stuff. And Robert Alessi said, well, we can't hand over what we don't have. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually bring these communications when they show up and when they testify. I do want to mention to everybody, though, this is a retrial, as we've been discussing, just to let you guys know. today we have the Karen, there's this
That's
new
what I thought,
podcast
Rachel.
that we've produced. It's on Wondery Plus and Apple Podcasts. It's called Karen the Retrial. It just dropped today, so you might want to check that out.
Okay, so that's what I originally thought as well, Rachel. The feds originally hired them, so I'm assuming they took a position that this was not an accident by car. So then the defense latched onto them, I'm assuming. And then that's how some payment discrepancy bullshit came about. Now, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get there. Like, I have to know. So I want this hearing to happen. So I'm going to try to find information on, let's see if she talks
we did
about
one
that
during the first trial. Check this out. This is a brand new podcast. I think you're really going to enjoy it. So it dropped today again, Wondery Plus and Apple Podcasts. More questions now. This question comes from Laura for you, Safa. Do you think the Celebrite expert, Ian Whiffen, he testified in the first trial, do you think he lost the jury with all of the technical information?
Yes.
Oh, listen, he lost me too. When we listen to these technical things, it could get a little boring. It could get a little inundated, and that's just being honest and transparent. He is an important witness, though, and so hopefully the jury is still there listening, as attentively as they can to his testimony because it is necessary. But I think that the issue becomes if there's too much information, jurors get tired.
You know what? One thing he did say that caught my attention was, where'd it go? I got to go back over that timeline that he was spouting out, that I was writing stuff down. There was a block of time. Oh, here it is. From 12. No, it was during the phone temperature log.
Mm-hmm.
So like 1:36, it registered a 50-degree temp. And then there was a large gap with nothing recorded on the battery temp until 6 a.m.
Well, that's convenient then. Yeah, what happened in between?
That's fucked up, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So if we got a 50, and I didn't hear, the last temperature I got was at 1:36 a.m. at 50 degrees. Then I heard there was a large gap in time, and then at 6 a.m. it was only down to 43 degrees.
Okay.
Now, if I didn't write my stuff down wrong, that's what he said. That's why I want to go back tonight. There's a local news agency there. Like, we had that in Delphi too, where they would just go back and do a really good transcript at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody will have this out there, and I'm going to go snag it because I don't have the time to sit there and re-listen to all that and write it down again. I got most of it written down, that if it jumped out at me, I was writing down the defense's questions about particular times because I needed to hear that stuff and make notes of it to remember it. But I remember, it just dawned on me about that gap of missing temperature data. That's what's going on with that. That makes no sense to me. So I hope the defense ask about that, right? When they get their turn back on this guy, when they get down to the battery temp area. Yeah, because I want to know, why is there a gap? Would pocket state cause there to be a gap?
I doubt it.
No, not according to him. Pocket state just means the camera's covered up. Like under a body or in a shoe or in a basement covered up. I don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In your pocket the whole time. That would cause the camera to cover up and make a phone be in pocket state. Shit, my phone be always in pocket state. And they can't be certain when that phone is picked up if it's, what exactly is about to happen. Like, I saw him pick up his phone and look at that. Could have triggered it. Well, yeah, it could have. A lot of things could have been possible. And how come he didn't look for a second profile on that phone? We know from the Delphi case how important knowing if there's a second account attached to a phone is, as to exactly who opened and did what. Just like a home computer shared by the family.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
Kind of like an Amazon family account.
Yeah, exactly. And that AI shit made me do it. We got a little bit of that thrown in here. What did he say exactly? Let me find if I can find my note.
He tried to say that her search "How Long to Die in the Cold" was
Yes.
strictly suggested by AI, and I'm like, I know based on my AI suggestions, those are usually based on my past searches.
Okay,
So
so right,
if
didn't he claim that she was looking, or when she searched in "How's long to DI," which triggered it to think she was searching "How long to digest food"?
right, yep,
The fuck?
right.
Are we seeing how long stomach contents last on a dead body?
Well,
That was my next question as a defense attorney. Excuse me, you were Googling what? How long to die in cold and stomach contents? What, lady, are you okay? You might have been the one needed to get stabilized. Oh, you sent me an email with some temp data. Okay, cool. Thank you. I need to try to figure out about this hearing, guys. Let's see if I
First
can. I know where to go. Let me take that down and let me go look at Long Crimes thingy and see if they got a feed set up for it upcoming. Oops, wrong thing. Yeah, Twitter's going crazy with this latest testimony. There's some very comical people on the Twitter. There really is. I just laugh and scroll. Well, occasionally I'll comment. Depends on my mood. So so according to Turtle Boy's Twitter this morning, he was swatted. We'll go take a look in a second and see what he's got to say happened. Court TV is looking at Court TV's got the OnlyFans showing. Let's see. Okay, they say it says that they are Court TV reported at 12:14 my time 2 minutes ago that they are on lunch until 2 p.m. So that would be 1 o'clock my time.
No, they're in court right now. I thought they just showed them in court. No,
they removed. I'm looking at the live feed from Court TV, and it's showing live court is on break. Court will resume at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, okay.
Which is 1 o'clock my time, 45 minutes away. I just now, what are you looking at a different feed?
No, I'm looking at Long Crime. They just showed them in the courtroom, but I don't know.
Are they showing like a feed from yesterday?
Now they're back to Anjanette Levy and that lady. So
yeah, she was just going over it. Yeah, I'm going by the. Let me save this Court TV feed though. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Because I usually do it through Long Crime. I want to save this link and just go right back to it a little bit. Okay, so Miss Shorty's like us, Joe. She sleeps when she sleeps. She'll say she's going to sleep. It never happens. I did that all day yesterday because I didn't stream. I was tired and I was like, I'm going to take a nap. And guess what? That nap never happened. But I kept laying down expecting a nap, but it never happened. I was like, what the hell? Any other day, I'd be like, please give me a nap. But on the day I can actually just lie there and nap, no, not happening. Crazy shit. Okay. Let me pull this up. I need to go let my doggy outside, but I'm going to put something up for you guys to watch first. Joe, remember I got some microdot stuff we're going to take a look at in a second with KarenRead. But remember the juror that come out and spoke in the Lori trial, the lady with the short black hair?
Mm-hmm.
We liked her or whatever. Oops.
Yep.
Okay, so did you see that she did a little piece with Nate Eaton? I haven't watched it all yet. I just know that she did it.
I didn't see the one with Nate. I saw the one with Lauren from Hidden True Crime, and I'm like, damn, girl, how are you getting all those interviews? But Nate got one too. That's cool. I haven't seen that.
Oh,
no.
Who you're asking Lauren that?
Yeah, Lauren got an interview with her. Yeah.
Yeah, Lauren gets interviews with everybody, dude, especially in the Lori Vallow cases. If there's somebody attached to a Lori Vallow, Hidden True Crimes all over it. They've been following Lori Vallow from day one. Like they have never stopped. They were on it hard and heavy long before many people were. I'm telling you, she was the first one to really dive into the LDS type stuff and bring some of that to the foreground. She did a lot of good work in that case early on, but yeah, she's like
Yeah.
mainstream media of YouTube. You know, it is what it is. A lot of
Yeah,
people.
and what's interesting about her is she is LDS, but her husband is not.
Mhm.
So
And
she
don't
can
think
she
she's
can.
not reaching out to people left and right. She doesn't make no qualms about it. She's a reporter. She's reaching out. All you
I'm
can do is
learning.
leave it.
I'm learning. I'm going to get there someday. I'm not there yet, but I'm going to get there someday.
Yeah, she's been at this a long time, so she's definitely reaching out to everybody. All they can do is say no. So
Right.
it's a normal. Yeah, it's normal. And this girl was ready to talk. You know, some of these jurors be like, please, God, let us talk about this shit we just had to go through. We're right there with y'all, like true crimers. No wonder. They're going to be like, we're going to start watching the YouTube now. Y'all crazy. So this was her interview with, yeah, so she did a piece with Nate, Joe, and I have not watched it yet. So let me get the camera or the screen up. Excuse me.
I'm
I
done.
didn't see the one she did with Lawrence, so that's interesting. I don't watch Lawrence a lot, so I didn't even realize that she had done it. I haven't watched her in so long. Okay. So this is one of the jurors, guys, from the juror number 8. And she spoke out pretty much right after the trial, right, to a group of reporters outside of the courthouse. And we had played that interview. If you guys are here for that, we'd seen that. So this is like a follow-up to that I wanted to bring you guys, since Lori Vallow is still fresh in our minds of, oops, since her crazy-ass last interview. Okay. Here we go.
In 2 days.
Which, by the way, Joe, did you ever see any of that interview? I don't know if Joe's here. I watched Colby react, and I liked the way he did that, and I hope that people listen.
Since the guilty verdict, have you binged watched and read everything about the case, or have you kind of unplugged?
I have. I've watched it, and just kind of relaxing now that it's done. And yeah, it was pretty crazy, everything that we saw.
What's been the biggest surprise that you've learned since the trial's been over about the circumstances with this case?
By the time she even gets to this part of the whole thing, she won't even make it to it, which is crazy because she's already serving so much in Idaho.
You mean by the time she gets whatever she said to do with this part, doesn't really matter because in Idaho she has the 3 life sentences.
Yeah.
So you didn't even know any of that?
No.
No idea. And now that you've learned, did you ever during the trial, my big question was for the jurors, you kept hearing about.
So Joe, I'm guessing that we can believe them, juror number whatever his name was, 15. If you're still with me, I guess if he did find out the day before about Lori's past convictions because he heard it on the radio on the way home, he didn't tell nobody.
Right.
Tylee, did you ever wonder, well, where
so
is
that would be additional.
Yeah.
That would be an additional mistake. But just him knowing about it,
I know,
is a violation of the judge's admonition.
it's the violation of any juror.
Yes.
In any court. But I'm saying it became pretty clear pretty fast to me that if what he said was true, that he said the way he said it, that he knew the day before, he didn't tell other jurors about it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. I agree with that. Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah, but we couldn't really ask about it or look into it because we were asked not to. So.
Did you think that Tylee was still alive?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah, because at the time she was only 16, so that would only put her in her 20s.
Mm-hmm. What was the biggest surprise for you in the trial? Like, what was there one day or one witness that really like surprised you?
Actually, yeah, the girl that met up with Charles the day before.
Nancy Joe.
Yeah.
Nancy
it was a little
Joe.
bit, it was it was pretty interesting to watch hers. More because it blew up for her comeback, what she said, but I was surprised that she was there.
Wait, I think you mean the moment when Lori said, "So you spent your whole time talking about me," and she said, "Don't flatter yourself."
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly that.
yeah. That she was a memorable witness, and I know a lot of people were impressed with her. What was your thought about Lori? How the job she did in representing herself?
Honestly, the first part was a little shaky. The first week was a little bit shaky, but then the second part, I think she did pretty well. Other than like the parts where she got a little bit sassy, but yeah.
Right. I think that's kind
I
of her
love it.
personality.
Other than the
How
parts
about
where
the
she got
prosecution? How do
sassy.
you think they did?
I think they did extremely.
A sassy Lori, a sassy, sexy-haired Lori, like lady. Yeah,
She's not sassy. She's snarky, and I'm quibbling over words. So
she's salty.
snarky, sassy,
Quibble
whatever.
over words. I call it salty. Fuck this words. Damn
Yeah,
adults. Damn adults and our words. I'm teasing jokes. I'm saying that
right.
because I'm hearing it in court filings constantly. Keep out this word. Keep out that word. Like we're all got to go to preschool suddenly. Can't say
Right.
killed. We got to say
But
unalive.
they recognized her personality
Yeah.
so
Hmm.
they saw that.
Right. They picked up on those things, and that's good because you couldn't miss it if she's putting it on display. Her sassy nature,
That's not appropriate for somebody who is on trial for conspiracy to commit murder of your ex-husband. That's not appropriate. Like
There's
her,
a lot of inappropriate behavior in
yeah.
courtrooms.
Ugh.
There really is. It's mind blowing sometimes. I mean, shit, when you got defendants hopping over trying to kill the judge,
Right.
y'all buckle up, buttercups. There's no telling what'll happen in a courtroom.
Well,
Lord.
they got her. You could tell that they cracked her a few times, and that was good. That was a good thing to see happen and watch because it helped us with the overall.
Right, to the overall picture, the overall story of it.
Yeah. Yep.
Was there ever a moment where you were like confused or like wondering, wait, who are we talking about here? Because there's a lot of characters here. And there's a lot of your one character becomes Ned because he's a zombie. I mean,
Jesus
were you ever
Christ.
just trying to put it all together in your mind?
Yes, but I like to think that I did pretty good at taking notes.
There you go.
So I wrote all the times down. I wrote all the names down. I wrote when it
Yes.
happened.
She was.
I
She
had
was on the
pages
ball.
and pages and pages
Good.
of notes. So
There you go,
I looked
sister.
at those every day at the end, and
Me too.
I was pretty good at keeping on track with who everyone was and all that.
Very smart, very smart of you to do that. You didn't get
Juror number 8 was
they
like,
kept them.
I'm so bored. Juror number 8 was like, I'm so bored. I'm just going to let her take all the notes, and then however she votes, I'm going to vote too.
Yeah. Well,
Juror number 8 was so bored.
Well, we needed jurors in there that are going to take good notes, pay attention, and listen. We don't want the daydreamers and the drifters sitting over there. I don't want a daydreamer and a drifter sitting on my jury trial. If I was on trial for anything, I would not want a jury who's taking a nap or thinking about the laundry when they get home or whatever. Like, I want to see y'all taking fucking notes and paying attention. Because even though I'm live streaming and during the trial and y'all can't see me, my arm has a cramp because I'm taking too many notes. I'm like you, Joe. But still, I'm only trying to take. I write down specific things. I'm not going to transcribe a whole hearing or a trial that I'm literally watching. It's impossible. But I can make notes of the key important things, especially if I hear a key question asked. I'm writing down the answers. So we want jurors to pay attention. So I'm glad that she was on it like that, because it was a little. It probably could get confusing to them versus Charles versus Ned. Like they're the same person, but yet different, right? In Lori's world, you got a taste of Lori's world, didn't you, honey? It's not
Yep.
What was the deliberation like? Did you all watch the video that Lori asked you to watch?
We did.
They sure did.
What we saw in court on the big screen, the clippets of it, was the parts that were actually important to hear. Like what she wanted us to watch wasn't anything. We were confused why she wanted us to watch the whole thing.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. What was she going to talk about, her green enchilada or whatever, enchilada chili thingies? Why we were all wondering why Lori wanted them to view that whole thing when there's literally nothing. You know what I'm saying? It was so funny.
Because what they showed was important pieces of
Well, it
the
was
interview.
funnier that she was
And
pissed off that Adam didn't remember them. So she's like, "Don't you remember my green chili chicken enchiladas that I took to every single family gathering?" And he's like,
Well,
"No, I'm not. I'm not really remembering that." She's like, "You seriously? I took them to every single family gathering, and you don't
well,
remember that?"
I heard her son describe her little dish there and how she made that dish. And Lori,
Mm-mm. No,
sit
no,
down,
girl.
buddy.
Yeah, no,
Sit
no,
down,
no, no.
girl. Yeah, I don't even claim to be a freaking cook, but you gonna get up there and pretend you made something. I saw your own son describe what you did. A lot of us can do that same thing.
No, no, you don't use canned chicken. You don't use canned chicken
We
for
don't use the canned
anything.
chicken. We
Never.
draw the line at the canned damn chicken. Oh,
Mm-mm.
canned chicken. Lord. Now my sister gonna get mad at me because she makes a mean chicken salad and she uses canned chicken. And
Oh no! Oh no!
when
All
I
right,
found
no
out,
shade.
she
No
my
shade.
sister no look, my sister's super particular. Like, I mean, it's not even funny. It's a little out of hand sometimes. But I was shocked when I found that out. I'm like, you? She's like, no, this is good stuff. I don't buy crap. I was like, okay, it's okay. I tasted it and I was like, damn,
All
okay,
right,
canned chicken. Okay, okay, canned chicken. But
right.
no. On general, no, 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 no. Mm. I'm picky about whatever. Never mind.
out of the whole thing, she was kind of smiling, laughing, not really serious. So we were kind of confused why she wanted us to watch it because it just helped in our overall decision.
It didn't help her then.
No.
Did it hurt her?
Yes, because if you're in an interview minutes after this whole thing happened, you'd think that you'd be kind of like scared,
boom,
shaky, maybe, questioning. But she took her sandals off. She crossed her legs. She sat up straight she was sitting in the recliner like she lived there.
Oh,
and then she was laughing and joking with the detective, and yeah.
The word of
and there you go, Lori. Careful what you wish for. You wanted them to see that whole thing and your whole interaction. All they saw was your lack of concern and you getting cozy on the couch.
Your lack of taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Like, this is immediately after your husband gets shot to death by your brother.
By your brother, and your daughter was involved in the altercation by coming out with a bat. All this has just happened.
And she made such a big deal about Tylee being separated from her. Like, we were taken into two separate rooms. She didn't act like that there. And that was actually a juror question. You remember that? When the juror is like, well, did she express concern about Tylee being interviewed at the time? And of course, the answer was no. She didn't express concern about Tylee being separated.
She wasn't sitting there saying, where's my daughter? What are you doing to my daughter? I need to be with my daughter. She's a minor. None of that. No, let me sit here and tell you my story and make friends with you and see if I can manipulate this situation even further.
The trial seemed to be, one of the words was nonchalant, and that seemed to be, that's what your take of how she was?
Yes, exactly that. It was interesting to see how she acted like that after all that happened.
Was there a piece of evidence that really stuck out to you? I mean, did seeing the bat and the gun and the piece of floor, did that help put it together?
No. Well, so if we were doing Alex's case, it would have, right? But being on her case, we weren't we already know Alex did it. He admitted to it. What we were there for is the conspiracy to do it. So like seeing all the evidence, super cool.
Right.
But it was the text messages, it was the interviews, and how she was acting in court that helped us.
Interesting.
But the part that stood out to us was where she said that Charles was Ned before they got rid of him.
Yep.
She specifically said before we got rid of him. And then she said, we're both going to be like Nephi. So that was the part where we all were like, yeah, that's...
See, if she had had a good defense attorney, she would have pried into that more. And she did a decent job of saying, so when I said in my text messages, this was to Detective Duncan, who was the last state's witness. So when I said Nephi in my text messages, you didn't know what I was talking about, right? But it was too late at that point. Like the jury had already identified Nephi with justifiable homicide. So,
well, and I don't think it was for people who are outside of LDS and all that church stuff. What the meaning behind the Nephi wasn't the problem for us or an issue. It was we got rid of him. Right,
but they
now,
got rid of Ned. They got rid of Ned, though.
I understand that. But what she's saying, in her mind, they weren't tying that with a religious act. That was the unaliving of Charles. So, and then they're going to be like Nephi, and be great or whatever the hell he does because you kill people. I don't know the story behind Nephi. I don't really care. I'm saying what she's saying. They concluded that's what she meant when she said they got rid of him. That's my take on it. And then the Nephi part just kind of...
Trina did an amazing job of tying that all together in her closing arguments. And I thought her initial closing argument, like that went an hour and 40 minutes, was a little bit too long. And I thought she started to lose them. But then in her rebuttal, like she nailed it in her rebuttal. Like she brought it home.
As long as they had a decent understanding of it, what was really mattering or what Lori was saying. And I knew that was the case. All the bullet evidence, the floorboard, like she said, that would have mattered in Alex's case. Not so much in Lori's, because we're here to prove conspiracy, not that Lori pulled a trigger.
Right.
So I knew they were going to have to base it on way more than the physical evidence at the scene. There had to be text messages to back everything up, just like I know is going to have to be existent in Brandon's case.
Right. And here is the part that comes home to me because I'm a keyboard juror, right? Like when I watch a trial, I want forensic evidence. Like I want direct forensic evidence of the crime. And we saw some of that, and we saw how weak some of that actually was.
Yeah.
And it was actually the circumstantial evidence that brought this home. And I think that's exactly what this juror is saying right here. I think
and that's a lot of cases what people want to realize, whether we like it or not, there's a lot of cases convicted and seal the deal on circumstantial evidence. And of course we want more scientific, we want unequivocal proof. We're not always going to get it. We're not always going to get there. So most of them will be largely based on probable cause, and things of that nature. But if you can add and back all that up with some good scientific data or things of that nature, evidence-wise, DNA, anything you got, that's 1,000% more, that just solidifies your...
Yeah, but the texts were what brought this home for her and for me too. Like sitting there,
for me, they're going to have to. If you're a juror, you can be told this story, but you still got to show me something that proves she conspired to do this. And they didn't know none of her backstory like we did, but you still got to do that, and they were able to do that through those text messages. And that's what we said in the beginning of the trial as we watched it all week long. They need to get to the stuff that's going to prove Lori did anything other than accuse her husband of being a zombie or, a whatever evil person, whatever.
That phone call with Banner Life is one of the things that was key to me.
Which one?
The first one where she's like, "Oh, I'm the beneficiary of my husband's $1 million life insurance policy," And the
Mm-hmm.
gal's like, no, you're not. And she's like, what the heck? That
Yeah.
was that was a seal the deal moment for me. Just being the
Well,
keyboard juror that I am.
yeah. Well, we're all jurors, you know. I feel like I'm so used to seeing that kind of stuff in cases. That's one of the first things they go to. It's like when a woman's killed, look at the husband, vice versa. And one of the first things they go to is, was there life insurance involved in every single case? It is the
So
first go
why did so riddle me this? Why didn't Charles tell her that she wasn't the beneficiary anymore? Because if he did, maybe she wouldn't have tried to unalive him.
because I don't think the man thought she would go that far. And why tell her his business? He's pissed at her. She's pissed at him. It ain't none of
Right.
her business right now. So
Right.
I don't I see nothing wrong either way with him telling her or not telling her. I make
Yeah.
nothing of it because I don't know him personally or what his thought process was behind it. But I don't feel like if he had told her that would have saved his life. I don't
Right.
know. It might have made her think twice, but she still
Yeah.
needed to get rid of him because he was a problem.
Right. Yeah, that was we don't know what she would have decided to do or not to do if he had told her, but that you're right. It's none of her business, none of her damn business. He had no plus she would that was during the time period. He changed that during the time period when she just disappeared for like 70
Exactly.
days.
So why would why would he? The man never thought in a million years she's about to kill me and then
Yep.
take out our kids as well. I think if he actually literally thought that was on the table, I think Charles would have tried a little harder than he was already trying. He was trying to do it the right way. I think
He
he would have
was.
went about it the
He
wrong
was.
way if he felt in
Like
danger. Or, you know what I
actually
mean?
yeah, he actually like tried to reconcile with her. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she came to Austin and moved in with them and JJ in Austin and then I wonder what happened in that time period of transition between when she came back from that 70 days where she was
Mm-hmm.
flying around with Chad, that guy. When she was flying around with him and then she just shows up back in Austin and she's like, okay, I'm a part of your lives again. And then she's like, a couple of months later, she's like, okay, I'm going to move back to Arizona. I'm going to move to Chandler, Arizona. And Charles is like, okay, I'll rent you guys a house. And he put it in his name and he paid for it
Yeah.
completely. I just, that transition time period is a mystery to me. And it's rough because we know how it ended up.
Yeah. I mean, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there unalived by the person who's supposed to love them the most. You know, Crystal Rogers is still missing, by the way, everybody. Brooke Houck's sitting in jail on murder. But we still don't know where Crystal is to this day. We know the FBI conducted new searches a few months back, but nothing's turned up. Over 8 years, and her family has no clue where she's at to this day. Her kids don't know. All they ever found was her car sitting there on the Bluegrass Parkway with a flat tire and her shit still in it.
Yeah.
And the person driving wasn't her. Anyway, these people, it's so sad. All these people that go out and think they can kill and get away with it and just take people's lives, from their loved ones, but they do it all the time. Like, what drives people to do this shit?
It's just so infuriating, and I'm glad that this juror brought this up. When they
Mhm.
sit in court and they act so smug and
Mhm.
nonchalant. Yes, I just used the word nonchalant.
Mhm.
um,
Yeah. Well,
it's
I don't pay too much attention. I stopped paying attention to defendant behavior in a courtroom probably during Casey Anthony, when I realized how much prep they put into defendants not to make emotional faces, not to make a fucking move. You sit there, kind of like they should be telling Koberger to sit, but now we're going to hear excuses as to why he sits like that. But they're told during pretrial prep, you don't go in there making emotional, it gets in the way. And just like, the prosecution preps their witnesses, the defense does the same thing. Defendants are prepped to sit there and not be emotional and not to show anything, but they can't help it. Some of them are so animated they can't help but show themselves, right? And I think Lori was one of those with her snappy little comments. Just you couldn't see her face good, Joe, from where you were at, so you don't know if she was like making faces and shit, right?
Right. No, that's why this juror is like so important to me, because she could see her face.
She could see, and I could see her reactions to everything, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Insane.
So the text messages really are what kind of sealed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. So because she didn't pull the trigger, because she didn't use the bat, you're saying it helped add to it, but really you're looking at the conspiracy. Was that kind of hard to separate? Like, because conspiracy could be harder to prove rather than first degree murder.
Yeah, and that's why it took a little bit longer because, like I
3
said,
hours
even
is
though
a
we
little
were given all the evidence, she didn't use it. So what we were looking at was the text messages, was the videos of how she was acting. Another part that stuck out to us was she said that they ran out with no shoes. But in the clip that we saw from Walgreens, she was actually wearing shoes when she walked in.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. Woo, woo.
Oh.
Busted. Getting those flip flops.
I don't remember the jury being shown that clip of that close-up of what was on their feet. Were they shown that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. We were having a big old discussion about that in chat that day. We're like, that bitch got shoes on. That lady had shoes on. Oh, she had slides on, didn't she? We all concluded they were slides.
Yep. They may have been Adidas slides. Yep.
Adidas, Nike. My grandson's got the Nike slides, so either one. I couldn't tell which ones they were, but they were definitely slides. Because I looked, Joe. I did look.
And switched them out by the time she got back to the scene.
Yeah. Oh, I know so many people are going to be glad to hear you say that, because when we would talk about that every night on Courtroom Insider, we showed the video and people are like, she's wearing shoes, yet she made a point that they had to stop to get shoes because of the hot asphalt in Arizona.
Yeah. Maybe Tylee didn't have them on, but obviously we couldn't see that. But
and didn't get a chance to ask her, did you?
Ran out with no shoes. So when we did watch the clip again and saw that she was actually wearing them and that she switched them out from the time she got them to the time she got back, that was pretty crazy.
What did you think of the encounter with her and Kay Woodcock, Charles's sister?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Lori didn't have much to ask her.
Yeah. It was a really good interview. I think Kay did really well with how she presented herself and how she answered. With how Lori was asking the questions, I think Kay did extremely well answering them back. Even
Kay said, "Oh boy,"
though Lori was kind of trying to crack her and trying
Jerry
to
said,
get
Jerry
something out of
said
her that just wasn't a thing.
Jerry said, when I heard "oh boy," he's like, she's in for it.
Well,
Oh, boy.
I have a clip we played of her husband Larry. He was with the granddaughter watching Kay's testimony.
Oh, that's right. No, it was Larry. Yeah, it wasn't Jerry. It was Larry. Yes.
Larry, the granddaughter pointed out, Grandma just said, "Oh boy." That let me know right there. If Grandma Kay says, "Oh boy," everybody in that house is like, "Oh shit," it's on. So yeah, the granddaughter noticed Grandma said, "Oh boy." She knew Lori was about to get it. Don't piss Grandma off, Lori.
What was your take on her defense that this was all just a family tragedy?
It wasn't. Like I said in the interview before, if he would have done it, if he would have shot him once, it could have been self-defense. But he ended up shooting him again when he was already on the ground, and you can't defend yourself when you're already on the ground. So
we don't know that for a fact. We don't know that for a fact that Alex shot him twice. Maybe somebody else pulled the trigger, but nobody was ever tested for gunshot residue.
We know.
And the gun was not tested for blood or DNA evidence at all. So it's possible that somebody else pulled the trigger on that gun one of those times.
Yeah, possible. But as far as she's concerned, Alex shot him twice, and there was no need,
Right.
like I said.
Right. It doesn't matter who shot him the second time. That's not self-defense. That
That's not
second shot.
self-defense. No matter who shot him that second time around, you ended your threat when you put him on the ground. You have enough time now to get away. Let's be reasonable about self-defense. Self-defense doesn't mean you keep shooting till the dude is dead. Now, it depends on the situation, of course. You keep coming at me in my home, I'm going to continue to fire.
Right. The police witness said literally, you fire the gun however many times it takes to eliminate the threat. Once that threat is eliminated, you stop pulling the trigger because you don't
Then
need
you're
self.
no longer in self-defense mode at that point. You go a step further, right? And you don't want that either. You don't want to go to jail for something you genuinely was defending yourself about. So the 2 shots was a little much for anybody who thought that was, a self-defense move, right? And I'm glad the jury could see that as well.
So him shooting him a second time was not self-defense. It's not maybe it's a family tragedy to Kobe and obviously to their side of the family, right?
She did. Thank you, lady. Because the family tragedy didn't occur for Lori, did it? It occurred for everyone else in the room. Not us, her family. Colby, Kay, Crescia, Larry, the rest of the family.
Yeah.
That's where the family tragedy was. Thank you, lady.
But Lori's side, it's not a family tragedy when it was supposed to happen.
Yeah. Walk us through. A lot of people have so many.
No, it wasn't a family tragedy for you, Summer.
Questions about being on jury duty, like being called as a juror. You really didn't know anything about this case.
I did not. I've only lived here 2 years as of March, so I didn't know. I go to work, I come home, I play with my dogs, cats, and that's it. I scroll on social media, but it's not anything like that. Never has popped up because I've never heard of it before. So I've never seen anything about it at all.
I haven't seen anything about it. You get the summons, you go down to the courthouse. Did you want to serve on the jury or did you care?
I honestly, I thought whether it was this case or not, because I had no idea what this case was, I thought it was a pretty cool experience because I lived 24 years of my life in Minnesota and nothing. Like, I've got nothing. And then I move here, and 2 years later, I'm on like the biggest case in America right now.
Damn. She goes from small town Nebraska to being thrust onto the world stage in the Lori Vallow, one of Lori Vallow's cases. That's crazy.
Right.
So,
but yet you didn't realize it at the time.
Right, but getting summoned to jury is a pretty cool experience, no matter what case it is.
Right.
So, I mean, I wanted to do it just to see how it was.
Just to serve. So you get picked, and I believe didn't the judge said you can tell people the name of the case, but that's it.
Yes. Yeah. So when that happened, I ended up telling my grandma, and she was like, "Tosh, how do you not know who that is? Like, everyone knows who that is. What do you mean?" And she was like, she was wanting to tell me all this stuff, and I'm like, "Grammy, you can't tell me that. Like, don't tell me things." And so the whole time.
So how much did Grammy tell her before she stopped her?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It sounds to me like immediately, like they both knew that it wasn't proper. Like, that's how I'm interpreting it. Well, obviously I wasn't there, so I don't know. But she seems to be straight up. Like, this chick is straight up.
I'm not really concerned that there was too much information divulged. I think you're right when they both realized they didn't further their conversations, because that would have come up during jury questionnaires. Have you heard about the case? Have you mentioned things like that? And she could have mentioned, "Hey, I told my grandma the name of the case, like you guys said we could." And then she went, yeah. I mean, you could be very honest with them and still get picked as a juror. We know that some of the ones in KarenRead have heard of the case, right? But not to an extent to where they Well, they claim they have no minds made up or whatever. I just
Yeah,
checked.
no. If you put me on the jury for Karen Read right now, I'd probably have a pretty strong opinion one way or the
I'm
other.
always going to have a strong opinion, but still open for change during a trial, right?
Oh yeah.
I am prepared because I already know. I've known for damn near 3 years that cell phone data in the Brian Koberger case is going to be a fucking issue. No matter which side you sit on, it's going to be an issue. And the guy knew all along that was going to be an issue. Hence, take my phone. I got this. There's going to be problems here. Houston, we have a problem. And it's called cell phone data.
So how do you feel about the IGG in Koberger?
I don't have a problem with it. I'll tell you why. It helped catch the Golden State Killer. It has been used effectively in many, many other cases. It is used constantly to identify 30-year-old victims that we did not know who they were. I have no problem with doing an IGG investigation on a DNA found at a crime scene. But once you give me that name, I better go find evidence this person was actually ever there or did anything. And then they got enough probable cause for the PCA, and I've read it. So I don't have a problem with. I got a problem with them coming into court and both sides agreeing to claim they have a tip, but not being honest about where that tip came from. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. I mean, you have to be direct, you have to be honest, and you have to disclose everything that you know.
I don't think they would manufactured a whole bunch of evidence on Brian Koberger because IGG said this is your guy. I'm too intelligent for that bullshit. I've watched enough stuff on DNA to fucking know better. That's not how it works. They have to go. Now, they could manufacture evidence. I'm not a fool. Shit, we see it happening in a lot of cases here. KarenRead, Delphi, but I'm not convinced that has happened in Idaho. I've been too deep in that case, and I've looked for all the problems, and I've not seen that yet. I've seen people try to tell me it's there, but it's not. And I look with a pretty open mind. But my mind can be changed at any minute during a trial. It depends on them experts they put up.
Right. Yeah, you bring me in a defense expert that contradicts a state witness, and I'm listening to that. Like I am intently listening to that.
That's the whole point of I'm like I said earlier, I know what the state's going to present to me. Pretty much before I start a trial, I pretty much already know their theory, right? And now they're going to present me a bunch of evidence, and I got to pay technical attention to some of their evidence, yes, but I got to pay more attention to that defense attorney because they're the ones that are going to bring out any and all discrepancies if there are any, if they're effective. Let's hope they are. Didn't she say she's studying criminal justice? I don't know. Does she? I still got an eye on the feed as well, guys.
She was like, oh, I wish I could tell you this. I wish I could tell you that. How was your day? Like, just wanting to know everything.
Right. Yeah. I spoke with other jurors in the Idaho cases that was the same thing. One, actually, he had to go home and just go straight upstairs because all his wife wanted to do was talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard because nobody knew my name prior to this. And then, so nobody was asking me questions other than my grandma. And like my mom, she's back in Minnesota, and so when she was there, she was like basically just asking how my day was because she doesn't know anything about it either because she's from Minnesota, so it's not something we hear.
Right.
And but other than that, the second I gave my name out and how to spell it, it took off. Like everything's going crazy now.
Right. Everybody wants to talk to you.
Blowing up, John. Yeah. Joe, I meant to say Joe, and it came out John. I don't know where the hell that came from. Joe, her inbox is blowing up. You should get in there.
I'm in the middle of a text right now. I'm in the middle of a text right now.
Okay. Get
in there. How did you read my mind? How did you read my mind?
I know, my friend. Get in there, dude. Get in there. Make it happen.
Did you realize, okay, this is a big story. There's interest. Was it seeing the people waiting outside the courtroom every day? Or are you just realizing it in the past 2 days since the verdict that this is huge?
I realized it, I think it was like on our second or third day, because when we first got into it, like the first day, they gave us these badges. And if you look at other jurors there, they didn't have the badges like we had. And so we had them because we were on one of the biggest cases. We didn't know that, but as long as we had those badges on, we couldn't talk to anyone.
Wow.
So then that's when I realized, and walking up every morning and it said media staging, I'm like, this is insane. I've never seen anything like it before.
She's like, media staging? What the hell's going on here? What did I stumble into?
That's even outside of the courthouse. That's not like even before they get in the courthouse and they see all of us, like public and media lined up like outside of the courtroom.
Yeah, Law and Crime continued to show us a feed from outside the courtroom until we were ready to go in. Usually, we would be looking for you walking around.
I think by the second and third day, I was kind of like, wow, this is bigger than what I thought it was.
So to walk people through the process, you guys would show up at a parking garage and they'd shuttle you over. How did it all work? How did the day go?
So I think everyone but me, maybe even, parked in the parking garage a couple blocks away, and then they would shuttle them over there. I let my wife drive me because I like my car and I don't trust people. So I didn't want to park it blocks away where I couldn't see it.
And by the way, I would walk by you every day at the end of court. I'd be on the phone. I have to say, I can't talk right now. There's a juror. Okay, while you wait for your wife to arrive, and then I'd be down the block and be like, okay, I can talk. And it was so hard to not pass you my card. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nate, it was so hard not to pass you my card. See, you bloodlust fuckers. We love you, though. We love you. Joe, you need some cards, man. Put them in that pocket. We'll get you some made.
I ordered some blank cards. I actually did. I ordered some blank cards, but they got delivered to the wrong address because.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, they did. So, gotta order me some more.
They got delivered to the wrong address. Too bad that didn't happen to Coburger.
Once she drop you off at the courthouse.
Yeah, she would drop me off and pick me up, and then I would walk up to the courthouse. Staging areas there. Everyone's already looking at you because they know that you're on the jury because they've seen us.
And you're like, why are they looking at me?
So we walk in, go through the detectors. We were actually there so much that if we just walked through, they were like, okay, you can go through. Like
we were there so much they didn't detect us no more. Just gone, girl. Gone. If you got a snipe on you today, it's all good.
They were at the point where we're like,
that first day, the jurors actually lined up next to the media and the public. So eventually they found them a different entrance to go to, starting on day 2. But that very first day, they were literally lined up like 10 feet away from where the public and media were lined up. And I'm like, this can't be happening. This can't be happening.
We heard a few times there were like a couple of close interactions. But depending on the courthouses and their situations, it's going to happen. You know, newer courthouses are built and designed where that doesn't happen. But older ones, they, got to find a workaround.
You every day. So then I would go get like a drink from the vending machine, but then we'd have to go through the elevators and up to the back area so that nobody could talk to us, question us, anything like that. And then we just had to sit there and not talk. Like, we couldn't talk among each other either if it was about the case. We could only get to know each other. So there wasn't much talking other than there was only 2 of us girls. So it was a bunch of guys being guys talking about motorcycles, their artwork, whatever.
Dumb shit.
But
guys never talk about dumb shit. Guys never talk about dumb shit. What are you talking about?
She said motorcycles and stuff.
Yeah,
I get you, girl. Just like there's only one other lady on there, and we didn't have nothing to talk about with each other, and them dudes just talking about motorcycles.
Sit there and not talk till we got called onto the stand.
So then you go out, you'd sit through the trial, and then break for lunch. And you could go have lunch wherever.
We could, but we had to keep the badge on at all times.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting. Okay.
the don't talk to me badge.
Nope. I guarantee you that the other people in the courthouse did not recognize that badge as a "Don't talk to me" badge. Like I was
Oh, I'm sure it doesn't
I
say
was
don't
maybe
talk
one
to
of.
me.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
Oh,
It's
I
like
know.
It's a little tiny badge that's like the size
Yeah.
of a business card, and you're like telling people not to talk to them. No, that wasn't happening.
If Joe, you're dealing with adults. They need giant sticky signs that says "Do
Yep.
not talk to me."
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
And did the court pay for your lunch?
No.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
And let me tell you,
she
the
said,
court
"Oh wow."
lunch is not cheap.
She's like, "Fucking Lori cost me a dime. She was hungry, and the state didn't pay
Yeah.
for them. Why do y'all pay for their lunch?"
It was like that. So I got to know that very last day while we're waiting for the verdict. I got to know the public information officer for the Maricopa County Superior Court, South Tower. That's Vincent. He said they will pay you up to $300. He said $320 or $340 of your income that you lose by serving on a jury, but they do not cover your lunch. You are responsible for your lunch every single day.
And that $300 coverage there in Arizona is not a United States thing. So
No, it's not.
Normally a juror is paid $12 to $16 a day, depending on your jurisdiction where you're from. In this case, they were allowed to claim up to $300 of lost income if they're employed. Otherwise, you can't do that. And no, the courts, a lot of times they'll put, if you are, travel money will be involved, but that's it. If they're sequestered, of course, they got to pay for hotels for all of them. But a lot of times during sequestration, they'll provide the meals, but damn, she over here trying to pay her own lunch and already having to miss work. And if she's getting back at least $300 a day on that, good for her. But
Yeah, and it's not cheap. Like eating at the courthouse cafe is not cheap. It is it's probably like $15 a day, which I mean that's not a huge amount of money, but I mean if that's out of your pocket and
it will
that's
add up by the end of the
every
week.
single day, like that's $75 a week, like out of your pocket.
And you know that's going to be a given. It's going to be a little higher in the courthouse to eat. You know what I mean? It's not like it's going to be like the cheapest thing in town. You're going to pay. Highway robbery is real. We got a fan going on. We'll come back to her. We got the fan showing in the courtroom. So we'll go monitor the only fucking fan for a minute because we don't want to miss when that hearing starts. Firefly, you still with us? She might have had to step away for a minute. That juror
Butterfly says did they talk about Lori's hair? I did. I talked about Lori's hair. That's all you need. You just need the down low from Joe Schmo. I give you the down low on Lori's hair.
Yeah, we had Lori hair updates pretty much regularly here every morning. We would start out like teasing about you, looking at her hair and waiting on Lori's hair updates. I know Pokemon was interested in those too. It's funny. In the day she wore the Pebbles hair, like good Lord, lady.
Pebbles and Bam Bam. She got that hair pulled up. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to use Court TV's feed, I hope that they have their sound acting right. I'm also going to look at Law and Crimes. Oh, her. Hold on, my interview started back up in my ear. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the Law and Crimes one. Hang on. Let me get this screen back up and let this finish playing while I go get my other screen ready.
No, hold on. Real quick.
Go ahead.
Before you keep playing that, I have another interview set up with juror number 18 from Lori's Idaho case, Tom Evans. He was at most of the days of the trial. He had to miss the last few days, but he's going to come on my channel and we're going to talk about the verdict and the last few days of trial on Wednesday night. We'll do that Wednesday night.
Yeah, that's cool. I've seen him before on interviews, so I know that he does do interviews. That's pretty cool. All right, they're coming back into the courtroom. You'll have to let us know when you get all that set up and get it out there. All right, let me get this just starting.
Discovery regarding the ARCCA witnesses.
Okay.
Previously, about a month or so ago, maybe longer, I found that there was a violation of the defendant's obligations for reciprocal discovery, and I found that it was deliberate. The Commonwealth filed additional motion, a motion to compel reciprocal discovery of the ARCCA witnesses or to exclude their testimonies. Upon that, I believe, I issued an order last week for certain discovery to be provided and to be provided by ARCCA. On the day of opening statements, it was clear to me that there was another violation of the defendant's rules, defendant's obligations under our rules of criminal procedure. And based on that, especially given what the defense has failed to deliver, I would not permit the defense from mentioning ARCCA in their opening. So today we're going to have an evidentiary hearing on your motion, Mr. Brennan. So I expect that we will get through both witnesses by the end of today. If not, we'll have to have them back, but I expect we can get through them. So Mr. Brennan, who are we going with first? Dr. Wolf?
Please.
Okay.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I have a seat?
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Brennan.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did you become aware there was an order from this court to produce records?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of that order?
Yes.
Who did you receive a copy of that
So
order?
we need Dr. Wolf to identify himself.
Please identify yourself for the record. Spell your last name.
Daniel Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Who did you receive that order from?
I believe it was in an email forwarded from Miss Little.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand that there was a request for certain communications?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were supposed to turn those records over to the Superior Court?
Yes.
Did you turn records over to the Superior Court?
I provided a copy of that production notice to Miss Little.
Did you provide the records to the Superior Court?
I didn't directly email that to the court, no.
Did you indirectly email it to the court?
It was my understanding that it would be passed along to the court.
So you did not, pursuant to the order, provide the records to the Superior Court, did you?
Not directly to the court, no.
When you read the order, you understood what the order was requiring you to provide, correct?
Correct.
It was requiring you to provide all text messages.
Yes.
Did you provide all text messages?
I don't have any in my possession.
Did you look for any text messages that are not in your possession about this case?
Yes.
Okay, did you find any?
No, sir.
What did you do to look?
So I went through the phone that I presently have, and as I informed Ms. Little, last year I was under T-Mobile, was my carrier. Subsequent to that, I then switched to Verizon in, I believe it was November. So I made an effort to contact T-Mobile as well as get access to my T-Mobile account hub. Unfortunately, I was unable to get access to it or get any records prior to, or at least from my T-Mobile carrier. Then I went through my Verizon records that I have from 2025. That was, I could only go back 3 months, and I provided those records.
How about emails? You didn't change email carriers, did you?
No, sir.
Did you provide all your emails from when you first were contacted by the defense?
Yes, sir.
And you provided every one of those emails to who?
It would have been in the file that I put together for the production.
How many emails did you find between you and the defense?
I'd have to look at the order, but it was probably 6 to, are you talking about present day or just from last year?
Anytime.
It was probably around a dozen or so.
Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
Again, can you specify a time frame?
At any time. Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
It would have been Mr. Jackson. Miss Little might have been on one of those emails. There might have been a couple other members. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, how about Miss Reed?
I don't believe she was on any of those emails.
You've never emailed or been on a correspondence with her by email?
No, sir.
And how about Mr. Yannetti?
He may have been on one of the emails. I don't know as I sit here today.
You communicated by phone with the defense, didn't you?
Yes.
And that began as far back as March 2024?
After our report was issued, yes, in March.
Back in March of 2024, you spoke on the phone to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
A number of times?
Yes, sir.
And as you spoke, you began to become familiar with him and his role in this case, didn't you?
We corresponded about, again, our expected testimony here at trial, yes.
I'll ask it again. Did you become familiar with him and his role in this case when you spoke to him?
I understood him to be the defense attorney on the case, yes.
Did you speak to Miss Little by phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody?
Hold on 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Did you speak, pardon me, did you speak to anybody other than Mr. Jackson about this case before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody since then on
Yes.
the defense team? Who?
I believe Miss Little and Mr. Alessi.
Okay, and how about Miss Reed?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any conversations that weren't on a regular telephone? You ever Zoom?
Yes, we have had, I believe it was a Zoom or a Teams meeting. We've had a couple.
When was that?
That would have been more recently to go over some of the testing that we've done.
Did you ever have any Zoom meetings before the first trial?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any group conferences before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you ever on the phone before the first trial in a conversation where you and Dr. Rentschler both were on the call?
There may have been an instance of that. I just don't recall.
Well, think back.
I don't recall.
At some point, you were contacted by Mr. Jackson and you decided or you learned that you may be part of this case as far as a witness?
Yes, sir.
When you learned you were part of this case, did you have contact with Mr. Jackson before you testified at the voir dire?
Did I have communications with him?
Yes.
Yes.
And in those communications, you spoke about your role?
I think we spoke about logistics and coordinating my arrival here for the voir dire and certainly the trial.
Well, when you spoke on March 20th, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Right. Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness.
No.
Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
So,
Oh,
Are
hell.
you finished with your answer, Dr. Wolf, or are you still answering?
I was still trying to answer.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, again, the situation was abnormal. I didn't know if we could get involved. I didn't think Mr. Jackson knew we could get involved. In terms of a path forward, would we be able to do more work? Could we review additional material? How could we work together moving forward? There was a lot of unknown, so there was a lot of uncertainty.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk about more than just logistics?
No, sir.
Did you talk about fees or structures?
I described to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place, yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract, there was a discussion, wasn't there, about them hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Potentially, again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why was it you were talking about fees and schedules if you didn't think that you were potentially going to get hired?
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Again, because Mr. Jackson was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process when a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony. That's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well, I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense that is, sign any type of contract. There could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022, when you were speaking to Attorney Jackson. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Understand?
I don't know that I understand your question then.
Okay. When you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson, you discussed...
Dude, how is Hank treating him like a hostile witness? This is crazy.
Attorney Jackson or the defense for this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him, yes.
I'm not talking about a client, I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them?
Okay, somebody clarify for me if this is a hostile witness for the Commonwealth or
not. That's the
not.
question I'm asking you. On March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th, March 20th, 2024, did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
Okay. And so after you spoke to them, you spoke to representatives of the United States Attorney's Office, and you wrote an email back saying that you were going to put the conversation on hold. Is that fair to say?
Correct, until I got clarification from them.
And at some point it was on hold, right? At some point it resumed.
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been towards, I believe, the end of April.
Okay. The end of April. How was this relationship resumed? What was the contact, the conversation between you and anybody on the defense that resumed that relationship?
I think that I reached out to Mr. Jackson. Like I said, I think it looks like about a month had passed. And I had let him know that I had spoken to the DOJ and got clarification on moving forward.
Okay. So in April of 2024, you reached out to the defense and said that you had permission or a green light to move forward in the relationship with the defense in this case.
I had clarification from the Department of Justice, yes.
And that clarification allowed you then to work with the defense on this case?
Not work with, we could be called on the defense's behalf to testify. And for that matter, the Commonwealth could have also contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Interesting.
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
Are you sure about that?
That's fucking bullshit.
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because
That
after
is
that
bullshit.
24 call letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness, you called them again that day, didn't you? Or they called you?
I'm so glad I can swear on your channel.
We may have exchanged a couple calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple calls that day because we have at least some record.
You can swear on
And when
yours
you called
too,
later
you know
that day,
Yeah,
after
I can,
telling them that they had permission, they could use you as witnesses. What did you talk about?
Do you have the records that I could take a look at just so I could see what you're referring
Do you
to?
remember having calls after you called Attorney Jackson and said you had the green light from the U.S. Attorney's Office? Do you remember having further calls that day?
I think we had a couple brief conversations, yes.
Okay. When you think about it, do you remember them, or are you just saying you think but you don't know?
I don't remember. I remember that there was one conversation, I believe in early May, that I had with Mr. Jackson, in which we engaged in a conversation where I gave him more information about my background, who ARCCA was as a whole. I think we even got to talk a little bit about my family, my 4 kids and things of that nature, but it was a call about background and qualifications.
We're still back in April. You're moving ahead to May when you first started billing. I want to talk about back in April. Do you remember having conversations on April 24th with Mr. Jackson. Do you remember that?
I'm going to allow that.
I remember that there were conversations, yes. Specifically what they were to, I remember, I think they were brief, but I don't remember the specifics of them, no.
Well, in the brief conversation, what do you briefly remember about that brief conversation, Doctor?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I had finally received clarification from the DOJ, so I think I was letting him know that I had received that clarification.
Well, sir, you said that that was the first call. There were more than one call. There was then 2 calls to the main line. What did you discuss with him during those calls?
Well, to be honest with you, the call to the ARCCA main line, I don't even know if I spoke with him. That's just to the main line, not to me directly. So he could have spoken to a receptionist who then tried to get a hold of me, right? So I don't know if that specific call to the main line was to me or someone else at ARCCA.
Well, this is a new relationship, right? You were working on a contract with the federal government. You have only spoken to Mr. Jackson, according to you, twice. You don't remember
Why
the
is
early
he going this
conversations
far
with them and
deep
what they were
into
about?
this?
I'm
What
sorry,
is-
are we talking about now at the end of April
Yeah,
still?
we're still talking at April. April 24th,
What is the
2024.
point of this line of questioning?
As I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th, and
What
then
a
there's 2
bullshit
calls to the
line of
ARCCA
questioning.
main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like, in all likelihood, he contacted the ARCCA main line, got a hold of a receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess. I'm asking for your testimony.
That's what I recall, sir.
Do you
What
recall
the
him calling a
fuck?
secretary on the main line? That's what you recall?
He very well could have. I just don't know, sir.
But you're making a representation that you recall him using a secretary in the main line. I'm asking what you actually did and actually said. Do you remember speaking to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson or anybody on the defense team after that initial call back on April 24th, 2024? Do you remember those 2 phone calls?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's get an answer.
I don't remember those phone calls specifically, no, sir.
Next
Do you
question.
remember the phone call on April 30th, 2024? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that call, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the call on May 1st, 2024?
I don't have the records in front of me, but was that a longer call by any chance?
It was 40 minutes long.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, yes, as I just described earlier, that would have been the call in which I went over with Mr. Jackson a little bit more about ARCCA, my background, my education, qualification, the kind of casework that I do, things of that nature.
And did you discuss issues regarding this case?
No, sir.
So during the 40 minutes you spoke, you never discussed any of your findings that had already been made?
No, sir.
You had never discussed any of your testing in this case during that 40-minute conversation?
No, sir. And it was all laid out in the report that was issued in
I
February.
understand the report. I'm asking you, did you have any conversations about it with the defense?
No, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your pastimes, ARCCA, but never ever talked about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Okay. When you kept track of the time, did you submit that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Again, I routinely keep track of my time when I'm working on a project. So yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. Ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That old invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolf.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it. Is that true?
Yes, I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing, yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Who asked me that?
Me, Your Honor.
Yes. Come on over.
Sorry, I had walked to the restroom. Joe, you okay? I have to do a check-in on Joe, guys. So yeah, this wait, why is 10 desk guy having a sidebar?
Tiny desk guy. Tiny desk guy.
Oh, it says on my side. Oh.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay, I had to look again, Joe. I'm like, damn, Joe, am I missing a whole ass letter? All right.
So Tiny Desk Guy, during the sidebar, he leaned over and he's talking to that chick with like the black blazer on that's like to his right. Like, why is he talking to somebody in the gallery?
I don't
Interesting.
know. Is that like media pool back there?
There we go. He's talking to her again. There it is.
Yeah, well, isn't that Roberts sitting there? Isn't that Carrie Roberts? This is
I
like,
have no idea.
That's a legal person. She's got a yellow pad in her hand. She's taking notes. Got my eye on you now, lady. Beside eyeing you. You're rude. You're rude, dude. You're rude. Not you, Joe. This guy.
Doctor, again, to focus you, we're on May 1st, 2024. May 1st, 2024, you had a conversation with Attorney Jackson.
Correct.
And at some point, did you submit the time you spent and forwarded it so that that could be billed?
Yes, and I will note that all of that time was actually tracked under the same project number that the work that was done for the Department of Justice was under.
So at the time you had that conversation, you were keeping track of hours, correct?
At the time he made that
routinely
report,
do, yes.
the state was
Did you
also
ultimately pay
had him
that
on retainer.
bill for that day, May 1st, 2024?
I know now that it was the defense, yes.
Now, when you billed, did you bill for the entire conversation?
I don't know.
You said most of the conversation was background, talking about ARCCA, talking about your families?
Yes.
Right. Do you typically bill clients when you're spending time talking about families?
Again, that wasn't the entirety of the conversation. I think you just briefly asked me about my family.
Oh, now it's brief. Okay. All right.
Objection, Your Honor.
No comments, please.
Do you typically charge when you're talking about non-related work matters in your billing?
Sir, I think the majority of that phone call was related to, again, work-related topics.
Work-related, it took that much time to talk about ARCCA?
And my background, certainly.
Yeah, okay. And how much was the majority?
Sir, I don't know that I can parse it out in individual segments or minutes for you.
Mm-hmm. And so after that May 1st conversation, did you communicate with the defense before June 9, 2024?
I don't believe so. I think from what I recall, next up was, I think, the voir dire. Either I think Alan contacted me letting me know that the court wanted to do a voir dire of myself and Dr. Rentschler.
And you mean Alan, you mean Attorney Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you became friendly.
What? No, he
First
didn't
name
say he
basis, is that
became
what you're
friendly.
referring
No,
to?
I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, he didn't say he became friendly.
I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you were
No.
friends. I said, did you become friendly?
No, fuck you.
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
Jackass. I would call you jackass.
Do you remember the next time you spoke to Alan?
Had to go there.
As I mentioned, it probably would have been sometime in early or mid-June.
Going into June, you were keeping track of all your communications with Attorney Jackson or anybody from the defense, weren't you?
You better not ask me what I would
I don't know
call
if you
him.
mean, what do you mean by keeping track?
Well, do you have a folder where you make notes when you have communications with an attorney and discuss issues?
No, sir.
You don't make notes?
Not for brief phone calls, no.
For your billing, do you save phone records or text messages so you have some collateral evidence about the billing?
No, not when it's things about, again, logistics and traveling and scheduling, no, sir.
And by the way, when you put together your phone records and text messages that you sent to the court in response to the court order,
Oh, by the
did you have
way,
actual records?
What do you mean in terms of actual records?
Well, I see like a summary chart that was developed. Who developed that summary chart?
So that was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was unfortunately unable to pull anything from T-Mobile. I just could not get access. Then what I did is I logged into my personal Verizon phone records, and I was able to go back for 3 months. I couldn't get back to December, and then I downloaded the spreadsheets, and I extracted those rows and provided that.
Did you provide the actual records or just the spreadsheet?
Well, I provided the spreadsheet, which was pulled from the records. I would have had to redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all of the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm not asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here. I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
Oh, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. So next question, no comments, Mr. Malone.
How many texts did you delete in communications with the defense?
I don't know the number, sir.
Where's he going with this? Like, seriously,
I don't have the text. So you're asking me over a year ago almost about text messages. I don't recall how many there were.
All right. Was there 10, 100, 1,000? How many were?
You know where he's going with this?
Of ones that I sent?
Anybody?
No, not just what you sent. Either way.
Where's he
back and
going with
forth.
this? What does it matter?
I don't know. Maybe around 100 or so.
And when did you delete those over 100 texts between you and the defense?
As I mentioned, I think the last text that I remember was Mr. Jackson texting me, just thanking me for my time coming up here after the trial. Again, that was at the end of June. And then I didn't hear from him. And at some point, I don't know specifically when, it would have been last year, but I deleted those texts. There was no reason for me to keep those, sir.
Hank wasn't unlikable.
Remember about
before this?
when you made
Like-
the affirmative intentional effort to delete?
I think we all have an
around
opinion
100
about
text
him now.
messages between you and the defense.
Oh yeah, this dude is.
It would have been sometime
Across
after
a
the
couple
trial,
months.
probably before I got my new phone in November, but it would have been probably in the month or two after the
But it
trial.
depends.
Where
when it
were
got
you
tore up
when
over.
you were deleting these texts? Were you at your office, at home? Do you remember sitting down and deciding intentionally you were going to delete over 100 texts? Where did that decision happen?
I have no idea, sir.
You can't remember deleting over 100 texts where you
Sir,
were?
I just said I delete texts routinely. You're asking me to specifically give you a location and a time when I deleted those? I don't recall that.
You said it was after the trial.
Yes.
And out of the 100 texts or so, who were you texting on the defense team?
I believe it would have just been Mr. Jackson on that.
Did you ever communicate by any other means, like signal or an application?
During the time of the trial?
Anytime.
Yes, sir.
With the defense?
Yes.
Is it typical for a biomechanical engineer to use
What the fuck?
an
Come on,
application like
dude.
Signal to talk to an attorney on a case?
Sure.
You know the benefit of Signal, don't you?
I mean, it's a messaging platform, yes.
Well, it's an encrypted app, isn't it?
What was that?
Encrypted?
Not an encrypted.
I don't know, sir.
It keeps no record of the communication when you use an application like Signal does it.
Who is he
I
trying to
don't know,
impress
sir.
with
Well,
this?
you
I'll
used
know.
it. Did you have it on your phone that you were using it with other people?
No, I don't believe so.
So the only
Dude's got a
time
weird fucking
that you
argument,
use
don't he?
Signal in your career is when you were dealing with this defense team?
Yes, it was earlier this year. Mr. Jackson had communicated with me indicating that it was his preferred method of communication. So yes, we did exchange some messages on Signal. But this was at no point in time during the first trial.
Using the Signal app, was that your suggestion?
No, again, I think it was Mr. Jackson that said it was his preferred method.
Is that standard in your industry to use Signal when you're talking to clients?
I don't know that there's a standard out there, sir.
I'm asking about your standard. Is it
If-
your standard to use?
No, he's not.
an
No, you're
encrypted
not.
app when you're talking to
Is it
If the
standard?
client has that preference, I don't have a problem with it, sir.
How many times have you done it other than this defense team?
Again, as I just mentioned, it was the first time.
How many conversations did you think you had with the defense team by signal?
Again, it would have been just
Actually
Mr.
not good.
Jackson. And like I said, it was really, I think, just in the month of March of this year, but it was brief. I know that I think we exchanged a couple phone calls, and I remember the call quality was terrible, so we really didn't use it that much.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. You're saying you
The light,
think.
dudes.
I want to know
The
your best
light.
memory. I don't want you to think. If you don't know, you don't know.
Fuck.
How many times did you use signal
What
with the
a
defense to talk
jackass.
about this case?
Going to allow it.
From what I recall, was
No,
probably
no,
a
man.
handful of
No.
times.
When you say
No, no,
what
no.
you recall, are you
I want the
purposely being
explanation.
vague
Hold
in
on.
case there's records, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, sir. As you mentioned, it doesn't keep a log of it, so I just don't recall.
Well, you don't have to rely on a log. You can rely on your actual memory.
Right, I'm telling you that I didn't keep track of it, so I don't know the specific number.
How many times do you think you talked by signal?
As I just mentioned, I think it was a handful of times.
I don't know what a handful means. I don't
Probably
know what that
around,
means.
probably 4 to 5.
Well, was it 4 or was it 5?
It was probably 4 to
Really?
5. It's the best estimate I can give you.
How long were the conversations on signal?
And that's it, 4 to 5.
4 to 5 times.
I think they were pretty brief. I'd say probably around 5 minutes or so.
Do you think each one was 5
Good to know.
minutes?
Probably 5 minutes,
Were you
yes.
putting it on a timer? Each one had to be.
Oh, fucking
enough
A,
in
we
5
did.
minutes?
No, I'm just giving you my best estimate, sir.
Yes.
How certain are you that the signal calls were 4 to 5 minutes?
Again, I just told you I'm providing my best estimate.
How confident are you the times were between 4 and 5 minutes?
That's the best answer I can give you, sir. I'm giving you my best estimate.
I'm asking you how confident you are.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? How confident are you, Dr. Wall?
I can't answer that anymore.
Okay.
When
Next
you were
question.
required by court order to provide all of the records to Your Honor, you knew that one of the important things you need to respond to were communications between you and the defense for Her Honor to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay. And signal is a communication, isn't it?
Prosecution's
Certainly.
letting
You
themselves
looked at all your
down.
records and knew it listed the text messages and the phone calls. You knew that, right?
Yes.
You knew that was going to be a representation that you were making to the
Well,
court
jurors
about
thought
your
they were-
communications
they
with the
probably
defense.
don't
You
think
understood
I
that,
do.
didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you wouldn't want to mislead the court, would you?
No, which is why I told you.
I asked. You didn't put anywhere in your response to the court order that there were communications beyond text messages and phone calls. You never, ever alerted the court or anybody to that, did you?
Again, because I have no record of it. I
that's-
have no way of being able to tell when
Exactly,
those
Rachel.
took place or how many there were.
The question I asked you is when you responded to the court
Jinx.
order to provide all communications, and you responded by offering text messages, and you responded by listing phone calls, you knew that your signal calls were communications, didn't you?
I provide everything that I had in my possession, sir.
That's not what I'm asking you. You knew the signal calls were communications, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you never informed in your response that there were phone calls through signal as part of your communications, did you?
Again, because I didn't have any record like I do with the Verizon entries as well as the emails. I could not, there's nothing I had in my
They need to
possession,
get a fucking
sir.
warrant, dude. Stop it.
You've read this court order, haven't you?
Yes.
Get a warrant, Mr. Prosecutor.
Did you understand when the court was looking for all communications, it meant all communications?
And I've provided everything that I have in my possession, sir.
During those 4 to 5 signal communications, did any of these occur before the end of
You
the
ain't
last
scared of no
trial?
phone data. We know that already. So go get it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did any of these signal communications happen before the end of the last trial?
No, like I said, they were all this year.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Oh, you sure?
Now, at some point, did the defense send you a retainer agreement?
For this year?
Nope.
Or-
Prior to the end of the last trial, did you ever get a retainer agreement?
No, there was no contract and retainer for the
Not
first
that there
trial.
wasn't a contract, did you ever receive a retainer agreement?
No, I don't believe so.
When you came out to the last voir dire and the last trial, did you have an agreement with any entity that was going to pay for your costs?
No, sir.
So you had no agreement that you were going to be refunded or compensated for your costs?
No.
Did you have any agreement that you were going to be compensated for your time?
No.
So when you were asked to come out and testify in this case, tell me, did you think that the defense was going to compensate you for the cost of you coming out here?
I had no idea who was ultimately going to pay the invoice, if an invoice was even sent.
Did you think that you were coming out here to testify for free?
Again, I don't know who was going to pay the bill. I'm not.
That's not what I'm asking you. I want to know, after having these conversations with the defense, and they asked you to come out
See an
here,
independent contractor or work for fucking ARCCA,
did you
dude?
expect to be
Go ask
compensated
them.
for your time?
Again, I'm a salaried employee, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm sure my boss would like us to get paid, but no, I did not know ultimately who would pay an invoice if an invoice was sent after the trial.
Well, you were keeping track of your billing, weren't you?
I was keeping track of my time, yes.
And you kept track of your costs, didn't you?
The company does that, yes.
Did you?
Again, I enter my time so that the company can keep track of my time, yes.
When you came out here and made travel arrangements, did you have any conversations with anybody from the defense?
About the travel arrangements?
Yes.
Yes.
And as far as the travel arrangements, who on the defense was trying to help you with travel arrangements?
I believe it was Mr. Jackson.
Was there other people, associates, colleagues that were helping you as well?
None that I had direct communication with. I don't know if he communicated with others after that.
Was there a person named Kat? You ever hear that name before?
I believe that, yeah, she may have escorted me into the courtroom, I think.
Well, you don't believe, because that's a pretty particular name. So when you use words like you believe, you know. You know. So did you meet a person by the name of
We gonna
Kat?
remember when he said that.
I'll allow it.
I think when I arrived here, yes.
Well, without the qualification, the simple question is, you've met Kat, haven't you?
I think I met her, it was either at the voir dire day or the trial day, yes.
Now, does Kat work for the defense?
I have no idea who she is.
Well, how do you know who she was? How was the introduction? How did that go down?
I just mentioned, I think she escorted me here to the courtroom.
Escorted you from where?
I think I drove here and I arrived, I believe, in the church parking lot across the street, and I think she walked me over, and then ultimately when I was done, I think she walked me back to the lot.
Do you have conversations with anybody for the defense about how you'd get here and why it is in particular you would park at the church parking lot?
Because I had no idea where to go.
But who told you where to go?
Like I mentioned, I communicated with Mr. Jackson, who provided that information to me.
Okay. And did you have any significance about the church parking lot? Did that mean anything to you?
No, he had just indicated, I think, that they had reserved it and it was a spot that I could park my vehicle.
Okay. And when you got there, did you meet with anybody from the defense?
I can't recall if they were standing out there and we walked in together. I don't recall.
Well, I'm asking if you've met them, not whether you walked in together. I'll ask it again. When you arrived after these plans were made, did you meet with the defense before you came into court?
On the voir dire day, I don't believe, I can't recall if the defense was out there. I think on the day of trial, I think I met Mr. Jackson and maybe a couple of other members of the defense team.
Well, when you say you think, this was a pretty remarkable event coming to this trial, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Pretty remarkable event, this trial, wasn't it?
It's unique, yes.
Yeah, it's unique. And so when you came here, having had all these conversations with Attorney Jackson, you don't remember if you met him before you came in for voir dire or came in for trial? You don't remember if you met him?
Well, like I said, I think for the voir dire, I think he was already, I believe, in the courthouse. So I think the first time I actually shook his hand and met him was the day of the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And tell me, is that near the church parking lot that you met with them?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Was it near the church parking lot where you met with them?
Yes.
Okay. You shook his hand. This is meeting face to face, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you think you had a conversation about the case?
At that point in time, no. I was getting ready to take the stand, so I don't think we had a conversation about it.
You were speaking to the defense or Attorney Jackson on June 10th, 2024. That was before your voir dire testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you remember what those conversations were about?
I presume it was about the logistics of when we were needed. And then I know that ultimately I served as kind of the primary point of contact where I think Alan would reach out to me. He would give me some information about the scheduling and kind of when we would be needed. Then I would check in with Dr. Rentschler, and then I would get back to Mr. Jackson. So there was kind of that channel of communication to try to figure out when we were to arrive and where we were supposed to go.
You're not saying that all your conversations with Alan were just logistics, were you?
I believe for the most part, yes.
So it took hundreds of texts, 100 texts for logistics?
Absolutely. And I could certainly go into the day before my trial testimony, which was a very extensive travel day where I don't even think I left the Philadelphia airport.
We're going to get there, but there's a lot more communication before we get even close to that. Okay. Do you remember on June 10th having conversations with Attorney Jackson?
I do remember that there was conversations,
Okay.
yes.
Now, June 10th is 8 days before your testimony. Did you ever talk about an outline of your testimony or what your testimony would be?
No, sir.
Okay. You ultimately have more conversations on June 16th. Do you remember those conversations on June 16th?
Not specifically, no.
You don't remember them specifically? Do you remember whether or not you talked about the case with Attorney Jackson on June 16th?
We did not talk about the case, no.
Did you ever email with Attorney Jackson around that time?
In June 10th?
Before your voir dire?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So everything from your mind was just logistics at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you came in for June 17th?
I believe the voir dire was the 18th.
Okay. Do you remember having phone calls on the 18th
Joy.
with Attorney Jackson?
Close.
The day of the voir dire?
Yes.
I could have to let him know that I arrived.
Well, so you check in with a client, tell them you're on their way, even though you're not going to meet them?
To let them know that I'm coming to court?
Okay. And so when you testified in the voir dire, then did you have further conversations with Attorney Jackson?
After the voir dire?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you talk about the case?
No, sir.
You had to testify, or you came and you testified on the 24th?
That sounds right.
You had a number of phone calls before the 24th. You had a series of phone calls on the 17th, 2 on the 18th, 2 on the 19th. Do you know what any of those were about?
I think it was about the logistics of arriving here, because I know that I was going to, as opposed to driving, I know I was going to fly in this time.
Okay, how about the 21st and 23rd? There's a call on the 21st and 2 on the 23rd. Did you talk about the case?
No.
And so when you came into trial to testify, you were just relying on the opinions you had already provided in the past?
That were written in the February 12th report
Yeah.
of 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you had not talked about the case with Attorney Jackson or any member of this team?
No, it was all in the report, and that's ultimately what I testified exactly to at the time of trial in the voir dire, sir.
And you did not talk to Attorney Jackson or anybody else about the case?
No, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an email, do you recognize that?
Yes.
From you to who?
To Mr. Jackson.
Okay. And what's it labeled as?
Wolf Direct.
And that's before you testified on trial, 24.
It's at 6 p.m. the night before I testified, yes.
So it's before you testified?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you this document. Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the attachment to the email.
Do you recognize reading that?
Yes.
Do you recognize discussing the case before you testified on June 24, 2024?
I never discussed this with him. This is something that I sent to him, that I did on my own, and that I sent to him. But he never asked this of me, and we never discussed it.
So you sent him what you thought would be the best questions and answers for him to ask you when you testified?
So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial.
Can I get that, please? There's an email with a document I'd like to attach this as an exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 1. 1.
So you assisted the defense before your testimony.
Hold on.
Where's the one with the comments on? Thank you. So you assisted the defense in anticipation of your testimony by sharing with them the questions and answers you thought would be most helpful.
Again, as I mentioned, this is something that I do internally to prepare. I sent that to him the evening before I testified at 6 p.m. I presume that he already had his direct examination done at that point. So I sent that to him, yes.
That's a lot of answers other than the one for my question. The one for my question is...
Hold the comments, please.
My question was, you had communications offering information to the defense before you testified in a way that you thought would help the testimony, didn't you?
Tell me to hold.
Well, first off, I have no idea if he even read it or utilized anything from it.
But that's not really answering the question I just asked, is it?
Can you repeat the question?
Of course I can. So when you sent a direct examination to Attorney Jackson before your testimony, you communicated with Attorney Jackson, providing information that you thought would best help your testimony in court.
Well, I think ultimately it's to help the jury understand my report and my analysis.
Do you think it's helpful not answering the question and just diverting every time I ask you something? Do you think that's helpful? Do you want to answer my question or do you want me to move on?
I think I answered your question.
I don't think you did, so I'll ask it one more time.
No comments, please.
Do you think that providing a direct examination to the defense before you testified is in any way assisting preparing for your testimony?
Again, I don't know if he even utilized it, sir. And certainly if the Commonwealth had reached out, they could have gotten a copy of that as well. It would have been the same exact outline whether I testified on behalf of the defense or behalf of the Commonwealth.
You don't want to answer my question?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever make any comments or discuss the outline that you provided to the defense to help better the testimony for the defense?
I did put comments, yes.
When I just showed you that document and you said you just sent it because this is a standard thing, why didn't you just tell us that you made comments that would assist the defense? Why didn't you share that when I just asked the question?
I don't understand your question.
You don't understand my question. I asked you about the outline, the direct examination you provided to the defense, and you gave me a response that this is something typical, but it's just an outline. You wouldn't answer whether it would help the defense or not, but the reality is you were assisting the defense, isn't it?
Objection, Your
I'm
Honor.
going to allow that.
I'm going to allow.
You were making suggestions to help the defense, weren't you?
Sir, it wasn't to help the defense. It wasn't to help anyone but the jury understand things. As I just mentioned, that outline, if it was asked if I had sent one to the Commonwealth, you would have gotten the exact same copy.
You didn't send one to the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth never reached out to us, sir.
So what you said in this
says
is
a lot.
there's a question about, so not being able to inspect the vehicle is something that is not uncommon in your line of work, and you wrote back, absolutely not, correct?
Correct.
And you made a comment to assist the jury, according to you, only to assist the jury. Not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show jury it doesn't matter in this case. Were those your comments to the defense before your testimony?
Absolutely. And it would have been the same argument probably from the defense if you had called me a witness about not being able to inspect the vehicle. I wanted the jury to have an understand that for the analysis I undertook, it did not matter that I did not physically inspect the vehicle, sir.
Makes sense.
So when you're telling us here, under oath, before this court, that you did nothing to assist the defense, you do not think that you making these suggestions on how to better the testimony for the defense, you don't think that's helping the defense?
No.
Okay. You said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. So you're making suggestions to the defense about what you think could be helpful in the direct examination, correct?
Sir, there were never any conversations between me and Mr. Jackson about what questions to ask, what not to ask. Again, I prepared that internally on my behalf and sent that to him. Whether he utilized it or not, I have no idea.
Not my question. Not my question. What I'm asking you is when you wrote to the defense and said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination,
Yes, slow down.
Sorry. When you wrote and offered, unsolicited according to you, to the defense, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination, weren't you trying to help, sir?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
And then when you wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue, I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. Who's they?
Well, it would have been the prosecution in this case.
But you're not taking sides, you're totally objective, right?
Sir, that is a question that's routinely raised when I testify about whether or not we inspected the vehicle. So I know it would be a potential issue that would be raised by either side.
So you were alerting the defense that you thought that this may become an issue.
It was more or less to make sure the jury had an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis, sir. I wanted to make sure the jury understood that.
Don't hide behind the jury. I'm talking about your communications with the defense. I'm asking you specifically about your conversations with the defense.
That's two questions. Ask one question.
You wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. That's what you wrote, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The tone in the argumentation.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Right. And when you said they, you're referring to the opposition, the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you offer an explanation or a way to deal with what the Commonwealth may confront you with, don't you? You make a suggestion to help the defense, don't you?
Again, it was to help the jury understand that because I did not physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis. That was the point I was trying to make.
I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. That's what you wrote.
Right. Need to show the jury. Yeah. That's what I was trying to make sure that that point was understood, to the jury.
In your collaboration with the defense, that's not all you wrote, is it? You gave them discretion about things that you should or shouldn't say in front of that jury who you say you want to hear everything. Didn't you?
There were other comments, yes.
If you want the jury to hear everything, you wouldn't be relying on the defense to tell you what to say and not say, would you?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, you'll understand if I read this. Number 19. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? You remember that one?
Yes.
And then you wrote back, yes, unfortunately there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian fatalities. You remember that?
Yes.
Statistically speaking, most pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Yes?
Yes.
Oh. And then, do you defer to the defense, not the jury, trying to give the full story to the jury, do you defer to the defense in exercising discretion on what you will or will not say to the jury back then?
Well, allow me to explain, if you will.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, let me explain.
No, I'm asking you, did you defer?
Answer the question first.
Did you defer to the defense on what information they wanted you to put in front of that last jury or not?
I didn't defer to them. The reason for that comment is a few reasons, sir.
Let me read it and then you can give any explanation you want.
Hold on. Next question, Mr. Brennan,
You
and
said-
then you answer, Dr. Wolf.
You said, if you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Are those your words?
Yes. Allow me to explain. Because, for one, I want the jury to have an understanding, again, the jury to have an understanding of my background in lighting and human factors and how it relates to me seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts, right? So I want them to have that understanding. At the same time, I don't want them to get caught up in a statistic that just because there's more pedestrian impacts at night, that this alleged incident must have occurred because of that statistic.
Question 31. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before? And you wrote back, yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And you made another comment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I realized in my testimony, I said about 20 times when you asked how many times I've been qualified. You were referring to your voir dire testimony, correct?
Correct.
I misinterpreted your questions, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials and 7 depositions. 18 testimonies total, correct?
Correct.
Not sure if you want me to clear this up or just leave it. Wouldn't you want to clear up a misstatement when you realize you had made a mistake? Wouldn't you want to inform the court, I stated qualifications I didn't have, it was unintentional, but it was a mistake?
Well, that's exactly why I put the comment in there, sir.
You put the comment, you didn't put the comment to the Commonwealth, did you?
Again, you all never contacted us, sir.
Did you comment to the court who you made the representations in front of? Did you let the court know that you made a representation that was inaccurate?
Again, that's why I put the comment in there to.
Did you inform the court about your misrepresentation?
No, I did not inform the court.
You relied on the defense and gave them the discretion whether they were going to clarify the record or not. Correct?
But I provided the clarification, yes.
Mr. Brennan, could you move along, please?
You fell asleep on the stream.
As you sit here today, you don't really know how many communications you had with the defense
Fireflies.
before your last testimony, do you?
For trial 1?
Yes, trial 1.
I think it's all memorialized in the records and the emails that were produced.
The ones that were produced, but not things that were lost or destroyed or deleted, correct?
Again, there are records, even though the physical texts aren't there, there's certainly records of the calls, incoming, outgoing, as well as texts.
Do you remember when you testified in the voir dire, you were asked that before that morning when you walked into court, you had never met Attorney Jackson face to face?
Correct.
But you met him in court that day, right?
I believe I met him that day, yes.
You were asked whether or not you had ever discussed at trial now, after the voir dire, on June 24th, you were asked whether you ever discussed the substance of any of your testimony. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And so when you share questions and answers and suggestions by email,
Okay, problem
was the
solved.
statement under oath,
Wait
you and I have
a
never
minute.
discussed the substance of your testimony. Is that still truthful?
We never discussed it, sir. Again, I sent it to him on my own behalf. There was
And-
no discussion that took place between Mr. Jackson about that.
You made comments after this was exchanged.
That was sent with the comments, sir.
And then you were asked whether you had ever been paid by the defense. You said no. You were later paid by the defense, weren't you?
ARCCA did send an invoice afterwards, yes.
Did you talk to ARCCA about that? About the billing in this case?
No.
You submitted your bill? Yes?
ARCCA submitted the bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Klein, he was involved in the testing you did, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why is it that Mr. Klein didn't come in and join you? Who made that decision for trial?
Well, I think it was around, again, when we were talking about those June calls, I think that there was some discussion between Mr. Jackson and myself about Mr. Klein's involvement, and ultimately, he's also an accident reconstructionist, so it essentially would have been duplicative testimony. So we didn't feel, or Mr. Jackson, I don't think, felt it was necessary to call Mr. Klein as well.
That sounds like a little bit more than just scheduling, doesn't it?
I would describe that as logistics, sir.
Logistics. You had to describe what Mr. Klein's role was or wasn't in that report, didn't you?
Again, I went over his background as an accident reconstructionist, yes.
Well, so you only talked about background, and from that the decision was made not to call him, or did you talk about his role in your testing and in your opinions?
I didn't talk about his role, sir. I think ultimately the decision obviously was made by Mr. Jackson, not
I
me.
understand that, but I want to know what the conversation was that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein. It wasn't simply logistics. What was the discussion you had?
Well, I told him that, again, we're both accident reconstructionists. Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, so there would have been essentially duplicative testimony from both of us.
Well, your report's never very clear who did what.
He doesn't understand.
Would you agree with me the report is a general report that has yours, Dr. Rentschler, and Dr. Klein's name on it? Would you agree with me?
All three of our names are on it,
It
yes.
doesn't distinguish who did what in that report, does it?
Correct, but I think it certainly was testified to at the voir dire in the time of trial.
Before the voir dire. When you spoke to the defense, did you explain to them what the different roles were for the different people that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein?
Again, we went over our backgrounds, and I think from that you can deduce that.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if you're familiar with what an accident reconstructionist does and you're familiar with what a biomechanical engineer does, then you would be able to understand that.
Oh.
It would be easier to understand if you could just tell us what the conversation was.
You don't want him
That's
talking.
what I'm asking you about.
I'll allow it.
When you had a
Oh my
conversation
God.
with the defense, did you tell them the role that Mr. Klein played in your investigation and in your conclusions?
Again, I told him that we are both accident reconstructionists.
Okay. And he chose you instead of Mr. Klein. Did you say there was a difference between you and Mr. Klein and what you did?
No, again, we were both a part of the testing. We were both a part of the review. So we had exactly the same role, essentially.
Did you tell him that?
No, I told him that we were both accident reconstructionists.
And you remember that's all you said about it?
Yes.
During the voir dire and the trial, did you get to watch any of the Commonwealth's experts?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about any questions and answers that could or should be asked?
No, but I will note that during the entirety of the first trial, the Department of Justice was closely watching it, and we had certainly a direct line of communication with them that they were giving us and providing us information about the trial as it was ongoing.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about questions and answers to ask?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody's testimony at any time during the first trial?
I might have seen a few news clips, but I didn't watch any specifically, no.
Did you ever watch anybody's testimony? Did you ever watch any of the reconstruction's testimony?
No, sir.
Did you, after the trial, spend any private time with the defense?
No, I left town.
Okay. You didn't go to lunches or parties or anything like that?
No, I went straight to the airport.
Okay. And, sir, is there any other communications that you've had with the defense that you didn't tell us about outside the text and the phone calls and the signal calls? Or any other communications that you can think of that you had with the defense?
No, sir. I've provided everything I have in my possession.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Lessie, do you have anything?
I sure do, Your Honor.
Oh, I
Are we
sure
going to get to
do.
Dr. Rentschler today or not?
Well, you know how much time Mr. Brennan's...
I'm just asking you.
I hope so, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, Rachel, I agree. That would have been, says a lot, don't it?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the document?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, I am providing you with a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the order for production of records.
And is that an order from this court?
Yes, sir.
And is this the order that you were provided with in response to recent matters with regard to this court and what you should or should not be keeping in terms of records and what you should be producing with regard to records?
Yes.
Could you please read the, excuse me, at this time, Your Honor?
I have it in front of me.
Okay, well, I understand. So if Your Honor has it, I would like it to be part of the hearing.
Sure,
Right?
we can mark it.
That's exactly, thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2.
Thank you. I offered it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I allow the witness to have that, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Take that.
That's because she's cross, Butterfly. She's cross. That damn dude up there, that prosecutor guy, he's cross.
Your Honor.
He crossed us, didn't he?
Dr. Wolf, I realize that the court has a copy of this, but I'd like you to please read the first sentence in the indentation at the top after following.
Okay. All records within ARCCA's or its owners, partners, employees, or representatives' possession, custody, or control in whatever format kept that reflect or in any way relate to work performed or contemplated and related in any way to billing, payment, compensation, and or reimbursement of any kind in connection with Commonwealth versus KarenRead.
Did you, and to the best of your knowledge, everyone associated with ARCCA
comply completely with this order with regard to the records that are requested in it?
Yes, everything I had in my possession and that ARCCA had in our possession, we produced.
What I'd like to do is to go back in time with regard to your interactions with the United States Department of Justice in February of 2024. Was ARCCA under a contract with the United States Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
Was there a contract number assigned to that contract?
Yes.
Was there an internal number at ARCCA for which all time was billed for your work on that matter in February of 2024?
Yes.
Did that contract number that began in February of 2024 ever change in ARCCA?
Well, let me just clarify something real quick. So the original case, when it came in from the Department of Justice, was in the year of 2023. So when that project was opened with the Department of Justice, we assigned a project number to it. That project number from the original case with the Department of Justice remained the same all the way through the trial.
And now let's go from in the trial in June of 2024, correct?
Correct, yes.
From June of 2024 to the end of December of 2024, did that contract number ever change?
No.
To your knowledge, when you were entering time under that contract number for your work, did you understand that that time was going to be billed to that contract number with the U.S. government?
That was my assumption, yes.
Did you have from any time in 2024 any understanding that any of your time that you were entering was to be billed to the defense team in this case?
No, sir.
Let's now go to your first interactions with the defense. As I understand it, well, why don't you tell me what was the first date of your understanding of interactions with the defense?
I believe it was sometime in mid to end of March of 2024. Again, that would have been over a month from when we issued our report to the Department of Justice.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, what I have is the entire production that ARCCA made. I think it would ease in terms of the...
Sure, he can have it.
Thank you. Is that pursuant to the subject to the Honor's permission to answer any of my questions if you need to?
Okay.
Now, in March of 2024, had your final report been issued, the final report that you prepared for the U.S. government?
Yes, that was issued on February 12th of 2024.
From February 12th of 2024 until you sit here today, has there been any change whatsoever to that report?
No.
Have the conclusions in that report stayed the same since it was finalized for the U.S. Department of Justice in February of 2024?
Yes, and that was testified to at the voir dire and certainly at the time of trial.
Did the defense at any time have any discussions with you about the substance of that report to the United States Department of Justice?
No, we had no idea who the defense was or the Commonwealth for that matter.
And when you took the stand in the voir dire testimony in the first trial, before you took the stand, did you have any discussions with any member of the defense about the substance of that report?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions with any member of the defense before the voir dire testimony other than discussions about background and qualifications?
Other than, again, some logistics about how to get up here, where to go, things of that nature. But beyond that, no.
Other than logistics, how to get up here, when you were coming, background qualifications, did you have any discussions with any member of the defense of any kind with regard to the report to the U.S. Department of Justice?
No, sir.
Did the defense ever try to get you to improve or change any aspect of the report you had issued to the Department of Justice?
No.
At the time that ARCCA was working for the United States Department of Justice, do you know whether ARCCA could have been retained by any other party for any aspect related to the February 2024 report?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
In 2024, did the federal government prevent ARCCA from entering into any contract with any other party with regard to your report of February of 2024?
So we were, again, because we were still under contract with the Department of Justice, we could not have any other formal agreements, contracts, retainers, anything of that nature, because we were still under contract with the Department of Justice.
Now let's go to the emails that were discussed with you starting with March 20, 2024, and then the subsequent email of March 22nd, 2024.
Okay.
Are you there, sir?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Well, let's test to make sure. March 20, 2024, 10:49 a.m. from Alan Jackson to Daniel Wolf. Do you have that?
Yes.
And that email states in substance, thank you so much for taking the time to get on with the phone this morning. Pursuant to our conversation, please feel free to forward an engagement letter to this email address. I will get that countersigned and returned to you forthwith along with your retainer as required. As of March 20th, 2024, was there any understanding that ARCCA would be compensated by the defense for any aspect of current or future work?
No.
Was there any understanding or discussion that ARCCA would receive any reward or payment or compensation for any contemplated work with the defense?
No.
The discussions that you had with Mr. Jackson that are the subject of this March 2024 email, were there any inducements to ARCCA from the defense?
No, sir.
After that email was received by you, did you have any understanding or expectation of any kind that ARCCA would be compensated for any work associated with this case?
No, sir.
What was, briefly, the essence of that conversation that's discussed in the March 20, 2024 email?
Well, if it correlates to when I'm looking back at this phone record log, there was an incoming call to the ARCCA main line on March 20th, 2024 at 7 a.m., and that's Pacific Standard Time, so that would have been at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So that call lasted for 39 minutes. And as I mentioned earlier with Mr. Brennan, I think that was a conversation about Alan trying to get in touch with me, letting us know that, hey, we've received your all's report as part of this federal investigation. You know, how can we go about utilizing you guys to come testify at trial? Can you guys come testify at trial? So, and then as I mentioned, I went over him with our typical, protocol for when a case comes in and a client wants to utilize us to testify, which is certainly outlined in that email. But obviously, given the very unique nature of this case, I had no idea if that was something that was okay, if it was allowed, what to do. So subsequent to that email, I then reached out to the Department of Justice to get clarification on what the guidelines would be to move forward.
I'm going to come back to these emails, but I want to go right to the July invoice from ARCCA to Worksman Jackson Firm. So can you locate that? Is that in your production? It's the July invoice.
Yes. I have it located, yes.
Did you ever have any discussion of any kind with any member of the defense team about that invoice before July 12th of 2024?
No, sir. And I will note, I am not a part of the invoicing or accounting at ARCCA. When a bill goes out, how much it goes out for, who it goes to, I'm not a part of that at all.
For each and every entry on that invoice, did you have any understanding that the defense team, as you're making each of those entries, any understanding that the defense team was going to be paying for any of that work?
No, again, I think my boss wants to know what I'm doing with my time, right? What am I working on? Am I sitting there twiddling my thumbs, or am I working on a case? So that's the purpose of tracking time, sir.
So can you please describe how it is you enter time and what your thought process is as you're entering each of those time entries? Not each one, but just collectively. How do you do it? Why do you do it? And how does that work in your firm?
So again, there's usually just a spreadsheet. Sometimes I'll write it down. Maybe my project manager will enter it. But ultimately, I keep track. If I've got an 8-9 hour day, right? I'm working on multiple cases that day, right? So I figure out, all right, did I have a telephone call? Did I work on a report for this long, right? So I keep track of my time in a spreadsheet so that ultimately, again, my boss and the accounting department knows what was Dr. Wolf doing on this day, this month.
Let's take the first entry on May 1st, 2024. You see that?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding when you made that entry that the defense was going to be paying for that time?
No.
6/9/2024. Did you have any understanding when you made that entry that the defense was going to be paying for that time?
No.
For any entry on this invoice, did you have any understanding that the defense was going to be paying for this time?
No, sir.
When you're entering this time, if you had any understanding, was your understanding that this time was under the contract with the U.S. government?
Yes, because that's the project number that I put that time towards.
So at the time you're making each one of these entries on this entire invoice, what project number are you billing to, and which one do you have in mind at that time?
I don't recall it off the top of my head. I know it was the project number for the Department of Justice case, though.
Right. I'm sorry. I wasn't asking about the specific number,
right,
but the ultimate client, when you're making each of these entries, who is it?
It's the Department of Justice.
Is it the defense in this case?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any discussion at all with any member of the defense team that this invoice was going to be sent to the defense?
No.
For any entry on this invoice, did you ever have any belief that you were retained or engaged by the defense?
No, and as I mentioned earlier, again, the Department of Justice forbid that. So we could not be retained or in a contract with the defense.
I would like to now go back to the emails we were talking about. Specifically, we left off with the March 20, 2024. I want to now go to the March 22nd, 2024 email. I'm just going to shorthand that, refer to it as the pause email. What had happened between March 20th, 2024 and March 22nd, 2024?
Do you have the tab for that, the email that you're looking at? Sorry.
Tab 1, please.
Tab, okay. Right, so the first email that we were talking about on March 20th, 2024 from Mr. Jackson to myself, it looks like the next email was from me to Mr. Jackson 2 days later, March 22nd, 2024 at 6 a.m. I sent an email saying, "Hi, Alan. Subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, the U.S. District Attorney's Office has asked that we pause on any further conversation until we receive additional information from their office regarding our involvement moving forward. I will provide you an update when I have it." So what it sounds like, and from what I recall, is that between March 20th, 2024 and March 22nd, 2024, I had reached out to the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office to get clarification on, again, moving forward with potentially testifying in the case.
And what did the United States Department of Justice tell you?
They said to wait basically until they internally figured it out.
So what was your conclusion from that conversation as to whether you could do any work on this case at that point?
At that point, I didn't even know if we were going to be allowed to testify. I know that from my conversation with the Department of Justice, I knew that there was a great deal of confusion on their end on whether or not, as expert witnesses involved in a federal investigation, if we would be even allowed to testify in the state matter. So their legal teams were trying to, I think, figure out what the road forward looked like.
And were you entering time under that U.S. contract matter in March of 2024?
Yes.
And do you know where that time was being billed to?
It would have been the same project number as the Department of Justice one.
That time was not, to your knowledge, being billed to the defense, was it?
No, again, there was through the entirety from, again, when the case from the Department of Justice came in 2023 till the trial concluded, all of the time was put to that one project number.
In March of 22nd of 2024, was any engagement letter sent to the defense?
No.
As of March 22nd, was there any retainer sent to the defense?
No, there was never a contract or retainer sent to the defense in 2024 at all.
So in terms of the discussion in the March 2024 email about engagement letter and retainers, were any of those ever sent?
No, we were not allowed.
And let's go back to that discussion of March 20th about engagement letter, retainer letter. Was that discussion where you were talking specifically about what you were going to do with the defense in terms of that relationship, or was it a general specific type discussion of the policies and billing procedures of ARCCA?
Certainly, as is alluded to in the email, I prescribed to him our typical operating procedure for when a case comes in. But again, I remember part of that call, there was a great deal of confusion about what do we even do from here.
So as of March 22nd, 2024, can you just briefly describe whether there was any further activity at all by ARCCA with regard to the defense?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think that there was no communication, I don't think, until about a month later in April, after I had received that clarification.
Now let's go to April. Let's go to the voir dire hearing of April. When you sat on the stand under oath for the voir dire hearing, had there been any substantive conversations about the topics in the February report to the Department of Justice?
No, sir.
None at all?
None.
What briefly were the substance of the conversations you had with the defense team as of the moment you sat for the voir dire hearing in April of 2024?
Again, they were all scheduling, logistics, and when I look at these records here, you know, I see a phone call for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. There's a few that are for 1 minute, which I think, again, we were just maybe just playing phone tag. But again, these calls are very short in nature. So again, it was just trying to figure out, I mean, obviously I know that this was a large trial, a lengthy trial, a lot of witnesses, things are fluid. So I know that Alan ultimately, I think, would reach out to me. And then, like I said, he would give me an idea, hey, can you come this day, right? And then I would relay that to Dr. Rentschler and say, yeah, that works for me. So then I would get back to Alan. So that's what those conversations were. Again, coordinating our testimony to appear for the voir dire.
It might appear to some that there were a number of conversations before in communications with the defense before you sat for the voir dire hearing. Were those conversations about logistics, background and qualifications, or did those conversations entail other topics?
No, it's what we've covered. Again, that March 20th, 2024 phone call, the very first one of 39 minutes, again, was us trying to figure out what the heck to do. The May 1st phone call, which was 40 minutes, again, was me going over my background, the work that I do, my qualifications, education. Other than that, there are very short phone calls, like I said, of 6 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 9 minutes, right? And again, that was in preparation to appear in terms of scheduling, logistics, timing for the voir dire.
At the voir dire hearing, do you recall the Commonwealth asking you any questions at all about whether you were being compensated by the defense?
I don't recall a single question by the Commonwealth on that, no.
Did the Commonwealth ask you any questions at that voir dire hearing about whether you had any substantive discussions with the defense about your February report to the United States Department of Justice?
I don't believe they asked, no.
Did the Commonwealth at that voir dire hearing ask you any questions about whether you had any promises or inducements from the defense before you sat down for that voir dire hearing?
No.
Now let's go to the next tab with regard to the outlines that you were asked on direct examination by Attorney Brennan. You've described this situation, well, you described how it is you viewed this situation. Have you ever been in this situation before where you're under contract with the federal government, there's rules of the road, so to speak, as what you can do, what you can't do, and then you've got a private defense team. Have you ever been in that situation before?
No, I think it's truly one of a kind, and I don't know that that'll ever happen again.
And have you ever been in a situation like that since?
No, sir.
Did that cause you to have more or less communications with Mr. Jackson to figure out what it is you were going to do or not do?
Sure, yes.
In terms of your outlines that you sent to Mr. Jackson, did he ever broach in any way at all any idea of you sending him an outline?
He never asked, no.
Was there even any discussions that you might send an outline?
No, as I mentioned, it's something that for me is customary as I'm preparing internally for trial, right? I'm not going to come to trial, not review anything, not look over my notes, right? It's something that I do internally so that I can have an understanding how how do I want to try to answer questions that might be posed to me such that I can have the jury understand how did I arrive at my opinions.
Was it important to you, before you sent that email with those outlines, was it important to you that the jury got a fair and accurate presentation of the work you had performed in association with your February report?
Yes, I think that that's my job.
Was there any other motivation that you had in sending that outline in that email to Mr. Jackson other than making sure testimony was elicited that would make your perspective clear to the jury?
No, that was the only reason.
Were you trying to, in any way, favor the defense, give the defense any favor with regard to that trial?
Absolutely not.
What was your goal, both with sending the outline and the testimony at trial? What was your goal?
Again, as I mentioned, I think it's to help the jury understand the report, the analysis, what I did, what I reviewed.
Did the defense ever ask you to communicate to the jury about any aspect of your report in any way?
No, sir.
And did you, in fact, communicate to the jury what it is you intended to effectuate the goal that you just explicated?
I think so, yes.
And with regard to the comments that were in those outlines, what was your intention in putting in those comments?
Again, is to provide the jury, again, like for example, with the nighttime pedestrian statistic, right? It was to have them have an understanding that, I wanted them to have an understanding that I do a lot of nighttime invisibility work, right? So therefore, I see a lot of pedestrian impacts. But again, I don't want them to take that statistic and say, well, we have this alleged incident, there was bad weather conditions, it was nighttime, therefore, we should give that more weight.
And is that desire of yours, in your mind, to help the defense more than to help the Commonwealth?
No, it's impartial, and I will note, I give numerous presentations, and I think slide 2 or 3 on presentations I give, it's going over that very same statistic. I would never shy or hide away from that statistic, and I believe I testified to that very statistic or that comment at the voir dire and in my trial testimony.
In terms of after you sent the emails with quals and issues pertaining to direct testimony, did you ever have any communication of any kind whatsoever with the defense team?
No, he didn't. Mr. Jackson didn't even respond. And I think when I sent the direct outline, it was Sunday evening before I hopped on a plane. And I think by the time I got into Boston, it was like 1 a.m. So I didn't even have a chance.
When you took the stand to testify the next day in that trial, had you had one word of a conversation with Mr. Jackson or any other member of the defense team about the substance of your upcoming testimony?
No, sir.
So you went and sat during that trial and gave testimony to the jury without ever having talked to a member of the defense team about the substance of your February 2024 report?
Correct.
Do you recall any member of the Commonwealth asking any questions at all during your trial testimony about whether you had been compensated by the defense?
No.
Do you recall the Commonwealth ever asking any questions at all whether you had communicated with any member of the defense with regard to your testimony during your trial testimony?
I don't think that was asked. No.
Do you recall any questions from the Commonwealth about whether back in March or any other time you had been promised or induced by the defense? Do you remember any of those questions?
No.
Do you remember any questions by the Commonwealth at either the voir dire or the direct testimony about whether you had had conversations with the defense?
No.
Do you remember any questions of the Commonwealth at all before you sat down and after you sat down for trial about whether you had any text communications with any members of the defense?
No.
At the end of the trial, did you have any understanding whatsoever that ARCCA was going to be compensated by the defense?
No.
At the end of the trial, did any member of the defense ever say to you, we're now going to compensate you for any of your work up to the time of your trial testimony?
No, and the records certainly reflect that I never spoke to Mr. Jackson after the trial in 2024. There was no conversations between us.
Well, let's go beyond Mr. Jackson. Let's go to any human being. Did you have any discussions with any human being as to whether the defense was going to compensate you for any work, travel, expenses, disbursements that you had or incurred up to and through your trial testimony?
No.
And at that time, were you still under contract with the United States Department of Justice?
Yes.
Now let's proceed to December of 2024. Were there any conversations from the end of the trial until December of 2024 other than logistics? Well, was there any conversations of any kind? And please summarize briefly what they were. Or texts.
The only communication that I had with the defense was Mr. Jackson. After I took the stand, I think that he sent me a text just thanking again for my time traveling up here. I said it was great, and then we left, and that was it. I did not communicate with Mr. Jackson for the remainder of 2024.
Now let's go to recent communications. In 2025, did you have any communications with any member of the defense with regard to the potential? Well, let me go backwards. Let me go to the invoice. Let me go to the July invoice.
Okay.
How did you learn that that invoice was paid? If you learned at all, how did you learn that that invoice was paid?
I didn't learn. I didn't know that it was paid. I didn't even know it was sent.
Now let's go to this year. Did the defense approach ARCCA to see if they might be able to testify in this trial that's currently pending?
Well, I think that the first communication of 2025 that happened between myself and Mr. Jackson was in February 13th of 2025. There was 2 calls, 25 minutes and 5 minutes, but it looks like just because there was a disconnect. So it was about a 30-minute call with him in February of this year.
And what was the substance of that call?
Well, I think back to that time frame, I became aware that I think that there was a motion or two regarding ARCCA and potentially excluding our testimony for the upcoming trial. I also know that around that time, unfortunately, I ended up getting a significant amount of harassment through emails, and unfortunately even spread into my personal life where my wife was affected. They were posting pictures of my 4 kids all over the internet. So it was somewhat of a difficult time on my end, and I think what prompted me to reach out to Mr. Jackson was to figure out what's going on. Why is my family all over the internet? You know, why are they talking about me? Why am I getting all these hate emails? So it was, I think, a conversation to figure out, hey, you know, there's been several months that have passed. It looks like there's some motions pending against us. I'm getting a bunch of harassment. What's going on?
Do you have an understanding of why you were getting hate mails, hate emails, hate communications, your wife, your children? What did you conclude was the reason why you were receiving that?
I honestly don't know. I presume it was about comments made to me in court or that were represented about ARCCA or myself.
So just so I'm clear on that, it was, you believe, regarding comments about ARCCA and whether and what? Can you be a little more specific what your understanding was?
Well, I know that I received several emails that, insinuated that I perjured myself on the stand. Like I said, and a lot of hateful comments just about me and the work that I do. So I received several emails with respect to that.
Sir, do you believe you have ever made an untruthful statement at all with regard to this matter?
No, sir.
Have you done your best to try to provide accurate and truthful information in this matter?
Yes.
Now to the last part, which is, did the defense contact you with regard to potential further work? I want to separate out now and move on from the work that you did with regard to the U.S. Department of Justice, your February 2024 report. We went all the way through the trial in that matter. We went to the end of 2024. Now I want to come to 2025 in a different subject matter, which is communications with the defense about doing further work for this trial.
Yes.
What was the nature of the communication? And so we can move through this rather quickly, but importantly, I want to get it complete and accurate. Just describe what the communications were on a timeline basis, subject matter, and with regard to your understanding of why you were contacted.
So subsequent to that February 13th call, as I mentioned, Mr. Jackson had indicated that he preferred to utilize Signal to communicate. So we exchanged a few messages and phone calls on that. Like I said, they were rather short.
I'm going to interrupt you for there a bit. Was there any discussion about the reason for Signal because the prosecution had been subpoenaing the phones of Mrs. and Dr. Reed, subpoenaing and seizing the phone of Miss Reed, that phones of defense attorneys had been requested to be looked at? Was there any understanding in your mind that there was a need to go to Signal to protect the defense and the integrity of the defense?
I didn't know that was happening, but like I said, I did not have a problem with communicating. To me, it was just another messaging app. I know people use all different types of applications, so I didn't have a problem with it.
Was there anything in your mind nefarious or underhanded about using Signal?
No.
And my understanding is it's the first time you used a Signal app with regard to a matter professionally. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you get any understanding from communications with the defense that there was anything at all untoward about communicating through Signal?
No, I was not aware of any issue with using that communication.
Was there any communication whatsoever that you can recall on Signal that you have any concern about as you sit here today?
No.
And what were the majority of the communications, as best you recall, with the defense on Signal?
Well, as I described, I know that at that point, and like I said, it was primarily confined to a pretty short window in March, but Mr. Jackson had indicated that around that time, I think ARCCA was being litigated by this court in terms of our involvement in the case. I know that they had started to, I think, receive discovery as it relates to the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist and biomechanist. So they were, I think, interested in utilizing us potentially in the second trial. So I think that they had submitted a letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to be able to work with us. I said that on my end, I could reach out to them because I hadn't heard from them in months. So I think it was around mid-March, I had reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to get my own clarification on whether or not we could move forward.
All right, so I want to stop you there. I apologize for interrupting you, sir. But what was the date that you reached out to the U.S. Department of Justice to see if you could participate in the second trial?
Probably around mid-March, maybe March 18th, March 15th.
Did you have an understanding at that time that the Commonwealth had retained an entirely new firm and expert in the area of accident reconstruction?
I think Mr. Jackson had indicated that there had been some material disclosed, but I think it was I think it was just a simple report or something of that nature at that point in time.
Was it a report, just like a page and a quarter or so of findings and conclusions and then a slide presentation? Is that what it was?
Yes, that sounds right.
Was any of that information at all helpful or meaningful to you in your ability to respond to that and to determine what was done and what ARCCA might want to do in response?
Well, certainly not the report. The report was very, very brief. The PowerPoint, somewhat hard to follow, but again, it really didn't provide a complete picture.
And in terms of scans, electronic data, etc., do you recall when you finally got that information?
Well, I think that would have been after the defense officially retained us on March 26th. I think that's when we received that information.
So in terms of the information that you received, those scans, etc., did that allow you to proceed with any meaningful work?
Well, it gave us, again, a better insight into the foundation or the basis for the analysis, yes.
Could you have proceeded with a contract with anybody, not just the defense, but anybody, with the level of information you had before you got the scans and the data?
I think it would be very difficult to do so.
Could you have even created a scope of work based upon that report and that PowerPoint presentation?
Most likely not, just because some of the areas that Dr. Rentschler and myself are particularly interested in are extremely vague in that report in PowerPoint.
Once you got the level of information that you have now, what is the ordinary time it would take in the regular course of ARCCA's business to evaluate that information and prepare your own report, analysis, and finding? In the ordinary course, how much time would it take ARCCA to do that?
Well, certainly for the nature of this case, as I mentioned, we were officially retained by the defense on March 26, 2025. As I mentioned, I myself just got word from the Department of Justice just a day or two, I think, prior to that we could move forward. So immediately, once Mr. Jackson, I indicated to him on the 26th that we did have authorization to move forward. He immediately asked that I send over, again, our typical procedure with the contract and retainer. And I think that same day, at the 26th or the 27th, his office sent over, I believe, links to notices of discovery, I believe 1 through 62, which I think encompassed about 800 gigabytes worth of information and data.
How much in relative term, 800 gigabytes? Is that a little data, medium amount of data, or a lot of data?
Voluminous, a lot of data. So we immediately started to review that. And again, I feel like maybe I speak for most experts. One thing we always want is more time, right? So in a case like this, I mean, ideally we would be talking months. To be able to sift through all of that information, be able to do analysis, be able to do testing, be able to write a report, right? So I think certainly we are on the order of months, not weeks.
What did you do, however, if anything, to try to expedite the work and get it done as quickly as you could once you got the level of information you had from Aperture?
Certainly. So I certainly understood that the trial was imminent. So I worked as quickly as I could, along with Dr. Rentschler, to review that material, and certainly in parallel, try to determine, okay, what testing do we need to do to effectively evaluate and potentially come up with opinions for this case.
Did you put other work aside at ARCCA to work on this matter?
Absolutely, work and personal things.
And personal things, what did you put aside? Just one example.
So the other week, my wife and I, we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. So
it affected his personal life, I understand.
Okay, I'll move on, Your Honor. With regard to the work.
No, let him talk about how he missed his anniversary. Let him talk about that.
You performed it on an expedited basis, as you said. You shortened the time period down as much as your firm possibly could. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said you would like to have had more time, correct?
Correct, but I understood Your Honor's order, and I wanted to meet that deadline, so I worked as quickly as I could over the last week to ensure that, again, we could respect that deadline, and we completed our testing.
And with regard to the testing now that you've worked on, that you just described, does that testing relate to any previous work, or is it all in response to the new expert for the Commonwealth, Aperture, and the new information from Aperture that came in iterations through the month of February?
It would be in response to Dr. Welcher's work. Certainly, much of what was alluded to in his report and PowerPoint was not discussed in the first trial.
Could you have done any of the work you've been working on the past month or so? Could you have done any of that work without receiving the Aperture report and slides and scans?
No, I don't even know what we would be responding to then.
So you needed the Aperture information before you could even start working, correct?
Correct.
Do you have in mind, or does ARCCA have in mind, any further testing that you need to do, or have you completed what ARCCA needs to do with regard to fairly and properly responded to the new work of Aperture?
I think we're satisfied that we've completed that testing, yes.
And what, if any, more work do you contemplate that needs to be done from, as you sit here today, going forward?
Well, as I mentioned, all the testing is done, so I think the analysis and the report to follow, yes.
To use expert engineering type terms, is it QA/QCing the report? Is it putting all the information together in a compilation so everybody can understand what you've done and make clear your findings and conclusions? Is that what's left to do?
Yes, and I will note, obviously, as the court is aware, we've produced all of that raw test data, photographs, video, so it's all there. The basis and the foundation for what the report will lay out has all been provided to the court.
You got ahead of me, and thankfully to my next question, which is there's nothing that you have that you've done that hasn't already been produced to pursuant to the court's order. Is that correct?
No, I think that we've responded to the court's order, yes.
How long on an expedited basis? Well, let me ask you, in the ordinary course, how long would it take you to do this last part of your work, in the ordinary course?
Probably, again, it can vary. Maybe around a month would be fair.
However, it would take a month in the ordinary course. How quickly can you get that work done fairly?
I'm hoping, if it pleases the court, hopefully May 7th will work.
And so you believe everything would be completed by May 7th?
Correct.
That's all I have at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, you're suggesting that it's going to take until May 7th for you to complete your reports in this case?
And the analysis, yes.
Do you know when this trial started?
I think like a week or so ago.
You provided raw data last Friday,
Yes.
but you would agree you still have not provided any reports.
Correct.
You said if you were
That's not good.
notified or received information, you could have your testing and opinions done within a month, correct?
Potentially. Again, it would also depend on when we got authorization from the Department of Justice, which, as I mentioned, was at the very end of March.
I understand that. We're going to talk about that separately. I'm talking specifically
No,
about
you don't understand
one
that, Hank.
If you received the information, you said that you could have the testing and reports done in 1 month, correct?
I don't know. I said the testing, the reports,
Why
and
is
everything.
It's all done.
Would it take longer than a month?
I'm confused right now.
Ideally, I think it depends on what kind of a report that we're talking about. I think if it's something along the lines that Dr. Welcher produced, I think it could be pretty quick.
You said March 26th is when you received authorization, and you're going to have things done by May 7th. So that's a month and a week?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know when the Commonwealth in this case turned over Dr. Welch's information to the defense? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Did you know that it was turned over in a report on January 30th?
Just the report?
Yes.
I didn't know that,
And
no.
the file in its entirety was turned over by February 5th? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor. Do you know that?
I don't, Your Honor.
And if you had a month from February 5th to complete your testing and report, you could have been done by March 5th or even the second week of March, couldn't you?
Presuming we had authorization, the defense had authorization from the Department of Justice as well as ARCCA, yes.
Putting aside the authorization, I'm going to ask you about that. But just the time you need to test, if you knew or received the information by February 5th, you could have been done by March 5th or mid-March, couldn't you?
Potentially, yes.
Well, you're going to get it done that quickly now, so wouldn't that be an accurate guide to when you could have done it then?
It's certainly not ideal, but we certainly are working as quickly as we can.
I know it's not ideal, but isn't it the same time frame? Whatever it's going to take you from March 26th, you could have done from February 5th. True?
Again, I don't know the timeline in terms of what exactly was produced when from Dr. Welcher, so I'm not aware of that.
But I'm not asking about the timeline. I'm talking about the time needed to deal with this information. You said you could have.
Hank, you don't have to be a douchebag. You really don't.
I think a month or more, yes.
I understand it's your job, but I understand.
Your
You're doing
contract with the federal government ended, ARCCA's did, in June of 2024, didn't it?
I believe it was sometime last year, yes.
Do you know the Commonwealth notified the defense that they were going to have a new expert back in October of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any effort by ARCCA or the defense to try to facilitate an agreement that the defense could use ARCCA as witnesses back in October or November of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any efforts by the defense to try to notify the federal government to be able to use ARCCA in December or January?
No.
And so as far as you knew, this came out of nowhere in March, that the defense wanted to use ARCCA, or specifically you and Dr. Renchelaer, in late March of 2025?
No, I think, again, it was, like I said, around February of 2025. I know that, like I said, when I spoke to Mr. Jackson, that he had indicated that the ARCCA issue was being litigated. And I think that, like I said, there was, I think, multiple motions pending against us, and he didn't even know if he could move forward with us at that point in time.
Do you know why the defense waited until February 2025 to even seek permission from the federal government to retain you and Dr. Renchelaer so you could review the materials?
Good question. Because now I want to know.
I don't know, no.
You shared with us communications you had with the United States Attorney's Office. Were you receiving information in this case since the last trial from the defense or from the United States Attorney's Office?
What do you mean with respect to information?
Evidence, discovery, information.
From the Department of Justice?
Anybody?
No, not until recently, no.
So you haven't seen any discovery until after February of 2025, isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you were involved in this case before trial last year, we talked about your communications and conversations with the defense. Was anybody giving you information as an intermediary? Was anybody updating you on the defense or the case or giving other information to you?
Yeah, I think I previously testified that the Department of Justice was closely watching the trial and providing us information.
What information were they providing you about the trial?
I think that they provided information regarding the some of the witnesses that had testified with respect to, I think, the reconstructionists, and I think some of the evidence.
So when the Department of Justice was giving you information during the trial about witnesses, what witnesses do you remember they were giving you information about?
One that comes to mind was, and I don't even recall his name, it would have been the accident reconstructionist.
Is it a coincidence that when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about particular witnesses testifying in this case, is it a coincidence that your phone calls and text messages are more frequent?
Why don't you ask the DOG, sir?
Is it a coincidence?
Yes.
I presume so.
Well, when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony in this case, Was that part of the catalyst for you to either call or text the defense and ask questions?
No.
Did you ever share any of the information you received from the Department of Justice with the defense?
No.
When you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony, that was before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And part of that, when they were giving you information, did they ever give you any live video?
No. It was
Yep.
just verbal
And
communication.
they were giving you updates and summaries of testimony?
I wouldn't say summaries. They just pointed out some key things I think that came out.
What were the key things they were talking about with the reconstructionist testimony? What were they telling you?
I think it was as it relates to the arm being outstretched, and I think some of the kinematics of the pedestrian. I also think there was some mention of potentially some DNA evidence.
And is that how at trial, even though you had no evidence?
5 unknowns on a shoot?
As part of your report, or to consider for your report that you knew that there was DNA evidence because of the intermediary?
Because of the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order in this case that you were not supposed to consider or review other witnesses' testimony or information? Did you know that?
I was never made aware of that. no.
Nobody made you aware about a sequestration order in this case?
No.
But you did, in fact, receive information about other witnesses' testimony before you testified in this case in front of the jury, didn't you?
From the Department of Justice, yes.
The big boys.
What other witnesses were you advised about their testimony and issues in this case before your testimony in this case?
That's all I recall.
Well, you said it was more than one. You said some witnesses. Take a moment, think back. What other witnesses stand out that you were offered information from the Department of Justice about this case before you testified?
Hank, why don't you
As I
take
mentioned, I don't know which witness provided the DNA information, but I would presume that that's the other witness, yes.
So you heard information, you learned that there was information and testimony about DNA.
Yes.
And certainly when you took that information before you testified, you considered it when you testified, didn't you?
The DNA on the
No, because again, our report was already solidified, so it didn't change my opinion in any way.
Well, not about whether it changed your opinion. You testified about DNA, didn't you?
I don't believe that I did, no.
I'm going to approach, if I may, Your Honor. Okay. This is your outline with your comments. You recognize this?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce that as an exhibit, please. Thank you.
Hank's about to get him a mic drop moment here. Like he's going to impeach this witness. He's going to impeach a Department of Justice witness.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
So, as an expert, when you receive information, you need time
I'm
to
like,
look at the raw data,
fucking
don't you?
see. These are answers I fucking
Potentially,
know.
yes.
You need time to look at the report of another expert, don't you?
Potentially.
And then you got to consider whether or not you think that their testing is accurate. You can test their testing, can't you?
You can, yes.
And you can also generate new tests based on what you've read. If you think that there is some explanation needed. Yes?
Perhaps, yes.
And then you can write a report.
Yes.
So it's fair to say when an expert introduces new information, testing materials, it takes about, if not at least a month, to process through that information, vet it, and then consider your own testing.
Well, if they've already authored a report and done their own testing, that should be solidified and memorialized already.
Well, if there's new testing, if a new expert does something new, and an expert wants to look at it, you would agree to sift through that much information and consider and vet it and then do independent testing. It could take over a month, couldn't it?
If it's necessary.
As much as I don't like Hank, he's about to make a really good
That
point
was
here.
necessary, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And if your
It's
report is
okay,
not due
I know
until
what you
May
mean.
7th, is that what you said, May 7th?
Yes.
May 7th. It could take an expert, if they wanted to do testing based on new testing that you provided, over a month, couldn't it?
It depends. I can't answer that.
When you wrote that initial report and you provided the report, how many pages was it? 10, 12 pages?
The original DOJ report?
The report that you produced in this case with your opinions, yes.
That sounds about right.
Okay. You never gave the raw data for that report, did you?
No, it was all protected.
It was all what?
It was protected. It's classified.
Have you been asked for it? Has there been a request made for all the raw data that formed the basis of your opinions, of those initial opinions?
My understanding from communication with the Department of Justice is that all communication and work product is protected and cannot be disclosed.
So that raw data that's necessary to you for your evaluation and your testing, That wasn't provided in this case, was it?
For the first trial?
Yes.
No.
And videos of the demonstration, you built like a potato cannon, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Potato cannon.
If that's how you want to characterize it, sure.
Okay. Did you take videos of it when you were doing your demonstrations and tests?
Yes.
Never turned over those videos, did you?
Again, we're talking about trial 1. As I mentioned, for trial 2, let me finish.
Trial 1, so
Okay.
no, I want you to focus on.
Y'all
Okay,
fucking
no, that
both
was not
shut up
produced,
for a
no.
minute.
Never turned over
God
any
dang.
of those videos.
Hank, let him answer.
Again, we were not able
For
to.
real.
And was there any failed testing the first time around?
No.
In addition to videos, I'm sure you had other raw data, notes, photographs, right?
Yes.
And so when you look at a report, so for example, you saw Dr. Welch's report and you had access now to his file and data, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed that, didn't you?
Yes.
Because to be fair, you need to review not just the report, that's just someone's opinion. You need to review the raw data, don't you, to get an accurate understanding of an opinion?
Right, which we have already provided
Right,
in
so-
response to Dr. Welcher.
Without video and without the raw data, as an expert, there's no ability to really vet the reliability of your first experiments that led to your testimony in trial 1, is there?
I think you might be confused. Again, our role for this round.
I don't think
First,
I am.
Objection, Your Honor, you should be allowed to answer.
I don't think I'm.
Let him
confused.
answer.
About
Let
trial
him
1.
fucking answer.
right.
You had a 12-page report. You provided no video, no raw data, no notes, correct?
Correct. But for this trial, sir, we are being asked to respond to Dr. Welcher.
That's
Okay?
not what I'm
We
asking
have
you.
provided everything that he would need to evaluate the testing that we have done.
That's not what I'm asking you. What if he wants to evaluate the
Let
testing you
him
did the
answer.
first time? Are you going to come into court?
Please.
Do you hope to testify about the opinions you gave the first time? About those 4 opinions?
I don't know what the defense's plan is for us. My understanding is that it's to evaluate and respond to Dr. Welcher.
All right, with that, I need to see counsel attack.
We knew that
Yeah.
was coming.
Go get
Oh,
your
my-
sidebar. Sidebar.
We all need a fucking sidebar right now, lady. You just don't know. My God, what's happening here? Okay, he needs to let the dude answer. I like that the witness has got a little bit of salt in him to come back. Look, I expect prosecutors and defense attorneys to get up there and show their ass. That's what they do. But yeah, he's trying to trip him up, ain't he? He's
Nate,
trying.
yeah, Nate asked me like on the last day of jury deliberations, verdict day, if I was going to go cover the KarenRead trial, and I'm like, not in a million years. you're not
Well, I
going to catch
gotta-
me there,
yeah.
Canton, Mass. Nope.
Look,
Nope.
look, I'm gonna tell y'all what. See them seats? That shit does not look comfortable for a whole day. With my shoulder would be killing me at the end of the day. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'll sit right here in the comfort of my chair and hope they air that shit. She needs a White Claw, Rachel says.
Yeah, right, White Claw time. Yeah,
uh-oh.
4 o'clock hit. She's like, oh wait, we're late.
Fireflies, it's her nap time, y'all. We fixing to be done. She's got to go. Oh, that's right. It's getting close to her dinner time, ain't it?
She'll come back and be like, well, let's
Yeah.
continue this
Yeah,
tomorrow.
like-
Unless they don't want to bring him back. Maybe they want to finish it today. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, she may let him finish it out today, but y'all know
Yeah.
she's getting hungry for her dinner. She eats.
Oh, yeah.
She's an early supper.
she's hangry. She's
Yeah.
hangry.
She got to get that dinner and go to bed early. I think she's an early riser, probably.
But I don't know. Can't he get to the answers without being a dick?
No,
though?
but
Like,
I got. Okay, so this guy wasn't able to retain or share any of the work he did for the DOJ with the defense. So he's got to go back
Set.
and reworking
And let's
everything.
bring Dr. Rentschler in here,
Hold on, we'll
please.
talk about it.
Oh,
Dr. Rensler's coming in.
Yeah.
Remember Dr. Rensler from trial 1?
No, I do not. So
I don't remember. Maybe when I see them.
I didn't watch trial 1. Remember?
Yeah, we had a thing because wrench is in his name, and he was like a mechanics expert. So
Mechanic.
Really? It doesn't ring a bell to me.
Good Lord, is he my
Remember
uncle?
Wolf.
Shit. Mechanic expert. I thought you need a master
is this him?
mechanic.
well, physics mechanics, physics and mechanics.
Like fix my car mechanic. Okay.
No, not fix your car.
Jesus Christ. From the South, a mechanic means you work on the car, Joe.
All right, right, Dr. Rentschler, this is going to be very quick.
Oh, I'm sure it
Go
is,
ahead,
Bev.
Mr. Brennan. We
Thanks.
just need his
Supper
name.
time.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, ANDREWJOHNRENTSCHLER.
You've testified before in this case?
I have, yes, sir.
In a last voir dire in a past trial?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have conversations and communications with the defense before your last testimony?
I did, yes.
Did you use text messages to communicate?
I believe there was maybe one text message.
Okay. How about phone calls?
There was maybe 1 or 2 phone calls, I believe.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there was 6 text messages for you?
Yeah, I believe I sent one, and then there were 5 sent to me.
And were there 23 phone calls?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you looked at the records outlining the phone calls that supposedly you made to the defense?
I looked at the records from the defense, but then I looked at my own records, which indicate a different number, only 3 phone calls, I believe.
Okay, so the 23 phone calls that are summarized, you don't think you made those phone calls?
No, if you look at them, it's like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And in that time period, according to my phone records, I have like a 21-minute phone call that encompasses most of that time.
Okay. Did you discuss with the defense before your testimony anything about this case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you remember speaking to them about this case at all?
I remember speaking about my qualifications and my background, and I believe that's it.
Did you ever use any other medium to have conversations with the defense other than texts or emails or phone calls?
No, sir.
Did you ever communicate with them on Signal?
No, sir.
Why not?
There was no reason to.
As an expert, when you communicate with clients, there's no concern about having it in writing, is there?
So when I...
Keeping a record, whether it's a phone call or a text message or an email,
What
there's
is
no
Hank
concerns when you're dealing
freaking
with
driving
clients,
at
keeping a record
here?
of that,
Like,
is there?
I don't get it.
I don't believe that ARCCA has any specific policy for that, no, sir.
Did you keep track of your hours prior to your testimony?
I did, yes.
And before you testified, did you have conversations with people from the Department of Justice about this case?
Yes, I did.
Did they inform you about witness testimony?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Who decided whether it was going to be an issue worthy of talking about before trial?
With the DOJ, you mean? Yeah. Well, certainly that would have been up to the DOJ. I mean, I would have had conversations with them. I don't believe that I asked or requested anything, but they were called to update us about what was going on.
Do you know why they were calling and raising certain issues with you?
I do not know, no, sir.
And by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting...
You're the one that said calling and raising issues.
It certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order? That there was supposed to be no discussion of testimony and issues that were occurring in the courtroom before you testified?
I'm going to allow it. Were you aware of that, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay.
After you testified, did you, before you testified, did you get a chance to meet anybody from the defense?
Just when I came at court, I think for the voir dire is the first time I met anybody.
Did you just spend time with the defendant and the defense after your testimony?
Well, after my testimony at trial on the 24th, yes, I was provided a ride back to the airport, and I believe I was the last witness. So before my ride to the airport, they said, there's a lunch next door. We need to get somebody else to take to the airport. Come over, have lunch. I had lunch, stood in the corner, and then got a ride back to the airport.
Spend time with the defendant and her family?
Oh, they were certainly there.
Did you talk to them?
Well, they talked to me. As I said, I ate my lunch, and then I actually went and stood in the corner, and then I believe some people came over to talk to me and approach me.
So you spent some time with them?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. And, sir, I understand the report is not going to be ready until May 7th or after?
I believe currently that's what the estimated deadline is, yes.
And so in evaluating Dr. Welch's materials, you wanted to look at the raw data, the conclusions, the findings, the PowerPoint, all the materials, right?
Yes, you'd like to review all the materials before coming up with an opinion.
You can make a decision on what you think is appropriate to contest or maybe agree with, and then do your own test if necessary, correct?
To be able to respond to what those opinions and allegations are, yes, sir.
And it's taken you at least a month to fairly do that, hasn't it?
Well, I believe that's what we've had a month. I don't know if it's taken us a month. That's basically all we've had up to this point to do that.
And it's still not done.
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Brennan?
That's it, thank you.
All right. Can you get that report and everything completed before the 7th? If I order you to do so?
If you order me to do so, I could certainly try and expedite it, yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Want to see counsel at sidebar for 1 minute?
This line of questioning on both of these last two expert witnesses is bonkers. It is bonkers.
Isn't it?
I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it in any case ever. When she says, if you can get that report to me, if I order you, can you get it faster?
All right,
please. Hold on. Goodbye. I was sitting out back. I had to come running back in. I figured it was fan only time.
Yep.
Okay. Get my shit back together here. Okay. So, what was that, Joe? I missed your comment because I was walking back into my room trying to get my headset on.
She asked him, if you can have that report to me before May 7th, if I order you to do it, can you get it faster? And he's like, well, I'll certainly try. But that's that's a bizarre question. That's like way out there.
Well, common sense would tell me if I got an expert going to testify, I'm going to need a report. I don't care which side you're on. That's fair. I'm assuming that they can't use any of the material they used, like when the DOJ was giving them information and they're doing their work and conducting it. All that stuff is confidential. So they can't bring that to the table, their exact work product. So they have to start over, basically. That's what I'm gathering, and they're not done yet. So I was like, why are they not done yet? If they
Well, they weren't sure if they were going to be able to even testify because of all this shit.
Well, I understand, but I get that part. They already had a hearing about this initially, and all this has been going on. I'm trying to be fair and look at it from both sides right at the moment. Because if there's even like when it comes to Koberger, I'm telling you, when they throw in that phone data and they start proving something's up, I'll call it out. I'm bothered by even him. If anybody's in trouble, it would be the DOJ, not the ARCCA guys, because they're being told information from the DOJ who hired them. So what is this guy's problem with that? He's trying to make sure he's not taking that information and was feeding it to the defense and then colluding with the defense. I get where they're going, but they haven't proved to me that happened. They didn't show that to me. They got a couple of things were questionable. I'll be honest about that, but not to the point to where I think it mattered that something nefarious happened. You know what I mean? But I don't know. This judge will probably not allow him. I don't know if she's going to rule by the law or what everybody says about her.
If that happens, I sure hope defense has another expert lined up because, you know,
right. That's what I was wondering too. If they don't have a backup plan, that's
they
not
have
cool
to.
either,
They
right?
must by now because
You
they
can't
know there's the potential for them to be excluded.
Right. They can't rely on the judge to do the right thing. And right now, if she believes there was some secret communication going on behind the scenes, and she's already found that there was, she's got every right to exclude this guy if she can prove it. But she's gonna do what she wants, I reckon. But like a lot of judges do. But
So how we all going to look at him going to the after party? So they had a little dinner after he testified, and he went to their little dinner. And if that happened in any case where we thought the defendant was guilty, like Lori Vallow, like if Lori Vallow has a state expert, come and go to an after party and stay at the after party, we're all like, oh shit, that's shady as hell.
Yeah.
But we're going to give him a pass on this?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I get you. Now the other guy said he got in the plane and went home. Fucking, I ain't staying out here partying with all you guys. But this guy hung out for a little bit. I don't really.
It took a double murder
not a
and a
good
hostage
look,
standoff
right?
with
Because that shit
police
can come
to
back
burn
and
off
bite you in the
18-year-old
ass.
Devin Arthur's violent rage.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
You started another video.
No, it just float there. Whoever it was, the stream was still up, and it just started automatically.
Yeah,
Why
the younger guy was like has a wife and 4 kids, young kids. He just get what the hell home. He don't care about this.
Yeah, I mean, he already had to miss his anniversary doing his job. People who want to throw up their personal life, excuse me, you have a job. Sometimes people miss suppers all the time. Doctors don't have it made in the shade. Like, get over it. It's just society. So, it's like, whatever. I'm not going to, I don't take these cases to bed with me now. I might lie there in bed and think about evidence, but I don't take the shit to heart and take it to my personal life, right? I'm like, I got to draw a separation. I'll drive myself crazy. But I don't like shady shit going down from either side, because it goes back to getting a fair trial for your defendant and for your victims. Period. We just can't have that shit coming up. Anything shady is never going to be good. And if you got good, they shouldn't have to be shady. So I really hope that the judge doesn't find that they did something criminal here or that was out of lines. I haven't seen it yet been proven. I see they were communicating with one another, but I don't see where it wasn't allowed. Do you know what I mean? Probably their only real discrepancy was not really even getting paid anymore, because if the defense did turn around and end up hiring them trial number 2, then they have every right to pay them, right? So what's the big deal? Go ahead.
It's not like the guy's getting a big payday. He's on salary. It doesn't make a difference.
They're all going to get paid. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're fools if we think that experts aren't being paid. In every criminal defense case, they are. They absolutely are. They're
Well,
not
but
out.
he's on salary from his corporation, so his corporation is getting paid, but he is not receiving a single dime extra to testify one way or the other.
Yeah.
I understand that, but still, his company is being paid.
Being paid for his
All
testimony.
experts are paid regardless. We need to just let that go a minute. What I'm saying is, they have the right to pay them. If they hired them, that's normal.
Yeah. So why didn't we hear from the defense's toolmark expert in Delphi?
Because that's Judge Gull, dude.
Right? Right? Oh my.
Judge Gull said not allowed. We said okay.
No, I didn't say okay, and I will never say okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's Judge Gull's a whole other. She's out there fucking doing her own little league. Delphi's way over there in the corner, all by itself. Like, I'm not. Y'all don't even know. I can't right now with Delphi. I don't want to go down a hole that I cannot climb myself out of, because I might say the wrong thing on a live stream, and I might not be welcome back on the YouTubes after that. So I'm gonna shut. Not even joking. I'll just shut that down right now, so I'm gonna get my brain worked up. But yeah, I don't know what she's gonna decide here. I don't know enough about her temperament. I mean, I get people say she was. So that's why I'd asked before. Was she prone to make rulings without giving good hearings, without hearing all the evidence? And what was it about her that irked people so much, other than she appears to be heavy prosecution, right? Like real bias towards them. Because I caught her a couple times there, like playing nicey with the prosecution, but not so.
Yeah, in my opinion, she leans prosecution, of course, but don't all judges, I guess.
She does, and I really don't want to see that out of any judge. I want to see them be fair and unbiased. There's even a couple times I think Hitler's went a little too hard on the prosecute. Like, dude, tone it down just a little bit, because you're going to sound a little bit biased here in a minute. People are going to see that, and it's going to show. And we don't need that, because that's when the bullshit starts on the YouTube streets. Which I don't care what the YouTube streets say, but that's how it goes. Rachel says the DOJ sent the defense the first bill Why would the DOJ send it to the defense, though, if they were hired by the fucking feds? That part doesn't make sense to me. The DOJ needs to answer those questions, not the defense, and not these two employees. Like, even when he was being questioned about invoicing, I'm like, that's not even his job. He's literally an investigator that recreates accidents. Somebody else is handling billing as far as his pay goes, you know? It's like, that's so weird to me. How can y'all
The
not figure that
DOJ,
out?
that doesn't sound right to me. So the Department of Justice is a federal institution.
Right.
They are covered by taxpayer dollars.
Right.
I don't know they're sending anybody an invoice. That doesn't sound right to me. I want to see that invoice. I want to see those receipts.
Yeah, because if the Department of Justice hired ARCCA, they pay for ARCCA.
Okay. All right. That
get
I
it?
can see. Yep. Okay. That I can see.
But
Yep.
they shouldn't be sending the defense a bill for it.
Right.
When
No.
the defense didn't hire them.
Right. That's
They say,
ARCCA.
"Hey, DOJ, go hire ARCCA, give us your results, and then bill us for it." And DOJ was like, "Okay, hold my beer." What's up with that shit? It's actually surprising because Bev was a defense attorney. No shit, Rachel. Oh my God. That is surprising. Oh, could you imagine if Gull had been a defense attorney, Joe? It might have had a different outcome over there. She wouldn't have got assigned to that case as a special judge. It'd have been like, no, we need a special judge. Wow. So I'm assuming they will recap. Well, no, let's see. I'm assuming the trial will resume in the morning at 8 a.m. As it's been going every morning. It's crazy to me how even this, why they're still here. Like, some of this stuff, I just can't believe they're still hashing out once trials start. That's so aggravating. Like, you know, what are all these pretrial hearings and conferences for if y'all can't hash out all the basics before we ever get there? I think, Rachel, they need to be asking the DOJ that. And if I was the defense, I'd be pointing that out. Like, excuse me, I'd have put the brakes on everything. The day the invoice came in the mail from the DOJ, brakes on. Call the judge. We got an issue. That's what they should have done. Because there's no excuse for that. That's a major blunder that somebody somewhere should have noticed, right? And the defense didn't have to pay it. They should have said, we didn't hire your ass. State or the government did. They got to pay you. I don't know. Let me see if I can get some updated info. I'm getting hungry. I don't know what I want for dinner either. Joe, you flat out took a nap on us earlier.
I did.
I heard some noise and I just thought you went outside and were like walking the dog or something. Then I'm like, oh no, that's snoring, isn't it? Oh no.
No. Yep. I'm running the lawnmower here. Like that's.
Hey, I wasn't sure which one of you it was. I've been in Discord with this girl before. I'm like, wait a minute. There's some
but that's in the middle of the night.
This is true. Firefly's like, wait, I only do that in the middle of the night. I do not do it in the morning.
Midnight or something. Okay,
This is true because Dalton would keep us up all night. Firefly would be like, I'm going to sleep now.
Lori's got my clock all screwed up. Like, I don't know what's the beginning of the day. I don't know what's the end of the day. I don't know what's the middle of the day. But I got to take a nap when I got to take a nap.
Definitely.
Oh, I do. Unless I'm live streaming and then I can't. I tried that one day and I laid on the bed for a second. And it was almost too late. I was like, I can't do that while I'm live streaming. It wouldn't be good. For some reason, they're still like saying the court's on break, but I don't think they were coming back.
No, they're done. They're done.
Yeah, I didn't think they were coming back today. Let's see.
Because they don't have to come back to tell the jury, you know, oh, make sure you don't talk to anybody. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the jury's not there, so this is true.
You know what? Judge Boreski never asked the jury one single time if they adhered to his admonition. Like he said, you're dismissed, like pay attention to my admonition, but he never did ask them the next day when they came back in, did you listen to my admonition, ever?
Yeah, it probably depends on the judge and the jurisdiction too.
Yeah, that's true.
It does. It varies from state to state. Every state has a little bit of different, you know, that's why sometimes people are like, what? And you're like, well, hold on. You got to think. Sometimes it's, yeah, it's not a cookie cutter kind of thing. And you think it is sometimes, but it's really not. I think it's really up to the judge's discretion. Because let's be honest, if we got to handle jurors like they're 2-year-olds, we are in trouble. I'm going to give you instructions day one. Do I got to reiterate? Yeah, I guess we do. Every single day. For those who might fall asleep, not listen, what your instructions are. I meant jurors, not you.
Yeah, but common sense. What about juror 15 who said, has anything come of that juror 15 that said he knew the day before that she had a 3 life sentences? Nothing?
No.
Nothing yet.
Not yet.
Hopefully not.
Well, if the defense attorney didn't catch it, what are they gonna do?
Miss Lawyer Lori, what are you paying attention to, Miss Lawyer Lori?
Herself in the mirror.
She's got those Mormon curls, those Utah curls going on. That's all that
Her
matters.
hair ready. She's practicing her look for the next trial.
Yep.
Practicing the way she stands, all cockeyed. Shit.
She's got to hide that rack belt. She can't show the jury that rack belt.
Stand up, lady. Stand up straight. We need to see what's going on with you. You look all hunched over. It's like I swear if she leaned too far, she would have fallen over. And I probably would have laughed out loud. I think Kay probably would have laughed out loud in court too. Like, look at that dumb bitch. Let's see. I can't remember. There was one of okay, let's see. There was one of these I know we watched together, these microdot things. There was one that we did not watch that I watched yesterday that I was going to share with you guys. Now I don't see what I did with it. There was one that was called The Drop Off, and it was Jen's Calls. And then there was one, because we watched the 3D recreation, right, of the accident with the microdots. Yeah, this is one that I was watching last night. Before we go, we'll play this. And so this is that channel Microdots. I'll have to grab their link. But this is one of the videos they did. And again, this is based on timelines, reporting by, I think some of their stuff's done, but some reporting by Turtle Boy. Some of it came from the timeline from the trial and different things like that. All the stuff they compiled. So it's a joy. Damn it, man. Lori's too busy looking up Nancy Joe's dating history.
Who's Nancy Joe? The one that he dated?
Yeah. I saw him the night before he passed, before they killed him. Yeah, she got up there and testified, and Lori got all snarky with her. Do you usually
talk about me?
Yeah. Did you talk about me? Do you always date married men? Nancy Joe was like, don't flatter yourself, heifer. Get her, Nancy Joe. All right. So here is another little short film by the Microdots people. Oh, hit play would work. Oh, maybe I did. What's going on here? Okay, there we go.
It's the evening of January 28th, 2022. There's a dangerous storm coming. It's still early, as friends and family begin gathering at the Albert home. The younger generation stay inside for the evening to consume alcohol together, in celebration of a birthday. while the elders choose to venture out to a local bar named the Waterfall, where they meet acquaintances John O'Keefe and KarenRead. All are drinking. At about 12:15, they return from the bar. Jen calls John at 12:14. At 12:18, John calls her back. Then Higgins messages John at 12:20. Between 12:23 and 24, Karen and John arrive. Karen sits and waits for confirmation. She watches as John approaches, looks inside, and walks through the door. It's the last time she'll see him in good health. At the same time, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antano, and Heather Maxson arrive in Ricky's 2018 Ford F-150.
All right, so Firefly, did we watch this one the other day together? Okay, so did they testify to this in the first trial? This vehicle pulls up behind her vehicle?
I have to see them to know who the Nagels are because the name does not ring a bell. I'm sure I did.
I remember the Nagels being all up in this first trial. Couldn't tell you I remember the name. It was all over Twitter. And then when I realized that this is the guy that pulled in behind her, I was like, okay, that explains how they're involved.
Did they see the car then? Did they saw her car?
They claim they did. That's why I'm asking do you know if they testified in the first trial that yes, they pulled up behind her vehicle? Because allegedly that's what happened, and this guy's going to realize.
Maybe they testified the first week because I missed. That's
okay. Yeah, I don't know what their testimony was, but they had to have testified if they claim they pulled up there to pick up Julie Nagel. They waited for 5 minutes behind Karen's vehicle. There's 3 people in the truck. Julie comes out finally. We'll see her in a second, but they never see John O'Keefe. Why is Karen still sitting there if she's already hit the man?
Yeah, that does make sense.
No, it don't.
To pick up Julie Nagel at her request, causing the Lexus to move forward.
See?
The first time. Bringing it straight in line with the front door.
Just right outside the front door, though.
Straight outside, yes.
Okay, so she just testified in the first trial straight outside that front door. She saw that car parked there. But this morning, we heard the prosecution state otherwise. That car never stopped in front of that driveway or the home. It continued to right to there or the flagpole, right past the flagpole. Huh.
vehicles remain in these positions for a number of minutes while they both wait.
See? It makes no sense.
We don't know what John encountered upon entering the home, or where he encountered it.
Yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen.
But we do know.
So that is the homeowner, right?
I don't recognize her. No, I don't.
Isn't that the
No,
Albert?
she was a guest. She was a guest.
That's not Nicole Albert,
I don't think so.
Julie's sister, or Jen McCabe's sister,
No.
that was married to Brian Albert, the homeowners? No? Am I wrong? Okay.
Who was present.
She was present. Okay.
As soon as John walked in, he would have been standing in the living room, directly under the open doorway that leads into the dining room and kitchen, where he could have been easily seen by anyone in the 3 main rooms on the first floor. Stepping into the dining room, he'd encounter some combination of the Alberts' close friends and family. Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Caitlin Albert, homeowner Brian Albert, and nephew Colin Albert. Brian Albert Jr., his friend Sarah Levinson, homeowner Nicole Albert, friend Julie Nagel, and one Brian Higgins, who minutes ago sent a message to the victim asking, "Are you coming here?"
I think Julie Nagel was the chick that was just
aggressive German
testifying,
Shepherd.
if I remember right.
What?
I think Julie Nagel was that chick that was just testifying. If I
That might be
remember.
Julie, but that, yeah, the truck that pulled up outside behind Karen was allegedly there to pick her up, and then
Right.
she changed her mind. So that may be this, because the Nagel is the sister to the guy in the truck. So yeah,
Right.
gotcha. Okay.
It appears that whatever happened to John inside the home unfolded rapidly, ending within just a few brief minutes. This is evident because it must have occurred before Julie Nagel stepped outside to send her brother away by declaring that she was now staying, suddenly changing her mind. The door leading to the basement is located in close proximity to the kitchen area. John's Apple Health data indicates that he ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs and took 80 steps between 12:22 and 12:24.
Stated ascending, descending 3 floors.
Suggesting that he entered the home, walked inside, and within less than a minute ended up in the basement, either by his own volition or by force. The most logical interpretation of the 3 flights is he went down, turned around to leave, and for an unknown reason was returned. Theories on how John sustained his injuries vary, but they largely focus on a violent assault carried out by up to 3 men inside the home, as well as an attack by their ill-tempered German Shepherd. An animal with a documented history of aggression, one that Brian Albert was caught attempting to conceal from the court by lying, saying that Chloe has never attacked a human being, when she has attacked 2, sending both to the hospital for treatment. Just one of the many lies they've been caught in. On the right side is an opening containing rows of dumbbells. And a systems room behind a set of double doors. A bathroom straight ahead. And stairs exiting directly to the backyard.
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here.
He did text me saying that he was outside.
Okay, that is his sister.
And then he texted
Julie
again that
Nagel.
he was going to leave.
I have a problem with this theory that they're speculating about here.
What about, what is it now?
Oh, it could be a conspiracy,
Mm-hmm.
but either it's a conspiracy about human beings unaliving Officer John O'Keefe or the dog, and them covering up the dog. But I have a hard time believing it's both. Like, they didn't like decide to attack him like personally, and then all of a sudden let's sick the dog on him, type of
No, I
thing.
think, well, as a dog owner, in my experience, if I go at someone physically or they come at me, my dog is probably going to jump in.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
With that, especially with this type of dog. So I think both could be true. As far as if he was attacked in the home by a person versus dog, both could have happened. I think that the dog could have went to attack once he was on the ground. They may have stopped it, but I've had an aggressive dog. We had to take very special precautions around this dog for 13 years of our lives. Yeah, if something went down in her presence, she was going to do her job and protect me or jump in and help me, whichever one she saw fit. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm still not, even if I said if they can't get me there, that he went in that house and they did something to him and they never get me past, she hit him with the car, they're never going to convince me she did anything in cold blood and drove away. I don't even know how they got there themselves. Even if they felt like that she absolutely ran him over, how did they get from accident to murder on a few toxic text messages? You know what I mean? There was nothing in there, I'm going to kill you tonight. You know, nothing. It was nothing like that. I'm like, where are they getting this shit from?
Even when she was super pissed off at him on the cruise, like hanging out with that one chick, she didn't send threatening messages.
Right.
I mean, they're nasty messages, and that's what you expect in a relationship at that point in time in your life. If you're on a cruise and you're like hanging out with a single chick. So I get that, but none of them were threatening ever.
I didn't find that either. Like I'm saying, they have yet to show me anything that, oh, welcome in, Debbie. They've yet to show me anything like that, dude, that was suggested. So I'm having a real hard time even understanding why the prosecution wanted to go that far to begin with. What was the point? Especially if you couldn't get, it would have been way easier for them to prove manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter, DUI vehicular manslaughter versus whatever they're trying to do.
Second-degree murder, yeah.
Yeah.
Then Julie Nagel went outside.
If Ryan texted his sister again that he was going to leave, that means she kept him outside waiting. So what caused the delay? The timeline indicates that John entered the home, triggering a violent confrontation that unfolded quickly. The chaos inside delayed Julie for several minutes, long enough for Ryan to text her saying he was going to leave, prompting them to send her outside to get rid of her brother. Within the four walls of 34 Fairview Road, they had a full-blown crisis on their hands, one that needed to be contained fast. It's nearly 12:30 a.m. They have a fatally injured cop laying on the floor, a house full of people, and two separate parties waiting outside.
Imagine what was going through their minds, if that's true.
Each expecting someone to step out or at least inform them that they can leave. They immediately took command, and no one was coming or going until this was worked out. And since they didn't have the idea to blame Karen until morning, when Jen noticed her taillight was cracked.
Now, in that footage, you can absolutely see her car hit his car. You see
You sure can.
You see it move.
You sure can, I know. Yeah.
Like that right there, boom, there's your cracked taillight, bitch.
The only claim they have is to say that despite being dropped off right out front, John never came into the house.
Yep.
Say it with me. The guy never came into the house.
God never came into the house.
At 12:27, after sending Julie outside, Jen starts using her phone to build that alibi. But Karen is still out there, and they don't know why.
As soon as you saw
Look,
Miss
y'all see-
Reed's SUV,
Look, I saw her beady eyes. Did y'all catch that?
No.
As soon as he went to question her, she's all like, she made. I'm imitating her face, like y'all can see me. But yeah, I was like, bitch. I was watching this yesterday, and I was like, she just did not do the side eye, squint, whatever you want to call what she did. She did it. I was like,
she's such a bitch. Oh, she's so bad.
She kind of. I wonder if she's a Scorpio. She's like, hey, my mom and my sister are. It's okay. It's okay.
She's the queen of Snaggletooth Snark.
Snaggletooth Snark. I love it.
Over here, we do salty business. We don't do the snark. We just get straight the fuck up salty.
you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Across the launch.
You noticed this SUV outside. You started paying somewhat close attention to it.
They are watching her every move, anxiously waiting. The Lexus is seen moving forward a second time.
Who's watching whose move? No, they're not. Nobody's watching nobody's move.
No,
They all try and reconstruct the scene of the accident after the fact with red Solo cups and brown fucking paper bags from the
that was
freshing
the
zone.
police that come on scene that got all that. This is before the cops ever come. He's saying that lady in that house is watching Karen's every move. The same lady who at the bar just a little bit ago was asking Karen to come to the house. Come on, let's go, let's go. That lady.
But I don't know. This is implying that the collusion happened like immediately. I don't know if it did. I think like once something happened to him and it was like 1 o'clock, then they were all panicking. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Let's get our story together.
That's when this is all happening.
Yeah.
They're saying he just almost immediately as he goes in that door, he starts having an issue with Higgins or the other Brian, one of the two Brians or both, and they immediately get into it, and he never comes back out. And these people in this truck never see this man's body.
Because that's what happens. She gets pissed off that he doesn't come back out, and then she just takes off.
Eventually, she apparently takes off. Yes, that's what the defense claims, not what the prosecution claims, obviously. But I got a problem with how long this truck sat out there, how long it sat behind her vehicle, and that it never saw John O'Keefe. And if she did hit him, and she's still just sitting there, his body's not covered with snow yet to the point you can't see him. So they need to sit down with their bullshit.
Is that right? Rachel says that Jen McCabe's going to testify tomorrow. Ooh, oh boy, she's going to be exciting.
Didn't they already? Oh wait, they didn't bring her yet, did they? No, not yet. Well, that'll be.
Last time it took her 2 full days of testimony.
Or we're going to need a big old thing of popcorn tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Proximity of the flagpole. They have no clue if Karen's about to drive off, dial 911, or bang on their door demanding to speak to John. Julie is outside. She tells her brother that she will be staying longer, despite calling him to come pick her up for a ride.
It's a fucking blizzard. Why aren't you going home?
And why did you? What the worst part is? Why do you call for a ride? Then they get there and you're like, no,
all of a sudden you're like, yes, because something went down. Something went down.
What happened? And plus you made him sit out there and wait on you. Then you finally stumble your drunk ass out the door to tell him you're not going. Why suddenly? And why does she not see John O'Keefe? Didn't even pass him in the going.
She probably did. She's just lying.
Well, yeah, I get that.
Nobody's lying in this case. Who are you accusing of lying?
Let's pretend
That's ridiculous.
That KarenRead ain't going to sit there all that time with a vehicle behind her if she's already ran John over and he's laying over there in the snow.
Yeah.
And none of these people, I mean, I can't even get past that part.
Ride home.
Y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes.
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
She walks back into the house. At 12:29, Jen McCabe makes the first of 7 calls to John's phone over the next 21 minutes.
Why is she calling? What?
Okay, so now they're claiming this is saying because I have to take this with a grain of salt because I wasn't at the first trial, but when they were talking about this, the texts and stuff she was sending to John earlier, she was also placing calls to John, right? Not just text, "Are you here yet?" or whatever. According to this timeline from the first trial, there's at least 7 calls. Now, I don't know. I don't have a transcript from the trial.
So that's weird, because if she sees Karen's car dead ahead from the front door, then what the hell?
And why is she starting to call all these times?
Why didn't she just come out and knock on the door and be like, hey,
but what time does she claim she saw the car sitting out there if she's calling this man? This one says 12:29 a.m. Something they're not adding. I'm taking notes of the fucking timeline because that shit's important.
Oh, yeah.
That gets me there. And I don't know, there's discrepancies already. So they better, phone data's better than it was 2 or 3 years ago. Okay, whatever. Just like all this new stuff that comes out. Now we got to so y'all learned new stuff. How much more? I don't want a bunch of new stuff. But
what is she doing texting a married man that many fucking times in a row?
She's calling him, dude. And texting him. And that's my question, Joe. Why is she doing it?
Why are they so concerned that he's coming or not? Like, who cares? Invite him. If he comes, he comes. If he doesn't,
yeah, but who the hell is she? So she is the sister-in-law of Brian.
It's like they set something up. That's why. I mean,
I'm trying to get there. I got to figure out how, y'all. Hold on a second. Stop a minute. Stop.
The wheels are turning.
She's the sister-in-law of the homeowner, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, her sister is married to the homeowner or whatever. One of the homeowners.
Yeah, so she's the sister-in-law of the homeowner. Brian, whatever their last name is, she's the sister-in-law. So you got the dude Albert, you got Jen McCabe, and you got the Brian Higgins dude. All right, what the fuck are y'all 3 doing? And Jen, why are you mixed up with these 2 dudes? Why did you at the bar tell Karen, come on, let's get out of here, and take her on out of the bar? Got you on video doing that.
The show feels like a setup. Like
it's a setup,
exactly.
Something with Higgins, because Higgins probably told him that this bitch was texting me and then she ghosted me. So she
ghosted me.
He got pissed about that.
And I don't know if it's in this video or not. Microdots has a really good breakdown of the waterfall bar. And if it's not a part of this one, we'll watch it in a minute. But it's a really good breakdown of that as well. But it does, Joe, I agree with you. And Firefly, it sounds setup-ish, right? Like something was going down here.
Yeah.
Although she insists that each of these calls were made unknowingly and completely accidentally. Not a single
butt dials. Yes, ma'am.
Who the hell?
They are butt dials. Oh,
we heard this morning testimony about manually turning off your phone. Power lock. Nobody fucking butt dials these days. I don't care what y'all tell me.
There's a bunch of butt dials allegedly in this case.
I know. I rarely have a butt dial. I have a lock on my phone for a reason, so that I don't butt dial. Duh.
And not to get too sidetracked, but I'm not believing that for a minute that she did not Google search how long to die in the snow at 2:27 when it's showing on her phone.
Wait. You don't believe she searced it at 2:27?
I do believe it. I'm not believing that it was like left over from a previous tab. No,
Well, the time that original tab was opened, that's not when the search was conducted, according to that dude. It literally occurred at 6 something, but no, it didn't, dude. It could occurred at 2 something. You're lying.
But he also said that if you reopen a tab that's already open
he
and do a search, he said then it changes the timestamp. So
he did say that. You're right. You will have to go back and clip that, Firefly, because he absolutely did say that. And I was writing that down, and then he changed it. I was like doing my head side to side, going, "What the hell?" Yeah.
Recorded, implying that she not only inadvertently made the calls, but she also inadvertently hung up before a voicemail was triggered. an absurd proposition that any rational person must reject on its face.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Definitive evidence that they are hiding something. The chances of this set of anomalies are...
Okay, so if you're sitting around the table drinking, that phone's probably not in your ass pocket.
That's true too. It's gonna be sitting on the table.
It's gonna be sitting on that table. Thank you, ma'am. No pocket safe bullshit here, lady. Whatever they call it. Whatever the term was. I got it wrote down somewhere. But, yeah, not a chance you're over there accidentally dialing. You drunk dialing? What you doing? You got the hots for old John, too? This chick's married, right?
Yeah.
She got the hots for John's. Higgins got the hots for Karen.
Everybody does.
Let's break them up. Let's break them up. All right.
occurring at the
I got a whole new spin on it.
exact time required to support her alibi are impossibly low.
14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes.
Those calls were later deleted, and she doesn't have an answer for that either. We are being...
Well, according to your expert systems guy, no, according to the expert systems guy, it was just a massive deletion by the phone, thousands of documents. All of a sudden, at one time, boom. We could clear out your phone for you, Jen. Don't worry, we got you, Jen.
The guy is so full of shit. Come on.
It's like, fuck.
asked to take Jen at her word when she has every motive to shift the blame away from herself and her family. Ryan Nagel watches Julie entering the side door as they pull away.
She's holding that fucking phone in her hand, Butterfly.
I thought she was staying.
I was making sure my sister...
The sister did say stay, and he just drove away.
He left. Okay.
Yeah, and so when he passes by, that's when he notices and he sees Karen Read just sitting there.
So I got in the house okay?
Providing him the perfect angle to witness Karen Read sitting alone in her vehicle, waiting for John.
But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Female with long hair.
See, no John O'Keefe, standing, lying, hunched over, pile of snow, nothing.
Is that
Correct.
Right?
Ryan and friends drive away.
Shake his head in slow-mo, so dramatic.
Karen is now alone for the first time since she arrived. The three of them confirm that they didn't see John outside the entire time they were there, nor was he in Karen's SUV. Entirely consistent with Karen's story of what...
So where was he?
Inside.
That's why I was wondering if that wouldn't, because obviously the Brian or whatever the Nagel guy was named that was just on the stand, he obviously testified during the first trial about pulling up behind her, how long he sat there, and how he saw absolutely nothing except Karen Read sitting there. Now, with that said, his headlights were trained on the back of her car. Did he notice a cracked taillight?
I was just gonna say that, but he wouldn't have noticed. I mean,
sure he wouldn't have, but I'd have asked.
Right, definitely. Yeah.
What happened?
Well, if he wasn't
Karen
outside,
leaves
and he
between
wasn't inside, was he being translated?
Yeah. He was just in a portal somewhere.
Right, yeah.
12:29 and 12:30. We know this because her phone connects to the Wi-Fi network at John's home at 12:36.
Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m.
Google Maps confirms the drive time for that route. On that date and time is 6 to 7 minutes, without factoring in the snowy road conditions that night, which would have only slowed travel further. That means the latest Karen Read could have left 34 Fairview Road, according to the data we have, is 12:30 a.m.
Around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
What kind of charade is this? The lead
What? At 12:45, he's saying the car backed up when she was connected to Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
At John's house? Yeah.
Yeah.
Prosecutor is
Now, that's the old prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
standing in front of an unknowing jury and claiming the defendant committed murder 15 minutes after she left the premises.
Whoa. claiming she committed murder 15 minutes after she left the premises.
That's right. You're right. You got to write down these times.
But
because that doesn't make sense.
Isn't it? Well, that's never going to make sense.
There's no way. She connected to his Wi-Fi at 12:36. She couldn't have been there at 12:45, obviously.
No, they're going to say that the Wi-Fi stuff was wrong. It was inaccurate that night.
Yeah, or something like
It was not under its a high accuracy rate that night.
No.
Firefly, it was a blizzard and all. Jesus Christ.
Shameful. Using such flimsy and misleading information to pin a crime on an innocent woman isn't just gross negligence. It is a crime in itself.
At 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John.
With no one outside, they finally have their first chance to address their next immediate problem. At 12:31 and 56 seconds, someone carries John's phone 83.5 feet out to the last spot they saw the SUV parked. Conveniently near trees and bushes, providing enough cover to stay out of sight. It is placed there at 12:32 and 16 seconds, which means it took about 20 seconds for someone to...
You know, another thing, they were saying that what caused the 3 flights of stairs elevation change was the
hill.
Was the hill. What hills? It ain't like San Francisco. I looked around the map. I get your topography bullshit. I know how to read maps.
Might be a little, but I think it'd be so gradual. I wouldn't think it would count.
It wouldn't be it right. It's not like they're climbing up a big hill to a point. Like he even said, you got to do it at a certain angle and you got to go a certain length for it to stop even recording it. So it's not like they were driving up these large, like they're not living in a mountainous region where you would expect that.
Like a flight of stairs is what, like a 45-degree angle or something? Pretty close to that.
Yeah, if you were living in the fucking mountains and you're in I don't know, Gatlinburg or somewhere, I might expect to see shit like that.
Yeah.
But not there, not to that degree. You know what I mean? Like that was like, what?
to move to that location and drop the phone. Although another theory suggests they turned the phone off and placed it outside at a later time. Without a proper investigation, we can only speculate. Regardless, for Karen to have hit John, she would have had to complete a 6 to 7 minute drive in just 3 minutes and 44 seconds on slippery, snow-covered roads with a route that includes a long traffic light. This means that according to the Commonwealth's own forensic data, KarenRead could not have murdered John O'Keefe. Then who did?
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello."
At 12:41, Jen makes call number 2 of this series. 54 seconds later, call number 3.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
At 12:43, she makes call number 4.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello."
Why is she so desperate for him to be
12:46,
there? It makes
call
no
number
sense.
5.
Well, I've thought about it. And she knew when they left that bar they were coming over. And she also knew they didn't know where they were going. I don't know what to make of it yet. Why are you calling him?
Maybe they just decided to go home. It was late.
What if they did? Exactly. They're a couple. So after once or twice, I think I'd have been like, well, they're probably not coming. I'll talk to them later.
Yes, but
she-
his phone was
it-
under him.
Yeah, and she continued to call like that. It is a little sus.
Yeah,
I mean, if I had a friend that was on the way to my house and they weren't showing up yet, and I know we've been drinking, and I might call them a number of times too, worried, but I didn't feel like that was because watching the video at the bar, she knew they were on the way. She knew they didn't know where they were going, so I don't know if I don't know yet, but
And
she's
she
calling
saw
them
the
off
car.
lot.
She saw
Huh?
the car in front of the house. That's what I don't understand. That's so
Right. So if you see the car, But she's claiming she sees the car. She never sees John. So you never saw Karen hit him. You didn't know when that exactly happened, but she kept calling the guy. I don't know. You're not making no sense, lady. For them calls to make shit look good, I don't know what her intentions were behind all of that.
At 12:47, call number 6. And finally, at 12:50, Jennifer places call number 7.
Probably didn't know Karen didn't have that number, I would think.
A highly suspicious pattern of calls. But what's even more interesting is that Jen originally told police that she saw Karen pulling away at 12:45, specifically remembered because it coincided with her last text to John stating hello.
So what time was her last text? They brought that up earlier. Hold on. When the defense got up to
Said 12:45 again. Hello.
Yeah, to question the witness, he's like, you didn't include who that text was from, right? And he was talking about this. So if that text went in at 12:45 and she says she knew the car was still there, but yeah, she's touching Wi-Fi over at John's house before that, no, lady, you're wrong.
Which means Jennifer has been caught in another lie, and that she was attempting to place the SUV outside when it was already back at John's house for nearly 10 minutes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022.
Jen has also adjusted her story since the beginning to accommodate the Commonwealth's evolving theory. The flagpole was always the last place the SUV had been seen, until Jen testifies here.
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead, out the front door, stationary.
Stationary. Because I could have sworn this morning's testimony said that didn't happen.
You said you saw it pull up again, second time. You said you saw it move twice.
In one place to the flagpole.
Did she just sit there and go through it out loud in her head in front of everybody?
Yep.
Did you see it move forward twice because a car pulled up behind it and parked? Did you see that car too, lady? You know, the guy in the truck, Nagel? You didn't see him?
To further up.
Jennifer changes her story, now claiming she saw the SUV in position to reverse backwards towards John.
Notice how far they had that vehicle go past the house in that last...
Real far.
I mean, you know, for them to say she went up so far to back up 60 damn feet was like, that's a long way in my mind.
Like
and
lengths.
yeah, they got her pulling down way past the flagpole, and I don't think that ever happened like that. I mean, the guy in the truck is the best one to witness that because he was out there watching her.
It moved to the flagpole, and then it moved up again.
And like they did over and over again in the first trial to explain why the new story doesn't match the first, they blame police incompetence. No one has done more to damage the reputation of cops everywhere than these people.
So it's true.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was pretty funny.
Oh my God, you can't. He's not wrong.
And they're cops.
That's what I'm saying. That's the whole part. That's what makes it so bad. No one's done more to make cops look bad than these actual cops.
You're saying he just got it wrong. At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
Well, it's 24 miles an hour. I wouldn't
Squealing
do
your
that.
tires or squealing your brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
Funny, she sees this car sitting stationary, pulls up once, pulls up twice, but she never sees John O'Keefe out there, and she doesn't witness the vehicle hitting John O'Keefe.
And she also said she kept looking out the window, waiting for him, or out the front door. So how did you not see his body on the ground? It's not that far.
And why the hell is KarenRead going to run him over and then just sit there? Is she freaking out? What do I do? What do I do? I mean, they want me to believe that? Like, I'm not about to sit there if I think I did all that. I'm out. Peace out. I gotta go. You know, wasn't about to call and say, hey, look, I just did this by accident. But that ain't making sense to me. Weird. You weirdo Jen lady. Oh, come on. Stop that shit.
Didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slammed?
No.
Now, that's a good question, Butterfly, because she absolutely put her arm around KarenRead at the bar and said, let's go. So if she sees Karen's car sitting out there and she's trying to call John, why not call Karen, right? What's up with y'all, lady? What's going on? That's a good point.
You didn't hear any verbal argument? Anything like that?
No.
He's
I was just picking up the area cleaning.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No. My sister was cleaning.
My mom went right to cleaning because she likes to clean.
I bet they wanted to
You
clean.
were asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Miss Reed's SUV in this trial.
Goodness.
That bitch looked
She's scary as hell. She's so
I'm sorry. That was like, whoa, we gonna need a cross, a smudge, whatever. Y'all get it out. Bad. I didn't like that look. I'm like you're doing cross fingers to my computer, like, I got this. Where's my black tourmaline? Go right there.
She is scary.
That negative shit out of
If
here.
she's really testifying tomorrow, that should be good.
Yeah, they're gonna have they're gonna have to, yeah, if they got like, timestamps on these text messages and Karen being on John's Wi-Fi, and I'm not sure why the jury didn't take all that more seriously first time around.
I don't know.
Right? Is it just because they believed? Was the state able to produce a semi-credible witness about what they thought happened as far as the accident part goes, the wounds and all that?
I don't.
As to what caused them.
To me, nothing the prosecution put on was credible at all. All these witnesses, they're all so super defensive. They just don't seem credible at all. I don't know.
Well, with that
and then
said,
Trooper Paul, Trooper Proctor, they're all just so skeevy. I don't know how you can believe anything any of them say.
well, I can't believe anything that one says. That Proctor, he's done got fired.
Oh yeah.
He's been out. Anything he's got to say from here, I don't even want to hear from that dude. I hope he does. I don't want to hear testimony from him unless y'all gonna bring in his shitty attitude and his shitty ass department and his shitty ways. You can bring that in. But if he's gonna come testify to his evidence collection and his thorough investigation, I'm probably gonna tune it right on out. Can't trust this dude. Why is he even here? I don't know. State's got a lot to. They bit off more than they could chew with her charges.
Yes, it blows the mind that they even brought it to trial again. She basically got acquitted. Except for one charge on the last
Why
trial.
go so hard after this woman?
I don't know.
Is it like to prove a point? I mean, it's like I
like a
get it.
vendetta. It's like a vendetta. They all don't get
But
it.
why would they even, single her out to have a vendetta against this woman? I get it. They didn't want to go to jail themselves. I get that part. But
Yeah, 'cause that's true, 'cause that's
push
a
hard
negative.
push hard for a second trial and still maintain that murder charge. I'm like, what in the world are y'all doing? What? Who's trying to climb a ladder here? What's going on? If you really wanted to cover up a murder, go ahead and go with the weakest charge you can get on the other person. Easiest to get them charged on. This is weird. It's like they went overboard with shit. Like they're probably just like way extra. Maybe that's what their problem is.
I don't know about everybody, but they talked about Celebrate talked about two people's phones today.
Today he's talked
Jen
about the two.
and John O'Keefe.
Yeah, they'll bring in more of the phones
As they get to testimony.
throughout but yeah, I'm wondering if Celebrate did all the work on them. Because now, don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-cell phone data experts. I believe a lot. I really believe in those guys, and most of what they do say is accurate, right? But when you want to with something like this, where those all important minutes and feet matter, that's different, especially when you tell me I got all this accuracy all the way to the home, but then once I arrive, I go shitty. And then once I get out of the car, now I'm back to good again. No, I'm not. That's too much within a minute time span. You know what I mean? Because then I got to throw out every case Celebrate's ever testified in and call it all crap, and I can't do that. But that don't mean that this particular Celebrate guy knows what he's doing 1,000% either.
Yeah, Rachel, I think they thought she would take a plea too, because she knew she was drunk driving.
Yeah, probably so, but still, that's an overreach and an overcharge. It's still easier to get a conviction on a DUI manslaughter. It really is. It's easier. So I don't know what their whole panties in a bunch shit. I don't even know what the hell they're doing or why they did it this to the extent they went for. But that's why they got a hard time, I think. Like even with me saying if they don't ever show me proof definitively that John O'Keefe was attacked in that home by a man and dog or both or whatever, you're not ever going to get to prove this decided to end his life that night over a fucking fight about the plumber.
Yep.
We're going into this house versus going home with the kids. There was a storm coming. My ass would have been at the house with my babies.
Yep.
Making sure we was good and warm and have food and all the things. Wouldn't have been out drinking.
Yes, never forget the two, Higgins and Albert, both destroyed their phones the day before the preservation order.
Brian Higgins.
Yep, and Brian Albert.
They destroyed their phones.
Yes, they did.
Firefly. What the fuck? Get
the
out of
day before they got orders to preserve them. Yep. And not only that, Higgins went to, where did he go? He went to like an Air Force base or somewhere to throw away, like destroy it and throw it away.
No. Who destroys their phone to start with? Like cops.
Exactly.
Why is a cop destroy? Now, if a cop caught me destroying my phone, he's going to be like, honey, what's up with that?
Anytime I get a new phone, they just transfer all the data from the old phone to the new phone. You don't have to destroy it. You sell the phone back to them or whatever. They give you money.
You can, or you do like me, throw it in the fucking drawer. Or these other three I got over here.
Well, usually they give you like a discount off your new phone or something like that.
You your old one back, and then they when my son does an iPhone upgrade or whatever, we'll do that with his. Because they'll refurbish and sell those things. And do different things with them. But you don't go and destroy your stuff like that.
Exactly.
The cops are the ones that get suspicious if we go destroying shit, but it's okay if they
And these are both law enforcement. Higgins is an ATF agent, and Brian Albert is on the police station, I guess.
So Higgins was ATF. He wasn't a Canton Police Department guy or none of that. AT fucking F. Oh my God.
Yeah.
No wonder he was over there peacocking. All right. That one video, I can't get it out of my head now. We're going to show that tomorrow. Richard Allen had a drawer full of old phones. Yeah. But not one of those from 2017. Mine don't go that far back. I do have 3 old phones, but
and
I don't find it uncommon when people say they got 15 phones in the drawer. I'm like, okay, cool.
Sue Joy was asking, was John aware of Higgins and Karen talking? I bet you Higgins probably put it in John's face, like, oh, your girl's messaging me and flirting with me. Or blah, blah. You know how that, I'm sure something happened.
Well, here's
like
the thing. Did he say something to John at the waterfall? Because if you seen that video? Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody, because it made me wonder with Higgins and Albert's interactions and what they were saying and doing with each other. Made me wonder, was he saying shit to John, or did he say something to John before they ever got to that house? Or did he say it, and then when he got into the house, whatever it was escalated from there. Let me see if this is the one that I was looking at last night. Hold on. So I feel like it was part of the one we watched already. Let me see. Oh yeah, I think so. Oh, my internet's actually funky. What did you just do, Joe? I just got confused, y'all. I'm sorry, Joe sent me something. I glanced down and I looked. It was a message that came through. All right. Make this bigger so I can see better. Okay. Let me scroll through here, guys, for a second. Find the one I want to show you. Like, go over and check out the Microdots channel, guys. They got some, I love their edits, are good. Procter and Lally hide the geofence data. Oh, they did that one 4 months ago. Good Lord, they're going to keep me here all night. I didn't even realize they had. There was one in particular I'm looking for. Hang on, let me go up here and look. It shows the video footage of the night they were in the waterfall. That was the second bar, right? So, yeah, here it is. The first bar was that McCarthy's. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Yeah. And they go over to the waterfall, and then from the waterfall they go over to the Albert home. Okay. So this is another video, guys. Before we go, this will be the last one we play today. Then I'm gonna let you guys go get prepared for dinner and all the things for this evening. We'll be back in the morning with day 2. All right. So this is Microdots, and this is video footage taken the night of the crime for the accident. He's going to explain the times to you. Again, based on reporting and what you actually see happening in the club or the bar. So this was at the night of the waterfall, just right before they ended up going over to the Albert home. Everybody can see it. Let me get us off the screen so you guys can see a bigger picture. There we go. All right. I'm going to mute out for a second while it starts to play.
It's 11:30 at the Waterfall Bar. The man at the center of your screen is one Brian Higgins. The surveillance camera detects the infrared light emitted by his iPhone's True Depth camera, which is used for Face ID. This is Officer John O'Keefe. He would be nearly dead in under an hour, sustaining fatal injuries that the most credentialed experts determined were not from a vehicle. Across the table is KarenRead. She is the girlfriend of John O'Keefe, and also the woman that Brian Higgins has been obsessed with for weeks up until this point. However, she's been ignoring him, and he wants to know where they stand. Both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert have been drinking all day long. Higgins keeps looking at KarenRead, and at 11:32 he can't take it anymore. He gives in to temptation. He removes his phone from his pocket and sends her a text message. In his whiskey-fueled, intoxicated state, he types out, well, and presses send. It doesn't matter that John O'Keefe is standing right there, a few feet away from him. Higgins is determined to get some kind of reaction from the woman he desires, whatever the consequences may be.
Your woman, I don't know what will.
From this point forward, Higgins can be seen frequently checking his phone, presumably awaiting Karen's response. But that response would never come, surely adding to his humiliation and anger. You all remember this short video we released last week showing Chris forcibly grabbing Higgins by the arm. I've played it over and over and over again, trying to determine what exactly is happening. One thing is clear. These three men have prior knowledge of something related to John O'Keefe's future. I wanted to see John's reaction to the Bryans taunting more clearly.
Let me just reiterate something. This is for entertainment purposes only. Joe Schmo. I watched a lot of compelling videos in the Delphi case. I take them for what they all with a grain of salt, right? I kind of tune out a little bit of what they're saying, and I'm focusing on what's going on inside that bar. Because his commentary may be a little, I have no way of knowing. It could be leaning a certain way or, narratively driven. I don't know. But I'm very curious as to what all is going on inside that bar. And it was very interesting to watch all that go down.
Yeah, something's going on with Higgins.
Right? It's definitely.
They're
I
like,
like
cool it, buddy. Like he's obviously heated, and they're trying to.
I don't mind him adding to the story a little bit, just because it helps people follow along. But I know better than to take everything I'm hearing as this is how it happened, right? Or
because it could be totally unrelated to John O'Keefe. I mean, for all we know.
Well, yeah, but there's still some very interesting things happening in this video. So.
He comments.
Let me just say that it showed me a lot. Let me put it that way.
Then gestures, referring to the exchange. In 3, 2, 1. And then is called by the bartender to sign the check. But if Chris and the Bryans had prior knowledge, when did they discuss it? To try to find the answer to that question, I went back to look again. And 10 minutes earlier, this happened. The three men's body language changes. They speak closely and glance towards John and Karen, smirking. Then moving closer, discussing something privately.
They look pretty happy there.
So glancing and smirking and discussing privately is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt of some kind of conspiracy, but it is definitely food for thought. Like we all gotta look at that and go like, what's going on there?
Yep.
What is going on there?
And again, like, why does Higgins want John O'Keefe to go back to the house so bad? And why does Jennifer want him to go back to the house so bad? They either go or they don't. I don't get why it's so. Why
seems a little more intent there than just like social interaction, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, sorry. What was that again, Joe?
We were just
there was something going on. There was something going on. We don't know what.
No, it ended that video for some reason. Oh, you mean the bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know what happened. I don't know why the video ended. I looked down. I had my phone in my hand.
Oh, it wasn't over? I think it just ended. It was just done.
Yeah. So I didn't know what y'all were talking about because I was walking back into the room, didn't have a headset on, so I didn't hear what y'all guys were saying about the video. Yeah, something was happening. It just so did it show Jen McCabe? asking what's her name, Karen, to come out? I mean, did it show all
Not
that?
in that video. I don't know
Yes.
who. Jen was with somebody. Her and John O'Keefe were with some other lady. I don't think it was Jen because she was not as thin
Well,
as
okay, the
Jen.
one I watched last night damn sure showed it. Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Got another one.
I don't know why that thing was ended.
That video ended. I think it was just over.
That's the drop off again. I don't know what happened to my history. Oh, Tasha, stop talking. But that video was very interesting, and that right before it ended, there was, and I could have sworn that the lady there was with her was Jen. Where did it fucking go? Hold on. Oh, I ended it because it wasn't supposed to be over yet. Okay, here we go. I guess it did. That wasn't the one that all of the one. I wonder if there was a two-part to that. Oh yeah, there's more to that video that I saw yesterday. I'll have to get it together and put it in. You guys go check out that channel though. They've got some good videos. Yeah, if you're interested to watch stuff like that, take it all with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? You can't.
I've seen it before. I've seen videos of the bar. What's going on there? People looking at what is happening. We don't know. Like you said, it's all speculation. We don't know what they're saying. But it definitely makes you wonder.
There was one that was more in depth because that one didn't even talk about the way they were play fighting and stuff, did it?
No.
There's a part two. Well, I'll get that one ready to show for in the morning. Let me make a note of that. Because I know it's on my playlist things. I had it set. I thought I did for us to watch. But I'll get that. Yeah, I'll get it. So when we're on sidebar or lunch tomorrow, we can have some stuff to preview and go over. Yeah, all right, Rachel, I think in Butterfly. Thank all of you guys for coming in and watching the trial with us and being part of the conversation. Y'all know we enjoy that around here. And give us a like, please, if you don't mind. Thank you, Firefly, as always, for coming up. Joe, thank you. Even though you took your little nap, we forgive you. He's
You better be
He was
forgiven.
sawing wood, that's all. He wasn't-
We were all like,
Yeah.
I took you off stage. It was so funny because you snored a couple times. We're like, what is that? And then we're like, wait, Joe, are you there? And you didn't
No, that's
answer.
not me snoring. That's the lawnmower. There's like the lawn guy outside.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Like my attorney says so. I'm Joe's attorney today. I slept at a Holiday Inn last night. He was just napping. Lori got to him. It's a long Lori week, a long Lori month. So we'll give him some grace. All right, guys, I'm going to shut it down for today. We'll come back in the morning. As far as I know, we are going at 8 a.m. for what would be day 6. Technically, I don't count jury selection and all that bullshit. I start from day 1 of trial opening statements. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate that. There's Microdots, a link again in the chat. Yeah, and you guys can go over and check them out. They do have a great series of videos, Firefly, so I know that you'll be interested. Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Go check all that out, guys, and I'll get the show set up later, and y'all can get your notifications on. We'll be back over here in the morning to watch day 6 and see what happens and who all gets to testify, and if Bev lets us get through a whole damn day.
Good luck with that, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Tomorrow. See ya.
See you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Everybody have a great evening.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.